Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores Day 38 live stream. So today, of course, another patch. Actually our first patch since the holiday event. This one I haven't actually read, though I saw the very first thing and it was like, oh, this could be good. I'm not sure if that's just the best thing that's happening or if all of them are going to be this decent when we keep reading down. But I couldn't not read the first one. And it was add drop all action to backpack item menu. That is going to be so good if you don't care about banking something. If you just click drop all, boom, all 24 resources right on the ground. I'm not sure if I'll be utilizing anything that specifically does that today, because I've been personally banking most of my stuff, but I can see that being really good for Carbony's ore, if nothing else. But oh, that's huge. So anyone who wants to really go for all-in EXP, or even honestly, even when doing merchant, what if you grab like 12 items, you find out you don't need any of them, boom, drop all, and they're ready to go for when you want to pick them back up. I don't know, a lot of use cases for it, mostly EXP related. I don't think non-EXP related are really gonna help much. Like, what are you doing a drop all beyond to get more EXP per hour? Obviously you're getting less resources, but more EXP per hour in any situation where you do that. It's not like well, actually, I guess if you consider it a merchant, there's technically a like a profit benefit to it. But anyways, let's see what some of the other ones are. But yeah, drop all huge, especially if you like power leveling. Anyways, and that's I wish I would add shift click drop. This is honestly almost better in a sense, because you could definitely drop 24 items quicker with drop all than you can with shift click. Because in Ultigo right now, if you want to drop your whole inventory, you still have to click 28 times. Of course, there's very few things where that's actually viable to do. However, yeah, you gotta do it 28 times. In this game now, boom, drop all in like 1 second. Anyways, add checkbox to deselect all items and sell all tab of the shop interface. Okay, so it'll be easier to do sell all. I hope they did it so it's easier to do from your bank as well. But if that's just the only change, it's fine. Allow ventures to be aborted directly from the venture interface, i.e. you no longer need to walk back to the venture spot if all you want to do is abort it. I believe this was added because of people losing membership. I believe they weren't able to cancel their venture because it was a completed venture, but it was a venture that was in a member area when they were then, you know, brought back to free-to-play. Like, if my account was made free-to-play right now, I wouldn't be able to cancel any of my 2 ventures prior to today because one of them is in Chapter 3 and one of them is in Chapter 4. However, they made it so now you can just go and cancel them whenever. This will mostly help free-to-play people, like, you know, people who had membership who are now free-to-play, so that they can still do their 2 fishing ventures every single day. So, yeah, it mostly helps free-to-play, but I can't really think of any other instance where you would want to cancel it. Maybe if you accidentally started one and you were like, maybe not. I assume you can't cancel a detective one, though, until it's completely finished. Otherwise, that'll be broken, and an infinite XP glitch and an infinite money glitch, so there's no way he accidentally did that, right? But, yeah, I assume he didn't do that, but if he did, yeah, you might want to reconsider that, as that's infinite detective XP and infinite money per hour, so, maybe not infinite, it's a big number, though. It'd be a very big number. I assume he didn't do that, though, right? We'll go test it. There's no way he did that. Otherwise, it would already be patched out. Because that XP rate would be absurd. I won't abuse it, though, if it does turn out to be the case. I'll do it like 3 times, or 2 times just to test it, and then go report it. But, yeah, there's no way he did that. That'd be a mega oversight if so. Because that one venture, you get the reward at the beginning, not the end. Which is the reason I mentioned that. Yeah, we can get 100 items for max stack much quicker now. I say, make it so the default auction for some specific blocks, NPCs, is to open the menu rather than the first action on the menu. This is used if there is more than one action you are likely to want. For example, on banks, you want open, but also often want deposit all. Interesting. Bug fixes. I wonder if they did that for merchant trading as well. Though why not just make it default trade? Anyways, bug fixes. Improved layout of transmog interface. Oh, this was likely because people were thinking that they had like X amount of transmog slots. This will make it easier to tell probably that you have like infinite, or you know, but before it looked like you only had like 6 extra spare slots or something similar. But no, this likely was a change just to make sure that it doesn't look like there's a cap. Change of facial hair clues and detective investigations to be more distinct. Fix bug where leaderboards did not update your score unless your rank changed. Fix bug where new characters could not chat during their first session, i.e. until they logged out and logged back in. Fix bug where occasionally rooms lost most of the textures until they were reloaded. And fix various typos. And then just the holiday event, and then everything he's been working on towards the 1.0 launch, of which we only have leaderboards at the moment, but he's working hard on everything else. Next thing actually isn't even on this list. It's queuable actions, which is not actually even one of these other 6. But that is likely the next big feature. Anyways, haven't checked on all the accounts yet. Actually, I do need to go reset them because they're probably going to run out by the end of the stream. So let me just go do my 2 sides real quick. Double check what their inventory is like. One other thing, I'm almost running out of these little crates. Not something I would ever think we'd run out of, but we're running a little low. He's fine. He's at 25 mining. Oh, wait, he's more than fine. Wait, what are we doing here? Let me go get this guy to his next activity real quick. Go do the other one real quick, and then we'll go back to the main account. Just gotta do these so they can AFK the entire 12-hour stream. I probably won't be playing on them today, but since I didn't do this earlier today, as we just got around to playing, I do need to do it very quickly right now, just so he's gaining XP. So, of course, one really nice thing about the 200% XP system is you can queue it up on your alt accounts. So on your other 2 profiles, I can just go onto mining right here. And now look at that. Without having to do any grinding at all, he's ready to go start mining his next venture. And yeah, you can stack 200% now. So you could actually double stack that, not even single. But I already used the single one earlier. He's currently working on smithing whenever he does get around to it. Still, the other one already got to 20 smithing. This one still needs to. But now with the drop all button, I wonder if that works on gear like that as well. Because that'd make it a little bit quicker to go and do. Oh, wait, never mind. This is the 35 spot. Where's the other one? Oh, no, I forgot there's a tentacle right here. Oh, no. All right, we're almost there. Wrong room. Yeah, that one should already be where it needs to be, so we don't need to go move it, luckily. It's already at the 25 mining spot. Oh, no, don't walk into that. Gosh, I'm doing this such a weird camera angle that I'm forgetting the pathing. We should be here. Discover, and off you go. All right. Anyways, back to our main account. Or is this the second one yet? Let me go do the other one just real quick then, too. This one, I believe, is almost running out of crates, but as long as it has, like, 12 left, it should be fine. I need to go stock them up to, like, 999 crates. Yeah, 21, that's more than enough. You shouldn't be over-encumbering anytime soon. Should be enough to last through the stream. You're good to go. Alright, that's all we need. Anyways, we're out here. Back to the main account. But now they should be good for the next 12 hours. Anyways, where were we? We got a bone right level and a half. So, current plans. We are doing a lot of bone zoning. We are needing to get a lot of bones. I'm not sure what our end goal is for today as far as level, but definitely level go up. Bare minimum 50. Ideally 53. Ideally even more than that. But, yeah, we're definitely going to need to get the number up. Also, I just realized snake bones are going to be kind of annoying, aren't they? Aren't the snake bones only found next to the snakes? Am I actually going to need fear potions for the first time ever? There's going to be a lot of fear potion. Isn't that almost like 100 silver an hour in, like, fear potion? Because of how horribly they're priced. Do I have any I can make soon? Let's see. Snake scales, not bones. Wait, do they not even count as rake? Oh, I might not even need them then. Wait, did they not get rake bonused? Oh, if it's just the scales, then I probably just ignore them. Never mind. We'll just take them once for the first time bonus. That's good. Anyways, plans for today. A lot of gatherer, and I still want to try getting smithing up. The bigger priority is to get my knowledge so I can start AFKing mining instead of having to do these lower 200 ones. But I really want to go get that soon. And we're getting close. We need 41. We are currently at 27. So we're getting there. Because that'll be our AFK activity tonight, is to start doing the AFK minings. Because our pickaxe, we have fully confirmed yesterday, does work on the AFK activities. So it's going to be one of our big plans to go do with that. And I want to focus on trying to learn how to skip aggro a little bit better. It's a mechanic we've done quite a few times in the past, but haven't tried to deliberately do too much. But it's really relevant with this method, and I kind of want to go and mess around with it a little bit more. I was messing around with it a little bit off stream. I think I did like 3 levels yesterday, but we need to practice a little bit more. Here's a weird interval that it also works in old school, but because you don't get locked in combat, it doesn't really matter too much. Hey, Sinuel. 2108 total, nice. Oh, someone named Yes as well. But anyways, the way that the aggro thing works is there's a 1 tick delay when you step under something that it will get dragged out from under you. And during that time, because they'll be moved into a different direction compared to where you are currently standing, you won't actually get attacked when you go through them. So it's only a 1 tick window. However, if you do it correctly, you won't actually get attacked by the enemy. I could kind of show it right here if we get aggroed in a certain way. The only problem is it's really hard to walk under something. Like, for example, here. Oh, I didn't get it that time. But there's a 0 because you need them to get dragged out. You have to do it exactly when the drag out occurs. Let's see. We'll try getting it in the other room where it's a little bit better angled. Because that's the angle we're coming from anyways. Let me see if I can get it right here. Let's see. But I want to practice a little bit more as we go through some areas. The biggest issue is trying to click under something properly. And also hitting the right time frame is also the issue. It happens a lot automatically without trying. We're only going to need it when we are actually going through an area. And something's going to aggro us in a way where it actually will be in our way. Like, for example, right here, we won't get attacked because he's already far enough away. The main times we want to use it is, like, right here when they might end up doing it. And then you just saw right there, we were right next to him, but he didn't actually attack us. That's what I want to practice a little bit more today. Is if you, right there, we got it twice in a row. But, that's basically, I'm not sure what the term would even be called in this game for that. I'm not even sure if old school has a term for it because it's a different mechanic. But, I don't know, I'm just calling it aggro skipping. But you saw, we got it twice in a row right there. But basically, you walk out from under you walk under them, but then walk out from under them when they move, and they won't attack you. And we got it twice in a row right there. But it's what I want to practice going through that room. Because it is way less time to do that than it is to get, like, a 3-second aggro. Or, you know, where you have to go and cast a spell and everything. So if we can get slightly better at that, that will save us about 3 seconds every single time we do it. Assuming we do it correctly every time and don't mess it up. Which is the harder part. We just got it twice in a row there, but as you saw, it took us a couple tries before we got there. But the more we practice it, the more we'll be able to do it automatically. But it's a mechanic that's in old school RuneScape as well. Or, you know, RuneScape back in the day when he coded it. But it wasn't really that relevant because he got rid of, like, the whole locked into combat thing. That was a feature that was in Classic, but was eventually removed. So it's not really a mechanic you use in old school because if something pokes you, it doesn't really matter. Like, if something starts whacking you that's, like, 1/5 your level, it's like, okay, yeah, whatever. It's not like it locks you into combat for, like, 3 seconds or something. But in this game, it's really relevant if something weak attacks you. Because you're stuck there for at least, like, 3 seconds casting an immunity spell. Obviously, you could use fear potions, but the amount of time it takes to use a fear potion makes it actually not even worth using a fear potion. Because that's such a long delay where you have to wait, like, what, 2 ticks, 3 ticks before you drink it. And that wastes so much time that you might as well just not even drink one. That's the biggest issue with fear potions right now, too. With how selectively you need it, unless they make the times have all, like, a 0 at the end. Like, the 3-minute one lasts for 30 minutes and stuff like that. They're never ever going to get used. Anyways, hello, everyone! Hope you guys have been doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me go all the way back in chat, because I feel like I missed so much of it already. We just started, probably because I was reading the patch note thingy. That reminds me, why's my playback also not working? Why has my playback been so weird the last few days? And never wants to work. Oh yeah, how's that drop all button work? Oh, there it is, drop all. Ooh, shiny. I'm not sure why. Let me go fix this real quick. One second. Let's see. I did this yesterday too, and I'm not sure why. Where my playback was being all glitchy. And I thought it was the actual stream output, and I was like, oh no, what have I been doing this whole time? But no, it was just my playback being very, very glitchy for some reason. Alright, I think it's working now. Alright, anyways. Let me go back and chat, because I'm missing a lot. Hello, Isabel! Hello, Sanaka! Hello, let's see, picking up in 24, makes merchant piles easy. Yes, it should make merchant pretty easy. If you could just drop all down instead of having, you know, keep doing it over and over and over again. It's definitely something we'll probably mess around with at least a little bit this stream. Okay, so what was this thing that they said where they have, like, multiple actions on one thing? Didn't they say they fixed this today? I thought they said they fixed this today. Because I can assure you they did not fix this today. How am I supposed to click on the bone? How click bone? That's gonna be annoying. Does anyone know how click bone? When there's a unit on top of your bone. I thought they literally mentioned that in the patch notes that they fixed something with that. Apparently not that interaction. Anyways, hello Sanaka! Drop 16 Thistle, Bank, drop up to 100 items on tile now. You can't cancel a detective venture. Okay, you can't? Okay, that's good. Otherwise, that'd be infinite money glitch. Hello, Savage Shores. Hello, Kachow. Good afternoon and happy Friday. Yep, finally Friday. Oh, gosh, this guy was here last night. I was doing this last night, and this guy was still here. Well, he's going hard on the Gatherer grind. In all fairness, we were also in that same situation. We were here last night, also doing it now. But that's kind of funny. Yeah, I saw that guy doing it last night, the entire duration I was doing it last night. And he's here now again when we started back doing it again. Let's see. Hello, more zombies. Just reading back through chat. Let's see. We'll deposit all items or only X items? I don't think you can deposit X, can you? It seems like they only have an all option for everything. Though they did like double break up the menu, supposedly. So at least it'll be like a little bit quicker to go and click on it. If you want like a different option rather than it defaulting to open. It now can bring up the whole thing where it's like deposit all, open everything else. I don't think they switched it so trade is one click though. Something that really needs to happen. But at least talk to shouldn't be the default anymore, so assuming it double menus now. Because that was one of the things that was mentioned in the notes. Is that things that would probably want to have multiple menus would, even when you have left click on, would still bring up multiple. And detective's definitely one of them, because if you're not going to make it left click trade, we definitely want to click on trade. Or, you know, the bubble menu and bring up trade rather than the other thing. The easy solution would just be make it a default trade. But, I don't know, we'll see what happens with it. I haven't actually done merchant since the patch, so not sure if he did do that or how it's working right now. You regularly click items under mobs. You need to double click either left or, right. I was clicking right. Is it just a double click thing? Okay, I'll try double click and see. It could be that that one isn't considered a mob, though. Have you tried doing it with the AFK ones? Because maybe the AFK ones are coded a little bit differently. Because I could have sworn I was never able to do it with them. Like with some normal monsters I've been able to. But the AFK ones are seemingly a little bit different. I'll try it again whenever they're on the bone, though. Also, we're getting some messages. Should probably go check what they are. Let's see. Could I help with trading some hats? Oh no. I kind of want to keep my piles fresh. If you're hiding under their shadow, then running, you'd call it shadow stalking? That's funny. They're just going to stalk their shadows. Right click on item, deposit all. Oh, is that actually a thing now? Interesting. Wait, wasn't that already there though? Where you could deposit all of any? One resource at a time? Or is that actually added today? I could have sworn when you were already there you had a, obviously drop all came in today. But I could have sworn when you were at a deposit box it already had a deposit all per unit. Yeah, that was always the thing. That's what I thought. It's not even the drop all thing that's new today. So you don't need to be at a bank in order to, you know, get rid of all your resources. Which is really good for people who want to power farm. But overall, it's pretty small quality of life today. Not much we can actually really utilize with the plans we have today. As we are going to be doing a lot of bone pickupping. Actually, I was checking my bones earlier. I already have over 1,000 of these, by the way. Between what we did yesterday and what I did off stream, we're already over 1,000. Alright, this guy should auto-do himself. No! We did it too early. We will get better at that. The biggest issue with this game is its time window is so much tighter. Because every tick's like, what, 0.35 seconds instead of 0.6. So, like, every single thing that you do that's tick perfect is half the window compared to before. So, anything that's kind of annoying with it. Let's see, do we get it here naturally? No. He attacked us too early. So, we're too late on getting to him. That's the only big issue with doing it in this game. Up, 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 up. Yeah, there we go. We got him on him at least. We got on that guy. So we saved 3 seconds there. It's a really, really tight window, though. You start spamming you? Wait, what did you mention? Wait, I don't see what your other comment was. Oh, T for celebrating your birthday with you? Oh, yeah, no problem, Isabel. I want to do it again sometime. It was fun. Obviously, just whenever instead of just for your birthday as well. But yeah, I was getting so tired by a certain point. Like, talking just, like, drains me so much when I'm talking to people. I know we talk for, like, 12 hours on stream. But when I'm actually talking to other people, I'm, like, drained within, like, under an hour. Even though we were still around for a little bit longer than that. This is why I can never play, like, voice chat games. I'd play like one match and I'd be like completely exhausted for the entire day. Wait, they're adding one to the bank interface? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Because currently it functions the other way around, does it not? Where the outside banks don't have the deposit all, whereas the inside banks do. Because the storage refs are the one without deposit all. Right? They didn't add deposit all today to them, did they? That's huge if so, because we're using it so much. Hey, normal Santa hat. But I don't think they added that today, did they? I'm pretty sure they didn't add right-click deposit all on riffs. As much as we need it so badly. I don't think that was today. That's a misunderstanding what you're trying to say with that. Let me grab the tweet. Oh, did tweet mention it in different wording? Or did he actually mention more in the tweet? Because I didn't check the tweet or X or whatever they're calling it. I need to check the in-game patch notes. Oh, I see. There's like a unique response that isn't in the patch notes, I see. Oh, that makes more sense then. Thank you for the work, though the change of banks makes them feel much worse. We no longer have an option to open them with one click. Previously... also, I'm just realizing how un-AFK this activity is. Let's see. We no longer have an option to open them with a click. Previously, we had the choice of click to open or click for menu. Okay, I will change the banks back and put a deposit all button inside the bank interface, as well as keep the one on the outside too, but only if you right click. Oh, was there not already one for that? Interesting. Also, they still haven't added right-click deposit all on Rift. Sad. It's gonna be a lot harder to code though because there's so many different resources, which is probably why I didn't come in today. But yeah, still no right-click deposit all. Soon. Eventually he'll code it. But yeah, I haven't actually interacted with the banks yet today, so I haven't actually seen how much worse it is. But I guess that means no bone right today. And no normal smithing training, though in all fairness, I need 193 smithing before I can even start training smithing again. So it's not too big a deal. Oh, mini patch. We get it live. I think he's fixing the thing that he mentioned on Twitter then. Look at that, he's already fixing it. He probably made the comment like an hour ago and he's already fixing it. He's like, you know what, I'll do it now. Oh, he's finally going AFK. Look, he stopped. This guy was going all last night and is still going now, and he finally is taking a break. He was here like 12 hours ago. And 10 hours ago, and 9 hours ago. And was still doing it now. This might be him finally sleeping. Because he was here like, between me doing it on and off, every single time he was still here doing it. Last night, when I was doing it off stream. And he was still going. Maybe he's finally taking a break. Yeah, we'll see what the update is in 4 minutes. Maybe they're already fixing the deposit boxes. That's pretty quick if so. Because this patch probably hit like, what, 2-3 hours ago? I know, literally within like an hour or two, he's like, yep, I'm going to go do that right now. Yeah, he's been really good about taking feedback. Hey, that's almost guaranteed what he's changing there. Oh yeah, I finally get to try to drop all feature. I accidentally forgot this log the previous cycle, and it was too late to drop it. But now I get to use the first instance of drop all. So what we're gonna do is grab this log, but then click drop all on this. Oh no, you can't pre-queue a drop all. Wait, they gotta change that as well. Oh no, you can only queue up a drop all when you have more than one in your inventory. What if you want to drop one into two? I know that's so rare to happen, but yeah, there's only a drop all button when there's more than one. There's no pre-drop all button. You can't queue up a drop all if you only have one in your inventory. Like if you're one about to get two, you can't pre-queue the drop all for it. Because it checks to see if you have more than one. But in doing so, you can't pre-queue a drop all. Yep, Chapter 6 is coming out today, yeah. 100%. That's what's behind this little alleyway over there. You just crawl through that hole and boom, you're in Chapter 6. There you go. I like the little cubby hole there. Like, they're obviously planning something for it way down the line. But instead, it's just like a little hole for now. It's like, yeah, we'll just leave it like this. It's fine. Alright, so they fixed the bank interface? Nice. That's huge. Wait, how did you already update? I thought the update's happening in 2 minutes. I guess you could download it now, but it doesn't populate until 2 minutes or something. Like 2 minutes is when you're forced to have to update. Yep, 37 gathering. I'm still not sure what my goal is for today. I guess to get to like 56 or whatever that one was. Let me go double check. Technically, we can move up to leaks at the next level. I'm not sure I want to, though. But, yeah, 53 I think is our end goal for today for Gatherer. I just realized, did they have yellow tails? Why do they have yellow tails? They're like white and golden. Interesting. Hello, Rain. Hello, Stefan. Hello, Lost Skill. Welcome, welcome. Hey, leave the emotional support hole alone. Won't be too much of an emotional support hole when it leads to like a boss room or something eventually. Yep, mining AFK. I'm upgrading that to 41 so we can do it for tonight and going from there. Alright, update. Oh yeah, I forgot that deletes it, doesn't it? Alright, let me go reopen it. 1 second. One moment. Technical difficulties. Loading, loading, loading. Downloading, downloading, downloading. Alright, we should be back in any second now. There we go. Alright, where were we? Alright, I'm not sure what was changed, but I assume the quality of life thing we were just talking about was the change you just did. I almost forgot about that. Didn't you guys watch the Game Awards last night? Of course, that was one of the two things we ended last night's stream early for. And honestly, I didn't really see anything I didn't already know was coming out next year. The biggest thing for me was definitely Slay the Spire 2. And that's basically it. I don't think I saw a single other thing that was like, oh yeah, I didn't know about that. But, or you know, I didn't know about that, but also want to play it. But, yeah, so it was just Slay the Spire 2, but I already knew that was coming out next year. They didn't give an official month yet, though. But they did confirm it's 2025 and not 2026, so at least it's not getting delayed a year. But they didn't give a date. Like, is it January? Is it December of next year? They didn't really give any date other than, yes, it's still 2025. That's the only thing in the whole Game Awards that was like, oh yeah, I'll definitely be playing that. Though I already knew about it beforehand. They were basically just reconfirming that it is indeed 2025 and not 2026. You're hoping there was a mini quest for the Christmas event? Yeah, I was kind of surprised that there wasn't. But his justification for why there wasn't is he's trying not to focus on any temporary content in favor of making permanent content, which makes sense. Because obviously the game needs all permanent content, basically, in a sense. Like, he doesn't want to work on anything that's just going to be like a temporary one-off thing that might take, you know, like a day or two of dev time, or even multiple days. He'd rather be working on things that are going to be permanent additions and fixes to the game. And there we go. We got another aggression skip right there. But we're going to get a little bit better at it. And the reason I want to keep practicing it is we did the same thing with tentacle skip, and now we can do tentacle skip perfectly without even thinking most of the time. So I kind of want to get the same way with aggression skip. The only problem with aggression skip is you can't right-click walk currently in this game. You can't right-click... Like, you can't queue up a walk easily on something. Like, let's say I want to walk under this wolf. Like, you can, but you have to click at, like, a very specific location. If you click somewhere else, you accidentally click on them, which will bring you into combat. But it's really annoying to try to walk under something right now, because you can't just right-click walk under. There's only attack and info. There's no walk. I hope that's something he adds in the future. Not sure if he ever will. But it doesn't have a right-click walk like RuneScape does. Which means you can still do the action, it's just a lot harder to do it. It's just really annoying to click exactly on the tile where you would get a walk rather than an attack. Whereas right-click walk would make that way easier. You put walk on middle mouse? Wait, how do you do that? Middle mouse and left mouse? But doing right-click doesn't do walk, though. Like, there's no, like, default walk, is there? Is there a button you can press that does walk that doesn't do, first action? Because right-click doesn't work and left-click doesn't work. But is there, like, another click in the game that I haven't been using? Because that'd be nice if so. Is there a third click? Did you give any updates on how they're gonna, murder combat? They're not gonna murder combat. I was joking when I said they're nuking combat. But they're still doing something with it that's pretty substantial. But no, we haven't gotten any further word on what on earth is happening with combat. They might not even fully know. Oh, another hat. Wait, you can add a second click for walk? Wait, that's huge tech. Wait, really? Does that mess with camera movement, though? Hey, let me see. I gotta go check this in settings after this inventory. Because that's huge if so. I'm really bad at doing middle mouse click, though. I'd rather bind it to a side button. I'm not sure if it lets you. It doesn't mess with camera movement? Oh, wait, that's huge. I gotta utilize that some then. Wait, that's actually massive. Wait, let me go check this. Settings... where's settings? Controls. Rotate. Walk 2. Walk 2 isn't right, though, right? Where's the one that does it? Because it's not walk 2. It's not open action menu. It's not do first action. It's not rotate camera. It's not zoom camera. Which one of these is the one? Because walk 2 makes you do that. Unless I have two things. Wait, do I have two things on my left click right now? Maybe that's my problem. Oh, I see. Middle click. Oh, wait. Oh, I had two things on my left click earlier. Oh, wait, that's huge. Wait, that's some tech right there. Okay, I see. It is walk 2. That makes sense. It's just because I had two things on my left. Oh. Wait, that's some tech right there. Wait, thank you. Wait, that's huge. Alright, let's go practice it on this guy now then. Just for the fun of it. Oh no, but I have to wait. Wait. It cancels my other one though? Wait. It wasn't letting me do left click now though. What? Okay, I can't do that. It's not letting me move. Wait, why would they do such a... Oh, wait, maybe if I do both. Hold. I see the problem here. Wait. I see my problem. It's a really obvious dumb one I just did. Now it should work. Alright, there we go. Alright. Yeah, I accidentally removed it off left click. That might help. You need it on both. There we go. I like removed it from it. It's like wondering, why is it not working anymore? Probably because I removed it. There we go. That's how you do it. Alright, now walk unders will be way easier. So I'll practice this some more with these other things. Okay, I think I fixed everything now. We're good. I fixed my settings. We now have left click and middle click. Alright, the settings have been fixed. Yeah, that will make that so much easier now. Because now we don't have to worry about like clicking right on the corner. Like that corner right there or something. Now we can just consistently click on it and still walk under. Yeah, we're mostly just going to need it for walk under on enemies. Just so we can skip their aggression. What do you use it for items though? I'm trying to think item-wise what you might need. I guess if you want to be one tile further forward? Oh, unless you mean an item stack. Not a resource on the ground. Because I guess that would make sense if you have like a giant pile here. Like if I want to move on that tile, it's a lot easier if I just middle click on it. Because trying to get the corners, like, could be impossible. I see what you mean. Yeah, it's for item stacks, not for ground resources. I was just gonna say, when on earth do you need to walk under a ground resource? But you're talking about item stacks on the ground, which makes sense. But yeah, that's some huge tech. Thank you for that. Yeah, that'll make this way easier. I was like clicking on all these corners trying to get under them, and now all we have to do is just click the button and we'll be good. I still kind of want to do some activity today that uses the drop-all function. I don't know, what do you guys think you would use drop-all for? The only thing I can think of is like carbonates, but I kind of want to bank them. I guess technically all these Suave logs, but unless I'm doing Bramble Suave, I'm not really going to need to drop them. They're also so close to the bank that, you know, I might as well just bank them. Though I guess it is more viable to just drop them now, as it is EXP waste to bank. Because banking takes 10 tiles and dropping takes 0 tiles. Whereas before it wasn't too bad because of the time it took to drop them all. But I guess that's like one of the few things I would use them for. If I was ever doing Bramble Suave again, particularly with a lower level Suave, you'd click drop all on all your Suaves. As it's substantially quicker to drop all than it is to bank them now. Whereas before it was a pretty comparable number, so you might as well just bank. But now it's just definitively better to drop. Combine foraging and fishing flounders while dropping? True. I don't know, are there any level ranges where flounders are actually good? I feel like they're so separated from each other, even when they're giving more XP. There's one nice thing about the pufferfish and the eels, is they have such a small pool that they have barely any room to wander. The thing just spawned right on us. But yeah, it would be good for flounders. You would just need a really specific foraging and fishing level for that to work, though. Because I would definitely need like the 46 kelp or whatever it is, but also need like the 30-something flounder. So both levels would have to happen to be like right at the right range. Kind of like right now when I'm doing these bones, it'd be a lot more beneficial if I actually had 56 woodcutting. Because I believe that's when my Suave gets an upgrade. I'm still doing it right now just because it's free XP. There's enough downtime in between where you can get one Suave log in. But if that was a level 56 Suave log instead of a 14, we'd be getting so much more XP. But it's not worth going and grinding 6 woodcutting levels just for the slightly better Suave. Do you do the same thing at Rays? At the Mana Rays? I don't even remember which one that is. Did I even catch them yet? Oh yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, I've done so little fishing. We're only at level 30. I technically haven't even done every fishing method yet because we don't even have the ventures and everything. There's like tools for fishing I can't even buy yet. Same as gathering, oddly enough. Oh, maybe that could be one of our end goals. I was mentioning 56, but maybe we should try going for sickle. I'm not going to ever need sickle for anything other than I guess the first time bonus on it. But, what level do you get sickle? You get sickle at 48. Never mind, we're going to have sickle automatically. Never mind. Yeah, 53 still our goal then. But yeah, 48 we get our final gatherer tool. Not really going to be using it for much. At least not in the short term. But, yeah, that will be our final gathering tool. And then the only 2 tools we won't have are the 2 that we don't have related to fishing. But I believe they're both just for the venture, so it doesn't matter that much. Because we're never taking the fishing venture. Fishing venture is pretty weak overall. It's the only one you have access to in free-to-play, so, you know, it's definitely worth doing in free-to-play. And you need at least 39 fishing to do it. But, there's just so many better ones out there. Even at a high fishing level, unless you have, like, absurdly high fishing level. Like, we're talking, like, 300 plus compared to your other skills only being, like, 100, 200. Then maybe it's worth it. But if not, it's not really that worth it. You do save a little bit of money while doing cooking. The problem is you're probably going to need more for cooking than you will even get from the ventures. It's an issue that blast mining has. In that you'll need more for blast mining Death Zone than the amount you'll get from the daily. And cooking into fishing venture is very similar to that. And even if you're doing the ventures to try to supply cooking, if you're constantly doing cooking, and not just like stalling it for like a week or 2 or something. But if you're constantly doing cooking, your ventures will not keep up with your cooking contracts. It has the same issue that blast mining has. It's one of the other reasons why the venture is so bad. Is even if you're perpetually doing it, both of them, you still won't get enough fish. Yeah, we do need more venture slots. That'd be something really nice in the future. We're obviously getting them eventually. I think he kept them a little bit low for now to leave some reward space for them, as well as, you know, not to overwhelm new players with dailies. You know, there's a lot of other things this game overwhelmed people with, but dailies is not one of them. Because you only have to upkeep 2 dailies a day. Which is a very small amount. Maybe once they have all 6, it's still relatively small. But we don't know how they're going to be unlocked. Could be quests, could be anything. I assume quests, though, knowing him. He always likes to quest lock stuff. Which I don't really mind. Because it gives incentive to actually do quests. Beyond just, here's a small amount of XP and nothing else. Yeah, he's almost guaranteed going to just lock it all behind a quest. You want another venture slot? Quest. Like, I see one being added for Chapter 4. Where you do some kind of merchant-related quest. And then at the end of it, it's like, oh yeah, you get another venture. Especially since the brick and tile venture don't even work currently. So instead of just making them work once Chapter 5 comes out, maybe he'd make them work and give you another venture slot at the same time. Since he'll be adding 2 new ventures simultaneously. Which would be brick and stone. Or brick and tile, I mean. Oh, so brick and tile. That sounds like it should be a name of a store. A brick and tile. But it's not going to be like a Home Depot kind of store. It's going to be like a knick-knack store or something. The brick and tile. Is that a thing that already exists? It sounds like it should. There's no way there's not a place called the Brick and Tile. Quests are always your favorite part of RuneScape. I hope this game gets a ton of them. It is on its roadmap to add more endgame quests, or even just quests in general. So hopefully we'll get around to it. The only thing that's a little disappointing is, yeah, we are like, what, almost a month and a half in, and we have gotten 0 new quests. We've gotten updates to old quests, but no new ones. Hopefully we'll get around to it at some point, though. Obviously, it's not on like his max priority right now, but yeah, I would definitely love to see more. Especially ones with like actually relevant rewards, and not just like, here's a little bit of XP. Like things that are actually pretty substantial. Alright, so I'm double clicking here. What am I doing wrong? Oh, okay, I see. If I double right click. Have I finished all quests? Yeah, we finished it on Thanksgiving, which was what, the 28th of last month? So it's been about 2 weeks now we've had all quests done. Yeah, I finished them a while ago. Last one we did was the Forgotten Things. Mostly because the reward for it is not the greatest. You get like 1.5 carpentry levels, 1.5 woodcutting levels from it, assuming you do it at the exact number. And we went from level 30 to 33.5. Because the boss is pretty cheesable. It's level 60, but it's pretty easy to do at a low level range. If you use the chest as a safe spot. As long as you can kill it in 20 heals, you're good to go. Which honestly, you could probably do it at level 20. As long as you use the safe spot to keep healing. Not sure if they're ever going to patch out the safe spot, but even if they do, it shouldn't be that bad. He's really bursty damage, but he's basically just a level 60 hag from chapter 4. Or more so, the hags are just a reskin of him. Because he probably came before the hag. Now, which one came first, him or the hag? I'm pretty sure it'd be him and not the hag. And he was like, we already have this coded. Might as well just make this into a generic enemy as well. Yeah, double right click has cycled menus for a couple weeks now. I just really haven't utilized it much. Because normally only gathering skills really needs it. Because the only time you ever need it is when there's like multiple things on a stack. Well, I guess combat as well. Combat and grounded gathering are the only two. It's like forager, gatherer, and combat. 3 things I basically have done none of. Which is why we're finally using it as of today. Yeah, it's been in the game for a couple weeks now. I just never really utilized it much because combat, gathering, and foraging are like the only 3 that do it. All 3 things we basically almost never do. Am I still in AFK in leagues? Yes, we're still doing AFK leagues right now. I'm trying to get the bird fishing pet. The heron pet. Not because I need it for league points, I just want to have it. Because I don't have it in the main game. I've actually never gotten in the main game, but it's so free to get during leagues. Because once you get to 200 million XP, you get 15 times rate on all pets. And while leagues doesn't have a boosted rate for pets, it does have a boosted XP rate, so it's easier to get to that 15 times. So, yeah, it's getting close to getting it. I think it's almost at 200 mil. And then after that, I think it's like a 1 in 2,000 drop. Which sounds bad, but it gets like 2,000 in like an hour. With the leagues rate, so it doesn't take that long at all. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your other question earlier. Wait, do I have all chat on? Wait, let me just switch to live chat. Because sometimes it keeps deleting chat. I have it switched to live chat now, so you should hopefully see everything. But I really hate that YouTube does that. I wish there was a way anywhere in YouTube to go change that. But, yeah, it definitely needs one. Because it keeps defaulting to top chat instead of live chat. Which makes it so some comments, especially when they're spammed, get, like, deleted. Or I, like, don't even see it. Like, you might be seeing it 5 times on your end, but I might only see it, like, once, and it got buried. But yeah, I have it set to live chat now, so I should see every message. You wonder if Brighter Shores will get pets? I would love to see an equivalence of it. Pets specifically? I'm not sure. If he wants, like, a follower system. But I would love to have things that are just like super rare that could just randomly happen. Because right now when we're doing these femur shards, you know, there's no like random like, ooh, we're gonna get like super lucky with something kind of rate. Like there's not a 1 in 1,000 we're gonna get like a super special bone, or you know, a 1 in 10,000 that we're gonna get some kind of cool cosmetic or something similar. I would love to see stuff like that. Obviously it's in early access, so if he is gonna do anything like that, it's gonna be down the line. But yeah, I would really love to see stuff like that. Things that are just fully cosmetic and kind of pointless, but if you do get it, it's like, oh yeah, cool. But yeah, at least like a 1 in 1,000 for like a better bone or something. And stuff like that. Even if it's just like a 2 tiers up or something. Like 1 in 100 that you get like 1 tier up, and then 1 in 200 or 1 in 1,000 that you get like 2 tiers up. Even something as small as that, which isn't as cool as like a cool cosmetic, but you know, it's still something. Because right now there's no RNG of like, ooh, we're gonna get the big drop eventually. Like there's nothing that's gonna happen. It's simply just number go up at the moment until number is up sufficiently enough. But there's no like random chance that something amazing is gonna drop here. We're not gonna get like a really rare bone. We're not gonna get a bone pet. We're not gonna get a bone cosmetic. There's like literally nothing that can happen. 38, I could technically move on to leaks. I'll see what the XP rate is like. But if it's not like mega better, I am probably going to stick with bones. It has to be so good that we have no choice but to do them. Like it basically has to be over 200. If it's even a single, if it's 199, I'm coming right back to these bones. But if it's any number below 200. Though if it is 200 something, we might go for them. The thing is, our rate doesn't apply to them. As long as the number is big enough, I might do them. Just so we can get to our next bone a bit quicker. The only problem is I don't need any of those leaks, so all the leaks I bank I'm going to have to sell eventually. Because they're 1 tier below, I believe, what I need for my cooking contract. They're tier 2 leaks, but not tier 3. I need tier 3 for current cooking, and soon to be tier 4. The wiki says 164? Okay, yeah, we're not moving. Never mind. That's not even worth trying to go get them then. It's not even worth it to move there for the one-time bonus that is so low. Because the one-time bonus is probably under 1,000. But that's so bad, it's not even worth it for the one time. Compared to just staying at bone. It's partially due to our rake upgrade and doesn't apply to leak. But, yeah, I'm not moving for that little bit of XP. We just gotta do these to 43 and then we can get a good bone. At super high levels, the leak might be worth it. The next leak that might be worth it is the next one, because then I actually need it for cooking. And doing it some, just so we save a ton of money on cooking, is probably worth it. Because I believe every single one saves us like 3 silver almost? Like 2.5? Like enough silver to justify doing it. Oh, nope, not what I want. It's so bad that no one even bothered listing the one-time bonus on the wiki. That's funny. So few people switch off of bones that the one-time bonus is even there. Yeah, I can't wait till the wiki has a lot more info on it. I still feel like the Brighter Shores wiki has been a bit inconsistent with info. Obviously, they have a lot of work to do to, like, you know, develop it and everything. But there's like so many pages that you think would connect together that don't. Or info that you think would be there that wouldn't be. But they're working on it. They're doing a good job. It's a lot of stuff to input, obviously. But hopefully at some point it'll be better than where it's at right now. I don't think it's ever going to be as good as like old school RuneScape's wiki, but as long as it's functional. There's just a lot of info missing from it currently. Particularly post 200. where, like, you know, so few people even are, including myself. I've done basically almost 0 post 200. I've done 5 combat levels, 7 detective, and 4 mining levels. And I would barely even call those post 200 because all of them are doing a pre 200 method. I don't think I've even done a single post 200 method yet. Because my iron was 197. And my raid and detective thing was a what do you call it? A 160 something? I don't remember the level. I guess technically I did kill a 200 little spike ball in the corner. I didn't do them that long. I only did it for like an hour because I ran out of potions. I didn't want to have to go buy more. Because I was mostly just doing it for fun for one inventory. You're a 206 scout and you're settling in with apothecary on the side for supply runs. Nice. Yeah, honestly, I really need to go get alchemy up. My alchemy's been so low this playthrough. It was one of those skills where I was like, yeah, I'll get around to it eventually. And then we're here now, a month and a half later, and it's like, oh yeah, we still haven't really trained alchemy like at all. I think one issue with that is, oops, I did it wrong in order before. I gotta fix it. It'll bother me too much. But I was about to go say? I was about to say something really something. But I think it's mostly because I haven't really been doing foraging or gatherer. And even when I'm doing gatherer, I'm doing it for bone rate XP. I'm not doing it for alchemy XP. So I guess if we really want to start getting alchemy up, we should go get mine fighter to 200, forager to 200, and just dump everything into alchemy. Yep, we're back at the bone zone. I was doing it a little bit off stream, not too much though. Yeah, we're going to be bone zoning all day. Possibly this whole weekend. I'll try to switch it up a little bit with some other activities here and there. Like, I still want to do some stuff that utilized the new drop all that they added today and stuff like that. Even though we're dropping and we're not really utilizing drop all specifically. But beyond that, also, why is he doing Suave trees here? Is this like a meta for Suave trees? Because I recall this place not being as good as the other Suave location. Maybe it is. Oh, you know why? They're all flat. Not all, because that one's elevated as well. I don't know, is this actually good Suaves? I feel like it's too far from a bank compared to the other Suave. Like, the trees themselves are easy to cut, but the distance to the bank is 1.5 miles further. I feel like it's not worth doing Suave here. You'll be gathering all weekend with us? Nice. What bone are you up to? Like, here's the Suave cutting location. Like, it's right on top of a bank, and there's like 6 trees. And you can even do bones with it if you want to combine it with gatherer. Oh, you're at 353? Oh, gosh. Yeah, we're still in the super noob section of gathering right now. I'm basically, like, just past the tutorial. Because anything pre-20 is tutorial. And this is barely higher than 20 right now. Yeah, that is insanely high. I assume you're a guardian, or do you just really want to do gathering? Generally, anyone with like absurdly high gathering, woodcutting, or carpentry, or normally guardian. Because of course they're the biggest beneficiaries of it. Obviously, every class gains a benefit from it, but guardians in particular. Oh, you are a guardian? Yeah, that makes sense. When someone says they're not a guardian, then I question, like, what on earth? But no, if someone's actually a guardian, that makes a lot of sense why they would be doing it. Like, if you said, like, Cryo Knight with, like, 350 Gatherer, that'd be kind of funny. Though someone mentioned earlier, our plus 80 potions are from Gatherer, so I guess that wouldn't be too absurd to think of. Is apparently, like the 250-ish range for gathering gets you like plus 80 Cryo Knight potion. I'm not going that far though, no worries. I mostly just plan to go to 200, just getting a bunch of bones on the way, along the way. And at 197, we hit the skills equivalents of the iron ore we had for mining. Where we'd probably be stuck on that forever, especially if we skip the leaks. I believe the 208 leaks are actually worthwhile taking though. But if they're not, we'd be stuck at like the 197 bone until like almost 240 or something. Kind of like how we are with iron ore right now. Are den raids best detective XP? No. Kind of. They're the best overall XP, but they're slightly worse detective XP at certain level ranges. At the point when you unlock them, they're your best detective XP. But once they're down to like minus 20% penalty and stuff like that, it is actually quicker to do normal detective. The only reason people don't is even at like minus 40% penalty, it is more overall XP to be doing watch person and detective simultaneously with raids than it is to do them separately. So that's one of the main reasons why people tend to do them a lot together. Is even though there's no reward or anything like that, their XP rate is absurdly good. Because you're basically training two skills at nearly max speed. Like you're training two skills at about like 70 to 80% speed. Which is ultimately quicker than doing them both independently. But slower for each individual skill. Like you would get 500 watch person way quicker only doing watch person. As well as 500 detective way quicker by only doing detective. By doing them together is better XP overall per hour. Compared to doing them separately. So it's worse XP but better overall XP. But worse detective XP. Though they're really good around the time when you have no penalty though. Like if you're at 0% penalty, they are always your best method. Assuming you have the gear to take them properly. It's only when they start getting like 20, 30, 40% penalty that normal detective becomes better. Like, you know, doing investigations and stuff. Mostly investigations. Oh, you're gonna go get some dinner? Good luck! Yeah, I had a little bit to eat before I started. Ended up having some salmon, a salad, and some potatoes. So I am good to go. And still sipping on the soda that I had with it. Got a fresh water here I haven't even cracked open yet. Might need a second one though. Did I make it all myself? No, not this morning. Well, I made the salad. The potatoes were from the other day. But my mom was already making up a bunch of fish for everyone in the household, so I just had the salmon. She made a few others though, but I like salmon more. Where am I from? I'm from New Jersey. I currently live in South Carolina. But I'm from Jersey. But cost of living's too high in Jersey unless you have like an actual proper job in Jersey. But like every job there would pay at least 2 times what they would pay here. Which is why I feel so bad to get like a normal job in this area. Because I know I'm making like 2 times less regardless of what I do for the exact same work. Or something like YouTube and other online things, it doesn't matter where you're doing it from. So this location works a little bit better. Since tax and everything else is so low here. So far we're doing pretty good about not getting aggroed by these shades. Hopefully we can keep it up, because every time we don't get aggroed, that's a solid 3-second savings. Or more so 3-second penalty the other way around. It's not that we're saving time, it's more so we're losing time when we get aggroed. I wonder if they ever are going to tweak that when they mention like all the combat changes. Because his first MMO ended up scrapping that mechanic, but I feel like he wants to commit to it this time around. The whole being locked into combat thing. Because that's how RuneScape Classic used to work. You were locked into combat for 3 attacks before you were allowed to leave combat. Which is about how long it takes to do a immunity spell. So we're going to gain a woodcutting level. I started this grind at exactly like 0 XP on 50. And after like 8 gathering levels, we've gained 1/3 of a woodcutting level. Obviously, we're not trying to do this for woodcutting XP. But yeah, in 8 gathering levels, or 8.5, I've gained 1/3 of a woodcutting level. But hey, better than no XP. Oh, I just realized, you know why he's doing Suavies over here? I think he's using the new drop all function. Oh. That's why he's doing Suave over here. I didn't think about that. I think he's dropping all his Suave. Oh, that's exactly what he's doing. Oh, that makes a lot of sense now. I was wondering, why on earth is he doing Suaves over here? It's a mile from the bank. But yeah, I don't think he's actually banking, unless he's doing that right now, in which case, why are you doing it here? Why are you doing it here? Never mind, he's banking. Okay, I'm even more confused now. Because doing it over here without banking would make sense, because maybe it's a better cycle. You might be able to get to the tree slightly quicker with a drop all. But no, he's still banking, so why is he doing it over here? I'm even more confused now. Because that just confirms that he's banking, unless he's just running away and not coming back. I'm assuming he's running away to go bank. I'm even more confused now. Yeah, hat. It's been quite a few days and you're not sure what exploit people are talking about on Reddit. That and if some people will get banned for it. Wait, what's the exploit? I don't know, what are they talking about? I like never check the Reddit. Like one of the only few times I've checked the Reddit this entire like playthrough, you know, in the last like 37 days of this game, is just to check the Reddit AMA. It's like one of the only few times I've checked it since launch. Yeah, what are they talking about? I need to go check. Oh no, we're gonna get aggroed. Yep, I saw that coming. I was considering walking under, but then I was like, not gonna bother. There's an exploit of something going on related to getting faster KP for a level. Interesting. I'm trying to think what it could be. I know some resources give seemingly higher amounts. Also, there might be some kind of exploit you could do with pass action. Where you might be able to just keep respawning a resource or something. If you do it like tick perfectly with pass action. I was trying to click on this, but then realized there is no pass action. This is the tier 1 bone. Because I feel like if anything would have an exploit right now, there's probably some kind of weird thing you do with pass action. To like double gain a resource or something. I haven't really messed around with it though. I haven't really at any point this playthrough tried looking for bugs for the most part. They just kind of happen sometimes. I haven't actually been like bug hunting. Though if I was, I'd be interface stalling like crazy. Because they have interface stall in this game. I'm not sure what you can use it for, if anything. But you can very easily interface stall. So if there's any exploit related to having like 2 or 3 interfaces open at once. Gosh, does this game let you do that so easily? Maybe not easily, at least one interface. You can get one interface on top of another interface really easily. Not sure about 3+ though. But you can get a double interface pretty easily in this game currently. Which probably has at least one bug and or exploit related to it. I just haven't really ever bothered messing with it. Oh yeah, they said you can cancel ventures now, right? Yeah, you can't cancel a, what's it called, venture. Ah, they thought one step ahead. That'd have been so funny if they would have forgotten about that. If they made it so you could cancel the one that instantly gives you loot. I wonder what the XP rate for that would be per hour. Something absurd. Obviously, they would ban any account that would have done that if that was a thing earlier, though. Or not ban, but, you know, roll back or do something to them. But I'm pretty sure that would be anywhere from, like, 10 to 20 gold an hour. As well as, like, so much detective XP. It was never in the game, though. That's one of those things where if it was an oversight on their part, would have been really funny. But no, they actually remembered. You can't cancel the one that gives you the loot at the beginning. You still think that people getting like 100+ levels a day, at least some cases, the exploit thing is real? Oh no, it could just been the leaderboard updating weirdly. Also, aren't most of the biggest players like streaming everything they're doing? Because I know when I was checking Twitch the other day when we were just doing it for fun, I know rank 1 is streaming. And there's no one higher than them, unless they're hidden on leaderboard. So if he's doing something sketchy, you know, it's literally there on stream, so you shouldn't be doing anything weird. He's just grinding like really high hours. Like 20 something a day or whatever he's doing. Yeah, rank 1 and 2 are just streaming daily. Which we are too, but we're doing it to like a lower degree. Like we've been doing like 12 hours a day. I'm pretty sure they go like 18 to 20 or something. Definitely at least 16. I've also kind of been taking Mondays off. Well, not off, but you know. Like our Monday streams normally like an hour or 2 or 3. And of course, yesterday I played for like half as much I normally do. Celebrating a birthday and catching the Game Awards. ONB is slowing down. Yips demolished the top. Has he been? Yeah, combat makes you go up really quick. Like, if I really cared about total level, I can reach top 10 probably in a week. If all I did was combat and boost pot every single fight. Like, all I'd have to do is leatherworker for 1 day. Then do combat for a week, and I'm pretty sure it would be top 10. I don't really care about leaderboard precision, though. But if we really wanted to take it, all we have to do is just pot up combat and do it for a week straight. Because most people on the really top end already have 200 all combat. So we got like 500 levels just sitting there that could be taken in like 2 weeks. I mean, not 2 weeks, but you know, a lot of those levels can be obtained pretty quickly. Maybe not 2 weeks. It's a little ambitious. But there are some of the quicker skills in the game. We wish we were more competitive. I don't know. I'm somewhat competitive. I mentioned it since the beginning, though, that I had no intention of going for rank 1. Because I knew I wouldn't be playing long enough to ever compete with people who are playing, like, probably double as much as I am at some days. Oh, we still got a couple top spots. Where are we at right now? Let's go check. Oh no, I'm not top 20 anymore. We're basically there, though. But yeah, we're 3 levels off from top 20 right now. Yeah, Feathers got kicked off. I think they stopped playing. Or they substantially slowed down. Yeah, the only thing we're top 20 on right now is, oddly enough, Mines and Matubin. Though I'm not currently at the mine, so I'm not getting any XP for the mines. Even though we're banking bone right, I guess, technically. But aside from banking some bone right XP, I'm actually not doing anything directly in the mines. Oh, thank you, Poking. He saved us from one of the wraiths. Yeah, you can gain a lot of ranks really quickly. If you only focused on skilling, and then went all in combat for a few weeks, you would just skyrocket in rank. If I was to go... The main thing I'm waiting for combat, though, is special attacks. After that, I wouldn't mind doing 200 all, or at least 200 Mind Fighter. I would start with 200 Mind Fighter, and if I still felt like doing combat after that, I'd be like, yeah, let's go for it. Yeah, there's another way to do it, too. Because you should never be using your knowledge point on combat. Combat and merchant are like the 2 skills you should never use knowledge on. Almost every other one is fair game, though. Yeah, the best way to go about it is to use all your knowledge you get from combat on anything that isn't combat. Especially when you're getting close to a threshold. We're almost getting close to that point as well. For example, at like 42 gather, or even 41, it would be a lot more efficient if we actually stopped gathering, but then did some other activity and put all the knowledge into gatherer. So that we can reach the next good XP threshold. Because right now I'm collecting a level 30 bone at like level 39 and then 40 and so on and so forth. So at like 39 or 40, I should technically stop doing gatherer and then use knowledge from anything else on gatherer until we get the next bone. I'm sure that's what we're going to actually do, or just keep collecting bones. But it'd be the best way to go about it. I don't know, we'll see. Trying to think of what I would want to do for gatherer XP though. I guess just merchant. Oh no, should we go do Mind Fighter? Do we start bringing out a little bit of Mind Fighter early? The problem is I'm going to be making a 4-star weapon that won't have a spec right now, which feels like such a waste. Because I'm going to make a 4-star level 69 two-hand. But it's not going to have any special attack on it. Because if I'm doing any combat, it's Mind Fighter to 200. If I'm doing any of the 3 I don't have done yet. Not all at once, obviously, but, you know, gradually. Because I want all the alchemy supplies that would give. For the eventual alchemy grind. Not that the other 2 don't give any alchemy supplies, but Mind Fighter just spits them out like crazy. And hey, we actually get to use some of our bones if we do. Like the femur bones we're getting right now. Because these do make a level 19, or whatever we need. It goes all the way down to 0. I think it's the highest tier bone that goes down to 0. There's one of the other reasons why we kind of want to have a lot of them as well. Is we're going to be doing a lot of 0 bone rate crafting. Just so we don't have to do as much bone rate. Because 0 to 19, they have higher rarity chance. It's one of the reasons I kind of wanted to keep camping these all the way to 43. Is this is the last bone that we could do down to 0. Every bone after this one will have a level range higher than 0. Meaning that they're actually worse, not better. Because with a lot of the ways that we're going to be crafting due to how high our smithing and stonemason is, pre-200, we're going to be doing, or particularly pre-139, we're going to be doing a lot of 0 to 19 bone rate crafting. As you get the better rarity range around then. Whereas the other two would be the higher range, you know, our smithing and stonemason. So these bones are actually really valuable to us. We actually care about these more than we care about tier 2 bones. Like, tier 2 bones are better XP, so we obviously have to go for them. But their actual usefulness is worse. The tier 2s compared to tier 1. Especially these, because I think these cost like 3 silver a piece at the shop. I know they only have like 375, but I could have sworn they're at least like a silver plus each. Which isn't like a lot, but you know, it starts adding up pretty quickly. The only issue with doing combat for knowledge, though, is there are some other methods in the game that are about as much knowledge. Like doing forging circles, doing Bramble to Suavi. Is a little bit lower, but it's really chill. And of course, Merchant, really effectively. And some of those I still need, like, you know, Merchant 205. Because whenever I think of combat right now, I'm like, but I still don't even have 205 Merchant yet. But I do want to hold off on doing the forging stuff, though. I want to wait till I have better tools and everything. But I don't know. I might get, when I go for base 50, I might just do it with a 10-10-10. I need to double check the price on that. Does anyone actually know? What does a 10-10-10 cost? Let me check something real quick. How much does it cost to buy a 10-10-10? Wait, is that cheap? Oh. Ooh, maybe we do test Gatherer for, Oh, that's kind of funny. I might be leveling Forager to go level Gatherer. You know, that seems quite fitting. I might do that. That's really hilarious. But yeah, I might use the Gathering skill to go level the Gathering skill. Because I forgot, level 10 all is like free. It's like 6 gold. The only problem with that is I have 0 gold, but... I guess it's a slight issue, isn't it? So maybe we can't do that today. But I wouldn't mind doing the 50 grind. Only the 50 grind with a 10-10-10. Definitely not anything beyond that. Because I want to see the actual rates. I've heard a lot of good things about it. But I've never tested it for a particularly long amount of time. I tested it for like a few runs, but I didn't do it for like hours. Because it's a lot more relaxing than combat, but also like nearly the same KP per hour of combat. It's also like perfectly consistent. And it already has banking routed into it. Yeah, if we tried going for Mind Fighter, like if we tried doing Mind Fighter right now, I'm pretty sure we could almost get to 200 by the end of this weekend. Definitely by Tuesday. Even if we barely do it on Monday. I'm sure I would want to go for that right now, though. Oh, we got some blue wolves this time. I think I've seen like 4 different wolf colors here now. How many different tiers are there? I feel like that's something I've been seeing a lot more often, too. I'm not sure if it was just like the first few weeks where people weren't really utilizing them as much. But I feel like the last few weeks I've been seeing people utilize AFK activities a lot more. I'm not sure why that is. I guess at this point everyone who's still in the game obviously knows that they exist. Whereas maybe early on people weren't too familiar with how it works or didn't want to utilize them or something, I'm not sure. But I feel like I've seen almost every single AFK node used at this point. Or at least like the realistic ones, not like the 300 plus ones or anything. But all like the realistically leveled ones. But yeah, once we reach 40 Gatherer, I think I might pivot into trying to get it up with knowledge. The only other thing I need to make sure I 100% do today is get 41 AFK mining, but I only need 10 KP for that. We do like almost anything in the game and get that done in 3 hours. Even off stream if we had to. So the second we hit 40, yeah, I think we start knowledge routing into Gatherer then. Probably even save what we currently have being built up for it. Because we're going to get so much better XP once we skip from 40 to 43. And even though I really need this bone, like, you know, we can still buy some of the other cheap bones and process stuff like that. I just wanted to have some just naturally banked already. It doesn't have to be this bone specifically. Obviously, we could run like the tier 0 bone. Like the sheep rib or whatever it's called. Or the ram horn or whatever it was. Or that really low tier one was. So I think that's our game plan. We do this until about 40, and then we'll go do anything else to go get knowledge for it. Just got to figure out what that anything else is. But honestly, I'm almost leaning towards Mindfighter. Go make a 2-hand and just start whacking some stuff. And his 2-hand would be the last one that we make that's actually a 4-star. Everything therefore would be 3-star. Nice, we got the walk under. That was a natural setup one. But yeah, I'm leaning towards Mindfighter. I already have the 2-hand. I already have... actually, let me double check. Do I already have the... I think I kept one stonemason weapon. I just accidentally sold it. Oh, wait. I don't have the stonemason. I sold it. That's a problem. Alright, maybe I just make a standard 3-star then. And sell the one I have. I sold the stonemason thingy at one point. Not sure when or how or why, but yeah, at some point that happened. We somehow got rid of our stonemason item. So I'm probably just going to sell that 2-hand that we have and just make a 3-star better one. Make a 69 2-hand. Shouldn't take that long. That way I also won't feel as bad about special attacks, because a 3-star won't have a special attack on it. It should only take like, what, 5 minutes to go make one? That'll be the game plan then. So we'll get this to 40, then we'll knowledge it to 43. And we'll do that by doing Mindfighter. What's the next level slump after hitting 200? Like as far as one that we're going to get really high? Well, the current plan is keep getting Gather up. Not necessarily to 200, but bigger number than it is now. Smithing I want to have to 200 by the end of this weekend. I mostly just need to knowledge it to 193, and then the rest is just going to be iron. I'm going to do nothing but iron ore from 193 to 200. Just because of how much iron we're already going to need to mine anyways. So I might as well utilize it for 200 smithing. But, so there's like the short-term ones. Gatherer number, go up. No specific number, but just go up. Smithing by 200 by the end of this weekend. And after that, probably a bit of a stonemason focus. In a similar way to how we did, smithing. And then after that, one of the whole reasons why we're doing 200 Gatherer gradually is not necessarily for 200 Gatherer, but of course for Bone Right. Like what we're doing right now is basically Bone Right. just with extra steps. You know, like actually training bone rate by doing bone rate. Because we're going to need 200 gather eventually anyways. So before I keep putting more knowledge into bone rate, I kind of want to dump all my bones from 200 gatherer into bone rate. And then we can start putting knowledge into bone rate. It's slower to get 200 bone rate this way, but we get 200 gather along the way. Which is something we would have to do eventually anyway, so might as well do it first. Whereas right now it's fine to put knowledge into stonemason, because I need to do it up to the next threshold of all the rocks I have banked. That's basically what we're doing for stonemason right now. Like right now I need 117 before I can use my stones again. But then after that I use all my stones, and then after I use all my stones I can put knowledge into it again until the next stone. So on and so forth. It's basically where we're at with smithing right now as well. In that, for smithing grinds, I need 193 before I can process what I have banked. But then after that we have 200 already banked pretty much. And if we don't, we'll just mine the rest. And put the knowledge into whatever we need it to at the time. But this is basically our main focus. Like, everything that we're doing right now is trying to get 200 all in Mine to Matubin. Which I guess is even more of a reason to go train Minefighter. Because then, hey, Black Santa hat. Because then we'll have 200 all. I think there's only one person in all of Mine to Matubin that has it at the moment. I'm not really in, like, a race or anything with them, though, but... Yeah, there's only one person in the whole game that has 200 plus, or 200 all in Mine to Matubin. It is Tubby. There's a few people getting close, of course. But there's only one person that actually has it currently. Base 200 Mine to Matubin. Yeah, might as well. We're already so close. The only thing we're really going to be missing with what we're doing is combat. And I kind of need to do that anyways for eventual alchemy XP. For when we go get like 170 alchemy or whatever we're going for, goal-wise. Like most skills, kind of want to try getting them all to 200. Which is why our pathing has gotten a little bit different recently. Because I want to go do these really slow gathering skills. Like, even though I want 200 all here pretty quickly, it's just not worth it compared to doing the other way around. I think that's like the biggest mistake of our playthrough. Because we should have focused on gathering skills a bit more heavily. Rather than trying to like knowledge point smithing up and stuff like that. Oh no, stream just disconnected. Oh no, are we back? Oh no! Wait. It just hopped around. Stream, come back! Come back, stream, come back! I'll wait till my playback is stabilized. It might be stable on your guys' end, but mine isn't. Is it back now? We're back! Okay, I think we're back. Okay, anyways. Looks like it's back on my end. Anyways, I was saying some point related to something. Oh yeah, it's way better to do the gathering skills before your production skills. And that's probably the biggest mistake I made this playthrough. Not sure how much of that got through the first time, but... Our biggest mistake by far was focusing on production before gathering. To any degree. You should definitely do all your gathering before you do your production. It's way slower that way. But you'll need it in the long term. In the long term, it's quicker. Like, there's no reason we should have rushed, like, 150 smithing. Before we even had, like, 40 mining. Is, of course, the main thing with knowledge is it scales based on how much XP you have in the skill. So if you have enough bank to get yourself from, like, let's say 50 to 100, but you keep using knowledge at 50, then to 51, then to 52, you're wasting so much potential XP that the knowledge could have given you. Compared to if you use your banked XP first. And, of course, gathering gives you so much banked XP. Even, like, right now, we'll barely get any value from dunking these bones at our current bone rate level. But if we would have been dunking these at like level 30-ish bone rate, 40 bone rate, we would have gotten so much better XP rate. But of course at the time we were rushing Lost and Found quest. So that wasn't really on the table at the time. But then afterwards I still kept getting it up. Which we really should have just done through Gatherer like we are right now. We just dunk these bones at least. Like we don't need to make anything out of them. Just dunking them alone is fine. Dunking is still a lot of XP over time. Not as much as fully processing them, but Still a lot. Compared to none at all. Especially when we're banking like almost 2,000 of these. Because honestly, I think we have like 1,500 of these banked or something absurd. It's really weird because Gather is basically just the bone gathering skill. There are a few other things you can do here and there. But as far as things that are like particularly valuable, it's like all bone. Like there's a few alchemy potions and stuff like that in there. A little bit of food in there with the leeks. But like 90% of the viable items are almost all bone. Except for a few really key potions in there. They're like actually good. I see the other problem with alchemy as well, when it comes to foraging, gather, and stuff, is anything that makes a weaker potion just isn't as worth it. I guess maybe if you're just dumping it for the XP and everything. But anything that makes like a wimpy potion that you're never going to use, the resources that you gather for it are also weaker. Because then the potion is purely just for XP and then you sell it out. You can't actually really utilize it for much. And there's quite a few things in both foraging and gather that are like that. Or just not worth getting. He's the potion that makes it, they get made into just isn't that worth it. Or even if it is, it might be that the bank is too far away or something similar. I know a couple of the ingredients in this area, you literally just drop them because the bank is so far. Like at least several rooms away. I don't think any of them are further than like 5 or 6 though, but 5 rooms away is a long walk just to banks up there. When you have to do that every 24. It's definitely worth it for some things, though. I say that now, but we'll be doing that when we do sheep rib or whatever that next one is, or ram horn. Because I think it's like 5 rooms in order to get it to the mines of Matubin. It's actually so far away, you have to use a mines of Matubin bank instead of a what-you-call-it bank. Instead of a Chapter 2 bank. Or a Hope Forest bank. It's so far away that you actually have to use one from the next chapter is closer. I think it's that far of a walk, but I think it is like 4 or 5 rooms or something. Yeah, the problem with low-level alchemy is it's not that good either. All the really good stuff for alchemy is pretty much post 100. I would say the only exception for my class is probably the 77 boost potion. Or the plus 61. Alright, let me actually save this for later. So I'm going to go use this on Gatherer. Because we're going into our pivot section now. Where I'm going to be pivoting into boosting Gatherer once we hit 40. And boost it from 40 to 43 just so we can skip this slower XP range. And I think we're going to do Mind Fighter. I think we've agreed we're doing Mind Fighter today. So a bit of a pivot. But we're going to do Mind Fighter for XP. I'm not going to be potting it though. Because the next thing I'm going to be fighting is weak to cryo. I mean, immune to cryo, I mean. So I'm just going to be using 2-hand on it. And after that, I think we can do tentacles. I don't know, can I do 83 tentacles after that? That's going to be a little sketchy. I could always make a mace and kill the other thing, but I would have to get a weird carpentry material. The skeletons aren't worth it because they don't drop alchemy supplies. So the tongue guy is what we're going to be killing. But then it comes down to, should we skip the goblin and go straight to tentacle? I feel like the answer is yes, because tentacles is one of those ones you could cheese by just hitting it from a distance. It's one of those mega cheese enemies. So, yeah, we're probably going down straight to tentacle skip. Get to like 75 combat, or at least 68, I guess. Or sorry, 78. Off of, off the tongue guy. Then when we need our supplies for alchemy, I just buy it from the shop. Because this one's closer to a bank anyways. The tongues are closer to a bank than the dust star. So it's probably going to be our game plan then. And just only bank the tongues, don't worry about the dust. And then kill the tentacles when we're at like level 75 to 78. Or even 79. As long as we're still within that 10 level range that we're not getting a penalty. And then at 79, at the latest, we can go to tentacle. And then range them from a distance for some easy levels. Then after that, we could probably do a cryo weapon on Toad. And then we can get a real cryo weapon going again. And at that point, we can start boosting if we want to go burn all of our money. I don't know, anyone who's done combat enough, is it really that worth it to actually use plus 40 boost potions? Because I don't feel like it is. For like 300 silver an hour, it does not feel worth it. Like, yeah, it's better damage, but at what cost? Like, how much time is it even saving per hour? Relative to burning 300 silver an hour. Because it doesn't feel like it's a lot. Even with like an 85% plus, like, cryo weapon. Or something cryo weak. Yeah, unless you're really trying to power level, it doesn't feel worth it. Unless the only thing you cared about was just like pure XP. The biggest issue with boost potions right now as well is on shorter fights, the animation it takes you to drink the potion when you're using a plus 40 is already so much delay that you're barely even gaining any damage. Because let's say you kill an enemy, I don't know, in like 12 hits, let's say. One of those hits that you're doing is completely cancelled by you drinking a boost potion. Because the delay of you drinking the potion. Also, the first tap that you do in a fight is also not boosted. So it's like 2 attacks every fight that you're not even gaining any benefit from the potion. One, because you need to initiate the fight, and the second one because you have to drink the potion, which is 1 less attack that you're doing. And by that point, it barely even comes out to extra damage. Like, it does, but barely. I guess on, like, longer fights, at like 200 plus, it's probably a little more worth it. But at least at my level range, it doesn't seem worth it at all. At least in the pre-200 category. The fights are just too short to justify using them. The longer the fight, the more worthwhile it is, though. Which is why when bosses come out, plus 80s are just going to be the standard. These boss fights are just going to be way, way, way longer compared to, you know, a random enemy that you just wipe out instantly. Wait, can I actually take on tentacles with what I have now? I was planning to keep within my level range. I just do like 10 bracket by 10 bracket. But I guess we could cheese it now. I would need a good weakness weapon to them. Does anyone remember what tentacles are weak to? I think they were immune to Tempest Day, but I forget what they're weak to. I know it's not ice. I have another yellow tree for the collection. But are they weak to Arboray? Because I do have an Arboray bow. Well, I need to go make one, but... I still feel like I would do the tongue guy at least to 175, though. Just so I can bank some more tongues. Though I'm not sure if it's the low-level tongues, though. Maybe I'll do 1 kill and check. I need to see what level tongue they're doing. Otherwise, I will go do tentacle. Oh, you know what? I'll even just use the rapier I have right now, though. Then, or not the rapier, but the two-hand. I'm never going to make a new one yet. But yeah, we'll finish out this bone run, and then I'll go check the Mind Fighter thing. Because I want to go check the math on, well, not the math, but I want to go check to see what level tongue they drop. Because if they're dropping a low-tier tongue that makes, like, the level 18 potion, I don't even need those anymore. So if that's their drop, I'm just going to skip them until they drop the higher-tier tongue. Which is probably the next set of them that will. I'll finish up this inventory, and then we'll go, test some Mind Fighter. But first, I gotta go see what tier tongue the other guys are gonna drop. Because I have a feeling it's still tier 1 tongue. Or whatever one makes the 18% or whatever it is. But I'll double check real quick just to make sure. Because if they're dropping a good alchemy supply, I'll kill them. If they're not, I might as well just move to tentacle and just get geared for them. Are the tentacles that slow at attacking? Because in that case, you could probably do a walk away. So that they don't attack you for as long. I never realized their attack speed was so slow. Yeah, I'll test it in a moment. Let me just go finish this inventory, then we'll go, I didn't want to go bank, or I want to go check what tongue the other guy has. Plus I need the one-time kill bonus anyway, so it'll work out. And then after that, we'll go check, all the tentacle stuff. Before I go get geared and everything. I already know what gear we're going to need for everything. Just want to double check. Also, if I am going to be boosting with that, I'll probably use a cryo range weapon then. Use the frost rings on them. Even if they're weak to Arbor Ray, we're going to get more bonus from the potion than we will from anything else. Oh yeah, let me go telly. Oh, what am I doing? Southwest. Yeah, let me go head over there real quick. I'm actually heading to the tongue guy first, though. Yeah, let me go get geared for chapter 3. Yeah, what weapon did it auto-equip, out of curiosity? Oh yeah, dub, my rapier. It did equip my 58 two-hand, though. Where are these things weak to again? Oh, they're weak to fire, immune to tempest. Interesting. Oh yeah, we definitely do frost on them then. There's no point in doing a range weapon like that. I'll be joining him soon. I'll be joining him on the grind. Maybe not in that exact room, but we'll see. Alright, first things first, let me go dispose of the tongue guy. Let's see what level tongue he's dropping. Worst comes to worst, we get the first time bonus on him. Oh, I should probably also go back for the other one, first time bonus. It'll bother me if I don't get the other two as well. So we're gonna first time bonus sweep and then maybe go do the tentacle thingies. The only one I might not be able to first time bonus is a 78 skeleton at the moment, because those are actually gonna be hard to kill than the tentacle. Alright, should be able to win. And hopefully he drops his tongue first try. It's not guaranteed, might have to kill a few. Just want to see if he's dropping a low tier tongue. If it is, I'm not even going to bother picking it up. I just would love if he stopped hitting so high. We'll fight to the death. I'm not going to click this. Oh no, we got a bad drop. Someone's poking us. Let's see. Alright, show me your tongue. Ideally without killing us. Okay, of course, he's gonna never drop tongue. Gotta kill like 6 of them and he's still not gonna give us the tongue. I forgot, we still have red plate legs. If we're gonna do this for a while, we should probably go and decorate our body a little. So I gotta get rid of this bucket helm. I don't know, in any area, the bucket helm kind of works here because it makes us have like more of a mining aesthetic. Maybe we'll keep the bucket helm. Only problem is we're going to be getting upgrades as we do combat. Alright, let me see. Take some. Yep, level 0 tongue. Okay, yeah, we're not killing those. They're pointless. Let's go finish our one-time streak, though. Let's go do all the one-time kill and everything just real quick. Alright, we're going to need to mine deep and then do a double kill. We'll go for the ghost and then we'll go for the even weaker guy. Yeah, they're still dropping level 0 stuff right now. I need like the next tier up before they drop the good stuff. Oh, they have me in the Necrome. Luckily, we haven't missed yet. Oh, we just missed. Oh, so these things move like extra slow or something? I feel like their movement was like so slow. Hey, look at them go. It feels like they move at like half speed. And let me go grab the other one time real quick, since we're already here. It'll bother me if we don't grab it. And I'll skip skeleton, go straight to tentacle. He's got to go get geared for tentacle though, which will be a little bit of a process. Oh yeah, is my dailies ready yet? No, not yet. Soon though. I just realized, do you get penalized on your first time bonus? Because right now it says 7% penalty. But I think that only applies to my bonus. I mean, it doesn't apply to my bonus, but only applies to the kill, I mean. What level rock skill are these? Yeah, they're low level ones too. Yeah, we need a whole tier up before we get the better stuff. Alright, well, let's go get geared, I guess. Now it comes down to, are we going to be boosting every kill or not, though? Oh no, do we want to invest our entire cash stack in boosting? 457. Because if not, I gotta use a two-hand. So I'm not gonna bother upgrading my shield, I don't think. Nah, on the boosting? Okay, so I should be making a two-hand then. Because I'm not even upgrading the shield either. Alright, what do I need for this? 64 to... yeah, this one. Give me that. They still don't have a make-all option though. But if we're not boosting, we should do in longsword here. And obviously a 69. Yeah, hopefully we get it early. Because we're wasting a lot of sell value by making a 69 instead of like 100 something. Also, since we're here, I might go and use Mind Fighter potions instead of Gatherer. That means we're going to be doing so little Gatherer, though. Oh, no. Because it would make a lot of sense while we're doing Mind Fighter to boost, like, smithing right now. Rather than Gatherer. But the problem is, one of the reasons I was doing this was to go level Gatherer. However, it would actually make more sense to use this on smithing. Since we're already going to be boosted for, you know, the next few kills as well. Because it's not that big a deal to get 5% on a few kill, but still. It's like 2 or 3 or 4 kills that we could get in that time. They could all have a 5% bonus. I don't know, we'll see. Still got some time to figure it out. One nice thing about making a two-hand as well is we don't need to worry about a cryo percent. Like, if I roll, like, 71%, it's not like, oh, gotta go remake another one. Like, you can't roll incorrectly. The second we see a 3-star purple sword in our inventory, we're good to go. You can't roll a value that's gonna, like, make it bad. Like you can when you make, like, a cryo weapon or an elemental weapon. But yeah, this is going to be a gathering stream, though. We don't do that much gathering, is it? Not quite a gathering stream. The pivot is real. But no, I think I'm still going to go dump all this XP into gathering so we can go back to it at some point. It should only require about 2 hours of combat if I put it all in. I just realized I should probably make a better range weapon as well. Oh, we got it. Alright, is it time to make a range weapon? Well, if I'm making it non-elemental, I should probably go make the little spin blade physical. As we want to make the burning one, but the problem is the burning one requires carpentry. Is the only big issue with that. Oh yeah, someone was saying something about the bank here. How did they make it different? Like, what's weird about it now? I guess there's a drop all button here now. That's kind of weird. Instead of just a drop button that shouldn't be here, there's also a drop all button that shouldn't be here. But beyond that, I don't know, what did they change with these little thingies? Seems normal to me. This little patch fixed it. The yellow above 25 bone rake, and then immediately gave up on Gather! Yeah, it's a true gathering experience. Try to get into gathering and then it's like, nah. But the reason I'm kind of doing it this way is I want to go boost it to the next best XP rate. So there's a strategy behind it, beyond just like burnt out on it. But yeah, gathering, I definitely prefer mining. Like, I'm almost scared of the 490 monument grind now. Compared to just doing gatherer. I mean, compared to just doing like 500 mining. Oh, gosh, how hard is it to just put all these in? There's not a deposit all, is there? Let me go check, wait. Did they add a deposit all for weapons like this now? Nope. You're not allowed to deposit all even when you have two exact same weapons in your inventory. Unfortunate. Alright, let me go make this weapon real quick. And I guess I'll try fighting them just with what I have. What's the worst that can happen? Because I have a 49 range weapon to go use on them. And I can't really make a burning weak weapon to go kill them with, as it requires carpentry. Your drop ball is super clutch for smithing and bone rate, is it? It doesn't seem like it's working on same item type. Alright, this will be in our sell pile. Alright, let me go get the potion we need and we'll be good to go. Oh, not where we want to go. But yeah, I would say the biggest beneficiary of drop all is any gathering skill where you weren't going to bank it anyways. Like carbonies or some of the fruits for gatherer that are in the middle of nowhere and stuff like that. All the things that are like so far in the middle of nowhere you weren't going to bother doing them anyways. Alright, let's see. Oh, there's Kale still doing the alchemy grind. It's one of the highest in the whole game. Alright, it should be more than enough. That's why I'm here. I should probably go sell the weapon. As well as all the other junk I have. So why'd I even bank them then? Let's see. Any other random junk? Also, we are like completely over encumbered in chapter 4 right now. When those quests coming out? Oh, I can say hello. Are people still trading over here? Sure looks like it. Drops a huge merch buff. Drop all. Yeah, merchant just got so much more broken. Oh, is this the tick all button? Oh, that is so clean. Now, could you just move the confirm button to the top when there's like 100 items here? Or not 100, but like 24. Yeah, look at that. This is one of the new features. I haven't actually showed this yet. So when you have like your epic auto D done, you can do it like this and just auto click all of them. So when it's like this, you just click this and boom. So if you do want to sell all the other higher stuff you have on you, it's just only a one click now. Because normally it looks like this. Then you just do that, boom, they're all clicked if you have like multiple of them. It's really nice. That was just change I was added today. I haven't actually gotten to show it until now. What happened with Merchant? Drop all button. There's a drop all, so now you can drop all entire stacks. And they might eventually despawn, but the amount of extra XP per hour you can get from Merchant's kind of crazy. Almost want to go do some Merchant sometime to stream to go test it out. Because now you can just mass buy 24 and drop them all in one click. Well, technically 2 clicks, but you know what I mean. Alright, let me see how this goes. Oops, I meant to range it. Oh, also, I need to make sure I put away Rapier so I never accidentally Rapier them. Yeah, let's see if we can take them on with this setup. Let's see, what's their attack speed? I want to get even with them so I can kind of see. One. Alright, almost even. Next set should be even. Not quite. I don't know, are these worth doing? They're kind of like completely slapping us. I'm gonna have to use a heal pop per kill. And even then I'm gonna maybe need a second heal pop per kill. Yeah, these don't seem that worth it. We need to like double heal here. Which seems super not worth killing. But I don't know, what's the cheese strat for tentacles then? Because I'm at like a triple heal. Just to kill one. And yeah, we can do it with like Rapier, but then we're gonna have to pot every single fight. Also, these things still drop the really low tier suckers as well. Oh, this doesn't seem that worth it. I don't know, we could try the Cryopop with 59 Rapier. But I can't make anything stronger than that at the moment. Well, I can, but it would be a waste of time too. Alright, this fight's going a lot luckier. This one's no heal and he's almost dead. Alright, we can go see if a Rapier is going to be enough. If a plus 40 into a Rapier is enough to kill one. Because if it is, then that's fine. Because right now this isn't cutting it. Because right now this is working very horribly. At least currently. Alright, let me go drink this. Let me try one more though. I just realized, isn't that thing more power? No, just less power. It's more when we use a cryo, but less just by default. Don't die to that. No! Almost. You sure tried. But yeah, 2 heal pots per fight is super ultra not worth it. Let me go try it with a cryopot, I guess. But if a cryopot can't consistently kill it with no heal, then we got a problem. Because these things aren't worth doing then. I think the other thing that could be an issue is just the level disparity right now. They're level 83. We're level 69. They're currently trying to fight something like almost 20 levels up on us. Or at least like 15. Oh yeah, I only have like 7 cryopots left. I'm gonna go buy a couple more. Not sure if I want to mass buy right now though. Alright, where are the cryopots at? Give me the weaker ones. The other one's way too expensive. Let's buy a few for now. They're gonna like overstock at the moment. Just want to try a couple. Yep, not where I want to go. I don't know, we'll see how it goes. But we gotta be able to consistently kill one without using any heal if we can. Like, obviously we'll be using a cryo each. But if we have to use a cryo and a heal, we got a slight problem. Maybe the shield would be enough for us to tank. About to find out. Yeah, I know, we can go make an ice range weapon. And just immediately do it at the start of a fight. I just need to go make it real quick. We can see if that's enough to cover the gap. Hey, you just sniped us. I know, we can go try making one real quick. I would need carbonice. So let me go to the mine deep then. Yeah, we'll make some 69 frost rings. I can't really upgrade my rapier though, because a 3-star 69 will be weaker than what we have now. Yeah, also our dailies should almost be ready. 41 minutes. Oh yeah, I still have a bunch of cooking contracts stacked. I still never did them from yesterday, by the way. We stacked like a whole inventory and just never bothered getting the cooking. We still gained 8 cooking level yesterday though. If we go do our run, we'll be at like 85.5. Yeah, let me go make a frost weapon real quick. See if this is gonna be enough. It's definitely stronger than what we have now. Our other one's kind of dated at this point. Well, let's go make it. Oh, it was on my carbonice. Should be this one. Oh, I have like none of this material though. I'm actually really, really low on this material. Yeah, once we start winning, it should get a lot easier. The hardest part is starting. Once you get your first, like, several kills, each kill gets easier. Because you get more durability. It's like the first 5 that you need to kill that are, like, the worst. Like the first 5, 10, 20. The only problem with frost rings, though, is if we get a bad roll, we got a problem. Because we're eventually going to get a 3-star, but it's going to be like, oh, 70-something%. Let's see, we got a 79, which is below average. A 73, which would be basically trash. I won't accept anything under an 80 ever again. If this is like a 78, I'll be like, nope. Straight to the trash. They're running at 86 main hand and 88 range on what, the tentacles? Yeah, we're going to be killing it with 269s. Actually, one is a 59, the other one's a 69. The 59's a 4-star, though. Alright, please tell me it's high enough. Ah, 79%. You're tempting me. I'm just going to go with it. I hate it. That's close enough, I guess. It's basically a 4/5 chance. The only reason I'm accepting it is because we'll upgrade it potentially later. Or just ignore it for long enough that it won't be that big a deal. Yeah, it's basically like perfectly middle ground. It could be worse. Let's go tune this thing. Yeah, we're going to be replacing it soon enough that I don't really care that's that number. Like, it's high enough relative to how long it's going to be surviving that that's fine. Interesting. It's only 4 strength higher. But of course, the frost is what we're looking for. Oh yeah, that's something else I need to make sure I do in the near future. We need to make sure we have every special attack weapon in at least one chapter. Because of course, when special attacks come out, I want to test all of them day one. See which ones have better effects, and then make some really good ones of whatever one does. Or whatever 3 do. Oh, so why is it the day I want to do tentacles, everyone's doing tentacle today? The problem is I think we're still going to need a heal pop per fight. So we're using a 28% and a plus 40 every fight. Alright, we barely got it. Wait, why is this kill tentacle day? Why isn't there ever this many people doing it when I'm when I need to walk through these rooms? Why is it when I need to walk through these rooms there's no one killing these? It's the second I want to kill them, every single one has like a person camping them. But yeah, hopefully most fights we won't need it. We've already seen one fight where we didn't need it yet. The only big issue with doing it as Cryo Knight is our yellow defense is really low. I also didn't upgrade my shield, which might have been worthwhile. We actually had a 0 on us. That's pretty lucky. Still might need a second heal though, even with that 0. That's insane. I actually need a second heal. But this is what I was concerned of. I used a boost potion and needed 2 heals. Just to kill one. The bots are a little pricey, but it's worth it for the extra speed. Especially when you're fighting something way, way stronger than you. The bigger concern is the amount of HP heals I'm doing. Because due to the time to make them, these are actually more expensive than the than my boost pots. Kill him. Yeah, we can hit it twice near the end. I just want to try not to die due to the time to get back here. So whenever in def range like this, I'll just move back. But I probably could have gotten an extra hit on him there. Yeah, here's another 3-pot kill. This is the big concern with these. There's so many resources to do for 1 kill. And we still might not win. We're still gonna die to it. Oh, the problem is the 20% are actually cheaper than the 20s, not counting production time. Like, it's cheaper to make a 28 than it is to buy a 20. Like, obviously there's production time associated with it, but we need the XP anyways at this level range. There isn't much else I can make at this level range. There's just too many tentacles. I wish you could just, like, delete the tentacle. Alright, I might need to find a different server. Apparently even, like, 2 people being in this room is too crowded. Problem is the other room is even more crowded. Yeah, I haven't been picking up anything just because we were getting too much loot in the past. But these things are dying slow enough that we could actually technically pick up everything. The problem is these shields aren't worth that much. Like, what, 3-4 silver? But they're dying slow enough that I might pick them up. I'm definitely picking that up. Let's see, how much did we get for 1 shield? 3 silver? Yeah, that's like 1 potion. Oops, I tried to click the one in my inventory to try to drink it. That's funny. That's not how that works. Oh yeah, the music here is really good. It's some of my favorite music in the game. And we showed it the other day too, my favorite track in this, probably the entire game, not even just in this area, but the whole game in general. I'll let you know when it rolls around again. There's a lot of really good music here though. There's gonna be another triple pot fight. Also, I could have gotten 1 more poke. Whoops. Yeah, it doesn't seem that worth it, like, at all. If I go make a, a shield upgrade. Like make a level 70 shield once we get to level 70. Because right now I'm using a 3-star 58 shield, which might be our problem. But I've gotten 0 upgrades from them so far. Well, even if I get an upgrade, I won't be able to wield it for a while. They're level 83. Any upgrade they drop, I actually can't even wield. Because they're so far ahead of us right now. Hey, Santa hat. Yeah, we'll be really geared for the next upgrade. The next thing we gotta kill is probably Toads. Toads would be a good one to go for next, probably. Due to the blue weakness. I'm not sure what level they're gonna be, but they're gonna be slightly higher than whatever these things are. Like level 90 something. Actually, can't we check on the skill tree now? I think it tells us. Yeah, they're gonna be level 88. And we'll have like 80 something gear to go use on them. Plus whatever a weapon upgrade we craft. Oh gosh, we just got super sniped. Yeah, these feel absurdly not worth it though. Compared to just doing like merchant right now. I think I'm just gonna pivot to merchant. Because the only reason we're doing this right now is because I need knowledge points. And this is really bad knowledge right now. It's probably good Mindfighter XP, but it's horrible for knowledge. Alright, let me go re-gear into, what's it called? Yeah, let's go try some drop all merchant. I do make a bathroom break real quick though before we do that because we're gonna have like a billion timers on the ground. Yeah, we're gonna switch to some drop all merchant. Ooh, how am I gonna have a timer for my green potions? Well, I guess I could just put it into the mining thing, that's fine. Oh wait, but then how am I getting gather up? Alright, let me go put away these pots. I'm gonna try some just drop all merchant because we haven't tried this mechanic yet. They had a drop all today. And it should be very broken for merchant. Alright, what am I doing? Quick bathroom break. So let me go to Chronopolis and AFK the thingies. Oh yeah, I gotta do my cooking contract first, don't I? We gotta do cooking. Alright, let me go, because I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Let me go AFK inventory or stew. Whatever we need for our contract, we'll keep on us and figure out what we need from there. Because then we could do a drop all on the stew and be good to go. I'll be back in 1 minute. And then we'll go do all of our cooking contracts so I can go do merchant. Because I forgot, I gotta go clear them all before I can do merchant. Because we have a full stack of cooking contracts right now. So I'll go do all these and we'll go do our merchant runs. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, we're back, Alright, let's go have him do all his stews, and then, I'll sell whatever we don't need and just use whatever we do. And to figure out what else we need to go buy. I think we have enough to do it all in one go in this inventory, which is nice. As last I recalled, we have 23 items set up right there. So I could technically do it all in one run. Locationally, they're far enough that it will take 2 potions, though. But it's all one run of just walking around. This will bring us to 85 cooking as well. But I haven't gotten the chance to try to drop all much today, so that's what we're going to be doing now. Let's try a couple different things with drop all. See what works, see what doesn't. Alright, these honestly are probably worth taking as well. So we'll grab them after. I mostly just wanted to check to see how many stews we needed. And now we get to use the drop-all function. You stay safe there, Stu. We'll be back for you. Alright, what do we need? We don't need much. I just need 1 eel and 1 oyster. I think this might be the smallest shopping trip I've ever made here, other than when I forgot 1 item. I think this is the smallest deliberate trip we've ever made. 1 oyster and 1 eel. Alright, we're out here. And then we need the complimentary items and 11 egg. We should be good to go. That should be everything unless I'm forgetting something. I feel like I'm forgetting something though. Other than the 10 stews on the ground, but they're supposed to be there. Oh yeah, my XP pot. I'll use that after. But yeah, I calculated this out earlier. We have exactly 23. I made sure to grab like a perfect run. I just never cashed it out. I was meant to earlier and just never did. And now we kind of have to if we're going to go do merchant. Just got to remember to cook the eel. I mean, cool the eel. I feel like I always forget to do that. I just leave it in the steaming pot. I never bother cooling it. I haven't done that mistake in a long while. But I've definitely made that mistake at least a dozen times now. Mostly in like the first week or 2 of the game. Or just always forgot every time to go cool down the eel. I just simply put it in the pot and it's like, yep, it's done. I have no clue what my route is here, though. I think I just start at north and go from there. Or we end on north. But that means I have to start at scrap merchant. I think I might do that. Alright, what am I doing? I need a potion. Or grab 2 because there's no way we're doing this in one run. I don't think there's any route where we can get it all in one. Well, it's because North Tower. If this was minus Scrapyard or minus North Tower, I think we could. Those two are what's going to make it hard to do it all in one run. Like, having to do both of them is the problem. One or the other would be fine. What does this guy want? He wants veggie. Alright, so we're going to next. We're doing Thieves' Den, and they want omelet. Then after that, we gotta do Enchantress for omelet as well. So it's gonna be a back to omelet, and then a everything but oyster. Omelet, then everything but oyster. Bear should be able to turn in everything but North Tower. No, not enchant item. Hey, purple Santa. I'm purple elf. Alright, there's no way we make this in time because we're going to grab aggro. Even if we didn't, I don't think we make it. Even if we somehow didn't get attacked. Which we definitely are. Yeah, even if we didn't, we wouldn't make it. Yep. Yeah, that was the problem with having North and Scrapyard. One or the other, we could have made it. Rip. Oh no, is this worth it only for one turn in? I guess. Seems like a waste though. But we already got it on this, might as well. Alright, and then we go take the other message board, and then we can actually go do merchant. As I recall, the 4 tasks weren't that bad. I didn't double check to see if they could all fit in one inventory though, which is a problem. Yes, they do all fit in one inventory. Alright, shopping list. What do we need? We need 6 oyster, 6 lemon, 19 egg. The only slight issue with that is we can't buy it all at once. Unless I still have lemon left over. I can't remember if I ever used all my lemon juice from earlier. I know I overbought at one point. I assume by now I would have used it all though. About to find out. Do I have any lemon juice left? Otherwise I need to go grab 3. I assume I used it all already. But I actually do not recall. Yep, I did use it all. Okay. It's good to know. So I now have a nice empty fridge, as it should be. It's one of the reasons I'm so concerned with doing like Forager. Is it's gonna make our foraging thing so littered with trash. It's already slightly littered. How to cope with burnout in this game? I don't know, I haven't faced it yet. If you are burnt out, just make sure you like maintain the AFK activities if nothing else. Just sell it all? Well, all the extra storage? We could. You could do buy sells to get it all sold. Where you buy what you need while selling what you don't need. It's just everything I have banked right now I kind of need later. It's all level range that I can't use at the moment. That I'm still going to need, just don't immediately need. But I haven't even burned out at all yet so far for Brighter Shores. I definitely have in like old school RuneScape or RuneScape in general. But it's normally due to them doing like something like absurd to the game. Not because I burnt out on content, but because they did some kind of update that was like, I'll go away for a little while. And Brighter Shores is not anything remotely close to that for a while. Like ever, I mean. They haven't really done any content that'd be like, this kind of detriments the entire game. Because I think that's only happened to me twice so far, now that I think about it. In OG RuneScape, it was around the time when Andrew Gower left. And in modern RuneScape, it was when they added Theater of Blood. Not because Theater of Blood is hard, but because it was forced group content. Like, you couldn't solo it. Even to this day, it is unrealistic to solo it. You can, but it's not good loot per hour. And you can't even get any unique when you do a lower level solo. What's the Theater of Blood? It was the second raid they ever added. But unlike the first raid where you could solo it realistically, they basically made it group content only. So they locked like over a dozen of the best weapons in the game to force group content. Which was pretty much the first time it ever happened. And with no auto queue system or anything. Let's see. What am I trying to do right now? And to this day, it is still the most unaccessible raid in the entire game. Because of the way they made it when they first made it. I think this is a scrapyard, a little Lucy, or a little Lucy to scrapyard. And then we tele over to barracks and then hairdresser. What's bad about group content? Mostly forced group content. Yeah, group content is fine. But not at the complete detriment of making it, like, non-soloable. Oh, I didn't even double check what I need to turn in. Omelet, or this thing. There we go. It's one of the reasons I'd probably never play WoW. Because they have, like, so much forced group content. Oh, what am I doing here? Put that into there. But to this day, Theater of Blood is still considered one of the worst raids. At least as far as like accessibility and everything. Like we soloed it during leagues, but that's because it's leagues. And even then it's still horrible loot because of how it's scaled. It's scaled in a way that it discourages anyone ever soloing it. Even if you can solo it. Like, it's not as big a deal when you can get the items through other means, but there are, like, at least, like, 6 different things. Not even counting uniques. But, like, at least 6 things that you can only get by basically doing it. Between, like, the pet, some of the high-end cosmetics, and a few other things. Like, even if you had, like, a main account where you could trade for everything, there's still at least, like, 6, 7 things there that you have to do if you actually want everything from it. That you can't get just from trading everyone. What am I doing here? Alright, we can do merchant now. Oh yeah, cooking bounties are really strong. We got like a whole level in like, what, 20 minutes? Not even? Alright, we're good to go. Let's see. Yeah, it's pretty much the only 2 times I think I ever burned out on RuneScape. It was pretty much when Andrew Gower left originally. And when Theater of Blood came out in Old School. Those are the only 2 times I would say I, like, quote-unquote quit RuneScape. I just realized we gotta wait for our dailies before I do a merchant run. I didn't think about that. Whoops. Oh yeah, let me go put this pot away too. Let's go back to Hopeport. But yeah, I generally play MMOs very solo-like. We definitely will do a lot of group content when it comes out in this game, though. But anything that is more efficient to solo rather than group, I will solo. But for the fun of it on, like, launch or anything like that, we would definitely group up and everything for it. If something's more effective to farm solo than group, I would definitely do it solo. Alright, let me go max out my pots and everything. I don't think I did this earlier from our combat we were doing earlier. Just so I don't go somewhere with only like 2 on me. Because I actually do need them. Let's see. There we go. We gotta burn like 6 minutes somehow. Technically 5, so I can go to that daily. It's being messaged to us right now. Trow boosts only shell and potatoes. Ooh, is it really that bad? That's not good. Yeah, this is the biggest issue with gathering. Or foraging, I mean. The amount of boost you get per tool is so bad. It's one of the reasons why I said I'll probably do base 50 with only like 10s. Because that probably is the play. Alright, what do we have for ingredients? Can I make anything right now? Do I have enough tongues? I do. Let me go make a couple of these, I guess. I forgot there's an auto button. They've added that since I last made potions. Because we consumed so many, I feel the need to go make some more waiting. Because I gotta burn 4 minutes anyways. Before we go do merchant. So I might as well join some Kale alchemy. Join Kale with all his alchemy he's doing. They'll make up for 12 of them that we burnt earlier. And we'll go do our 2 ventures and then we can do merchant. Oh, that guy just used the 8% or 7%, whatever one that was. But it's just standing there. Oh, I probably used it on knowledge point, that's why. Oh, I wonder if he's knowledging alchemy. Because honestly, when it comes to knowledging something in Zone 1, there's really only 2 things you'd be doing on. I guess maybe more than 2, but 2 big ones. Forager and alchemy. Are the main 2 you would probably use knowledge on. With my main target definitely being alchemy. If we were to. Alright, let's go run these. Gotta kill 3 minutes. This should kill about 3 minutes. The potions we're making right now, I think they're only like 1 silver each. Like 1.3, 1.5 to make. The only problem is the production time on them. But our level range are not the worst thing to be making. They're like the 3rd best potion I think we can make right now. The 2nd best potent. Because they're still at the level range where it's viable to make these and not just buy them. Hey, another Red Santa today, nice. Schedule catch for surgery. Oh no, I hope it goes well. Yeah, the dog we have here has some kind of weird, like, rash thing. We still haven't been able to figure out what it is. But it keeps scratching itself to the point that it bleeds. I've been trying to restrict it in as many ways as possible so it doesn't. But I haven't been able to figure out what it is. Oh, he's doing it to like an extremely detrimental degree. Like it's beyond just like a small little rash or something. Alright, our venture should be ready. Yep, one of them is good to go. The other one will be by the time we do it. Yeah, we have done the cone thing as well. The problem is it can reach it with its feet. Yeah, we're good to go. Actually, since we're here, might as well drink the potion for it. Because we're trying to get knowledge for Gatherer. I know this doesn't seem like anything that we're doing over the next, like, last hour or two, or this hour or two, is going to look like it. But this is us slowly trying to get 43 Gatherer. Alright, there we go. I'm probably going to gain no Gather XP in, like, the next hour, but this is us kind of trying to get Gather XP. I'll get the mining passive up, if nothing else. So we can AFK tonight. But anyways, let's go do Merchant now. Actually, let me go do my 2 dailies, then I could go do Merchant. That's kind of the whole thing I was waiting on. And now we can do our dailies. And then we can go do Merchant. You're 58 cooking. What is the best for the last 61? It's best to not rush it and just do it off of ventures. I mean, not ventures. I mean, cooking contracts. Because that's when it gets absurdly slow. Because actually, the best way to do cooking at that level range is to not do cooking at all. Either just use knowledge points or do cooking contracts only. Normal cooking is so slow at that level range. I know because we did it. I still kept cooking normally. But you should be knowledging and or cooking contract at that range only. It's not worth trying to do stews for 3 levels. I did, but it's not worth it. We did just because we were just like so adamant about just getting it up. But it's 100% not worth it at that level range. Alright, where am I heading to? Chronopolis. Actually, I might just grab the daily while doing the merchant run. Because you're gonna have to head that way anyways. Alright, time to test the drop all feature. I haven't really had the chance to test it today. We've used it a little bit, but this will be the first time we really use it. Because our ground is about to be more littered than you've ever seen before. Ooh, another snow globe. So tempting. What even is this set, though? Alright, where are all the snow globes at? I need to go buy their entire stock. The worst part is, I'm actually not going to be able to buy any excess. The only thing I can buy excess of is the pocket watch, which is still a good one. I'm going to go a little out of my way here, though. Just to claim the daily real quick. It's a little bit out of our way, but my pathing's actually not going to be touching it this route. So let me just grab it now. Alright, and now we've done all of our dailies. Alright, now we can go back and do our merchant run. And now they're good for another 12 hours until later tonight. Unless I go to sleep before 3 o'clock, which I might, I'm not sure. Though, maybe not, we'll see. Which, what's the night? Saturday, right? Oh yeah, I'll probably be up till then. Oh no, sorry, Friday. It's not even Saturday yet. But I think yesterday was Friday. I think it was the Game Awards. I just kind of assumed it'd be on a Friday. It was on a Thursday. Oh yeah, Game Awards was really good. Yeah, 21 Pilots' performance was absurdly good too. I've re-listened to it like over a dozen times. I don't know, what do you guys think were some of the better announcements? Because honestly, the only one I really liked was Slay the Spire 2. Which I already knew was coming out. There wasn't actually any new game that had gotten announced that really caught my attention. But yeah, the only one was Slay the Spire 2, which I already knew was coming. Alright, we're going to be able to stock up on a lot of clockwork pocket watches here. This will be our first instance of starting to drop all. Because now you can reset entire stacks so freely now. Honestly, I almost want to go 500 merchant now. The update today almost makes me want to go 500 merchant. I'm so tempted. Also, you may have noticed I haven't started a timer yet. Because I'm considering a ground timer for my other things. Honestly, I might not even need it. Yeah, let me go get the timer set up for the other thing. Where even is the timer? It's all the way over here. Put that there. Put that there. No, not that. There we go. Alright, that should be good. Not starting until we sync it up, of course. Oh, is it Cookie's birthday today? I need to wish him happy birthday then. I'll sing him happy birthday if he stops by. Not sure if he will be today. I don't feel like he normally does for Brighter Shores. He will on like Monday, next Monday for Gems of War though. It just feels like one big ad. I know, but sometimes you get good things from the ads though. Yeah, the Game Awards is basically just one big ads with a couple performances in between. Some of them were really, really good this year though. DM him? Yeah, I'll DM him later. Oh, then again, maybe I should do it during the stream just because later will be like past midnight. Because honestly, we're probably going for like another 9 hours. Like 8 to 9 hours. You're a little close to 8.5. Hello, Zapera! Welcome, welcome. We're just testing the new drop-all feature. We needed some knowledge points, so I figured I might as well do the best knowledge in the game. That even got buffed even further today, because of course it did. These merchants not already strong enough, so it's like, let's just make the XP rate even higher. You only like the Akami sequel? I never played the first one, so I'm not sure. But yeah, Slay the Spire 2 was the only one that caught my attention. I don't know, do any of you guys even like Slay the Spire? Because I'm 100% doing it when it comes out. So if we're still like ultra doing Brighter Shores by then, which we likely would be, we might be taking a couple day break to go to Slay the Spire or something, we'll see. How exactly that'll pan out. That's not for a while though, sometime next year. They still haven't given a date, which means it's later next year for sure. Otherwise they would have given us some resemblance of a date. Yeah, let me go sync up the clock since I haven't started it yet. Yeah, Slay the Spire is still one of my like top 10 favorite games of all time. And Slay the Spire 2 is like going to be pretty nice. Because they didn't do what Darkest Dungeon 2 did, where they basically scrapped their whole formula just to make a new game. Slay the Spire 2 is still basically Slay the Spire 1. Just likely with more quality of life, a few different features, so on and so forth. Alright, what am I doing here? What's the angle here for salt? I definitely gotta take it. But I also want these double free turn-ins. I gotta take double salt. It's not really a do we or don't we. It's a we kind of have to. What is Slay the Spyro? Slay the Spire. Basically, it's a pretty luck-based but still skill-based turn-based card game. But it's a roguelike that is like probably one of the most balanced, challenging ones I've ever played. Graphically and everything else, it's pretty average. But the gameplay for it is absurdly, absurdly good. Oh, I don't have anything I need to bring to this guy. Never mind. Whoops. Also, I'm not sure if I'd bother bringing in double bath salts. It's gonna be too far of a walk. At least where our current timer is. We'll see where it is by then. It might be viable to go do it. I could play both at the same time. Honestly, we might do that again, like we did with old school RuneScape leagues. We'll see, we'll see. It depends how well it changes dimension. Because both Brighter Shores and old school RuneScape can be played very easily vertically. Mostly because they're both intended to eventually be mobile ports anyways. Oops, this is not the one I needed. Oh no. Haven't done this in a while. Accidentally bought something I need to immediately sell. I haven't done that in a very long time. Accidentally bought clocks when I meant to buy a banana. Oh, sorry, is the beeping on? Let me go get rid of that. Oh, you know why? Windows had an update. And the Windows update, I think, undid my, my settings. I changed it back. But yeah, the beeping's been disabled now. But yeah, there was a Windows update the other night. And I forgot that changes like a billion of my settings. Oh yeah, how's the mic quality, by the way? That's something else I didn't bother checking. That's one other thing it tends to mess with. But yeah, the Windows update undid my mute on the alarm. Because it restored some things back to default. Mic sounds fine? Okay. Because I know sometimes it does something weird to my mic where it like auto amplifies it. And if I just plug it and put it back in, it like goes back to normal. It sounds like screechingly loud. But yeah, I forgot to double check that. Luckily it's fine. But yeah, sometimes when it does it, they'll do a Windows update and then my mic will just be like 10 times louder somehow. Yeah, not 10 times, but like 3 times louder. Despite all the settings being the same. And you just plug it in, take it back out, and just fixes it magically. I'm not going to be able to make it back in time, but this is one of the main reasons I didn't want to do Salt. Like, it's such a good turn-in value, but gosh, it's in the middle of nowhere. Also, I should have bought in Manacles. That was a big mistake not buying a full inventory of 24 Manacle. Just so we can get free turn-ins forever. Because we got to up our ground game that we can do all simultaneously. Because this is how quick it is to go and refresh the stack right now. You know how we used to have to pick them up and then drop them all one at a time? This is how quick it is to restock now. We're done. It's already over. We just did it. So honestly, we need to go start going crazy with mass buying. Like, we should not be coming back to this tower without a 24 stack or something. Like, every time now we have to come back with 24. Does this work for weapon crafted weapons? I tried earlier and it wasn't working on it, which is really unfortunate. But yeah, I don't think it works for crafted weapons, even if they're identical. I tried it earlier. Unless the specific one that I was doing, they forgot to code or something. But yeah, it seems like it doesn't work for weapons, even if they're identical. Same rarity, same everything, they still don't work. Because they're identified as different objects, even if they're the same. Which is kind of unfortunate. Like, it makes sense why it's that way, but also very unfortunate that you can't. But yeah, they're being identified as separate objects. Even with the exact same rarity stats and everything. Oh yeah, it'd be great for fishing as well. Pretty much any skill where you're ever mass dropping something for any reason, especially mass dropping then picking it back up like merchant, it's going to be so good for. Increases your EXP rate on nearly every single, or literally every skill where dropping is involved. If you ever have to drop anything for any reason, for any skill, the EXP rate of it has just went up today. And in some cases has super skyrocketed. Such as merchant, mining, a few others. We're getting probably about like 5-10% more XP per hour. Well, for mining, maybe not, because there's so much downtime in between. But something like merchant is at least 10% more XP and knowledge per hour now. I wouldn't be surprised if you could start getting like 7 knowledge an hour now doing merchant. If you do it like super well. And have like 1 billion stacks on the ground. I might need to start categorizing them alphabetically or something. Because at this rate, honestly, we're just going to have the whole place on the ground. Because look at how easy this is now. Drop all, boom, done. Refresh the stack, pick up all, drop all, done. Easy. Wow, that is so broken. That is so absurdly broken. compared to how it was before. Honestly, give me carrots. I'm just gonna go pick up a whole thing of carrots. Same as plates, maybe? Yeah, if we're doing a bottom sweep, why not? I might have to abandon them, but we'll see. But if we end by buying some of these and bringing a bunch of spares back, the problem is the routing normally makes it so you don't have a lot of spares of them. I don't know, we'll see where we go. This could be a soap drop angle depending on what we're doing here. This looks like a middle buy into bottom. Yeah, I think it is. Did I ever buy snow globes? I don't think I mass bought them. Let me get rid of everything that isn't like a pure bottom route. Snow globe pickup? Yeah, I guess it's a snow globe pickup. Alright, let's go head over there then. Not sure exactly what we're mass buying, but we're definitely mass buying something. You're about to hit 1,200 total without a cape? Yeah. I'm almost going to be 2,000 total without a 200 cape. Not because we can't get one, but because I don't want to buy one. I'm probably going to wait for the 200 armor cape. Because after we play Chapter 5 normally for like a day or two, I'm just rushing Armor Maker to 200. Like near immediately. I just realized, why did I grab cloth? Cloth is actually pointless. The problem with cloth is, I have no way of turning it in. I'd have to super backtrack, which won't be worth it. So I might as well just abandon it now. Because my current routing is very anti-cloth. Did I just not already cancel that? I thought I just canceled that seconds ago. Why is it popping up again? Oh, so I didn't already buy snow globes, right? Well, I'll find out. I'm pretty sure I only have pizza and clockwork on the ground. I mean, pocket watch. I always call it clockwork for some reason. Which is bad because there's like a billion things that are actually called clockwork. Yet the thing that I keep calling clockwork doesn't even have the word clockwork in its name. Yeah, I always keep calling it clockwork. The only thing that's going to be a little bit awkward is when we need a partial amount of something. For example, I'm not going to need all those snow globes. Oh, I only have one wine. Ew. Pizza's free, though. For example, now I need just some snow globes. Oh, while we're waiting on timer, let me go by painting and then see what we're up doing. It looks like we're doing a top left to center sweep. A lot of my ground is set up for doing exactly that as well. Yeah, it's still way better than the old way. Oh, this is way better than the old way. Like, way, way better. Like, absurdly so. I wonder if he's ever going to do something about this with Merchant. Because flooring Merchant is so strong. Like, it already was, but now it's, like, broken. Like, even if he intended it as a mechanic, it's getting so strong. Beyond, I feel like, what was ever initially intended for it. Ah, give me wine again. That's not ideal. I'll still grab this and just do our run, I guess. I only have one wine, is the only problem. Oh, I forgot to grab pizza. Let me go grab that. That's kind of the whole point. Let me go get it. Way better than going back to the chef to go get it, that's for sure. Just grab it from our 1,000 ground piles. But yeah, going forward, we're not allowed to come back to the merchant tower unless our whole inventory is filled with an item. I don't care what it is. As long as it's not something you would normally just get for free on route. Oh, I forgot. Where are you supposed to turn the snow globe? Oh yeah, it's the same spot. That's fine. Forgot if it was here or the other spot, but yeah, it is here. Second guessing myself for a second. Yeah, ideally the best... You know when merchant has reached max peak? Is if you can turn in all 6 every 6 that ever show up. That is currently not possible. Especially when it gives you like a corner one, for example, like Cyclops. But that is going to be peak merchant. Is if there's ever so much power creep through either trading, like player-to-player trading or something else. Like if these things are like tradable by players or whatever they do. You know merchant has reached max brokenness. Is if every 2 minutes you can turn in all 6 of them. Because that is the max efficiency you could ever have for merchant. Is you get pathing, or you know, you get to a point where getting everything turned in is so easy that you could do all 6 every single time in 2 minutes. This will almost never happen, just because, yeah, even if you like auto had the items on you, you'd still have to route them within, you know, the 2 minute. But that's when we've reached true peak brokenness on merchant. Is if you could actually turn in all 6 within 2 minutes. If we were ever at that point, I feel like it'd make it a 3-minute timer instead or something. If we ever reach that peakness of brokenness for merchant. But that's the absolute cap to how broken it can be. Is if every 6 you can turn in all 6. With like near 100% consistency, other than like a few that are annoying. We're not quite at that point yet. We're getting closer by the day. With all the extra mechanics they keep adding. Alright, what do I need? I need some snow globe. Take some... What is even my route here, though? Like, what's the end goal of this route? Oh, honestly, I should bottom... I should go bottom route. Shouldn't even grab the snow globe. Yeah, grabbing a snow globe is a bad play. Because what I want to go do is buy cloth, buy wines, turn in, and then mass buy the clock, and then probably telly back. But yeah, I shouldn't have brought the snow globe with me. I don't think I can route that far. Unless we can get there in 2 minutes, which I doubt. I should have left the snow globes on the ground. And got a max stack of clockwork. This will still be an okay run, but I'm going to be able to bring one less setback. Because I'm not going to be able to turn in snow globe, I don't think. And I'll see where we're at. I do have to say, I keep liking Merchant more and more every update they do to it, though. But it's also becoming increasingly more broken than, like, every other skill in the entire game. It's already double the knowledge rate of an average skill. Am I just gonna cycle everything? No, I can't. Do I just turn a snow globe? I think I just turn in wine and telly. Before we do, I think I'm grabbing double carrot in case I ever need to go back there. That or double tomato. Grab double carrot. Yeah, I really should have gotten those 24 monocles earlier. The spectacles. I should be able to make it up in time. Ideally what we want is a top left cycle. Is what we want to see right here. Then we can go refresh our ground after we see whatever's right here. Yep, that works. Good enough. I already have pizza on the ground. Alright, let me go drop everything we have here. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. You can put stuff on the stairs. I keep thinking you can't do that. But you are allowed to. What do I need? Take all. Take all. Drop all. Oh wait, that's not gonna work, is it? I need 6 of those. I need 6 of these. I need a set of pizza. Take all. Drop all. It's the only thing that's a little awkward with it. Always gotta remember that. I gotta actually take the whole stack and then grab from it. Just to refresh the stack so some don't get deleted. Alright, what do we have here? Snow globe, perfect. Other one, perfect. Oh, wait. Alright, drop a monocle for now, I guess. Drop a monocle. Ooh, I can't drop everything, though. I guess I drop 1 soap. That kind of hurts, but everything else is so free that I kind of have to. Oh, maybe I should have dropped the pizza. Because how do I bring everything over? Oh, I should have dropped the pizza instead of the soap. Oh no, what do I do? I made a huge mistake. Oh no! We've made a huge mistake! Because I don't have enough inventory to go bring pizza with me. I should have done double soap and then turned that in. Whoops. Because I can't do the pizza. I should have abandoned pizza for soap. It's something we'll learn now that we have infinite ground. But that should have been a drop pizza, keep soap angle. Because I don't have enough for bringing that many items with me. Because one thing we're still limited by is the 24 item space. So even if we have everything we need on the ground for our run, we can still only bring 24 with us. The other 4 we have to get while we're out and about. So the play would have been drop pizza, but done double soap then. Which we had, but I accidentally deleted the wrong one. Oops. What do I know for the future? There's still relatively new tech that came out today, so we'll get there. But yeah, now, honestly, I might as well just buy a full inventory of soap. Because we want to get, like, middle turn-in. I don't know, is that the thing we buy? We can mass buy anything. Actually, I think should go buy more clockwork. Or I keep calling it clockwork. I mean pocket watch. I'm gonna buy... There's one good thing that comes out of this. Is I'll be able to go buy 18 clock. Whereas before I would have only gotten 12 clock if I did double soap. But I'm still curious if they're ever going to rebalance merchant or not, or just keep it like this forever. I don't mind it staying exactly like this because I enjoy it so much. But, it is kind of broken. I feel like the current balance on merchant is not what they initially intended. Like, gameplay-wise it is, but I feel like the total efficiency currently possible on it is slightly beyond what they were anticipating. At least relative to every other skill. Isn't necessarily that merchant is really broken, it's just that every other skill is like 0 compared to it. I think this is actually like 2 higher knowledge over even something like combat now. If you do it like fully correctly. Alright, banana, I don't have spares. Pizza is gonna be great because I need that for a double turn in. Some of this I can go run right now while we're waiting on the board. I do have exactly 12 pizzas, so I can do a double pizza delivery. I think right now I'm just doing a portrait into the other thing. Oh, let me get the other thing. And then we tele right back. And then we'll be able to go do a top left turn in, buy a billion banana. And then we'll have banana and clockwork already pre-bought. Also, we're getting pretty close to having our full mining activity. I need 41 for the AFK activity. And that'll be our AFK activity tonight. Then after that, I can start dumping into Gatherer. Even without 5% pots, I think it's still worth it. And then we'll do Gatherer until 43, and then we can start doing Gatherer again. Because I know this doesn't look like it, but this is us doing Gathering right now. I forget if I explained that earlier, but this is us gathering. The last 2 hours has been us training the gathering skill. Even though we haven't touched a bone in the last 2 hours. Or anything even in Chapter 2. We haven't stepped foot there in 2 hours, but I assure you, this is what gathering looks like. At this level range. Oh, so since I'm gonna have to go there anyways, let me go buy Monocle right now. As long as I make it back in that timer, we're fine. So let me go buy a full inventory of Monocle, because why not? Just so we don't ever have to come here again. That way I could just ignore bath salt. As good of a value of a task it is in the middle of nowhere. And if we already pre-bought the Monocles, we don't have to come back here for anything. Currently. Probably at a higher level range that would change, but at least with our current level range, yeah, it's the only thing we ever have to go up there for is bath salt. And to buy what we just bought. So now we've eliminated half the need to ever go there. Yeah, let's see, what do we need? What's our task list looking like right now? Of course, bath salt. This I should already have on the ground. That I can go buy. We should be good to go. Alright, let's figure out what we need here. I definitely need the whole stack of pizza. I need the one clockwork I just grabbed. And that we do on a center run. The problem is, do I have enough inventory to go do that, though? Because I won't have enough inventory to go buy banana. Unless I do center first and turn in clock. Do I just run with this, honestly? Double banana, I get full banana. I can't do anything with wine. Replacing wine would be nice, I guess. Oh, no, it's only a few seconds, might as well wait. But I think we drop wine for anything that gives us value. Either as an immediate turn-in or anything similar. Oh, kind of. It's easier to turn in next cycle, if nothing else. Alright, let me go to Central. The only slight bad thing about this run is in order to turn in clockwork, I gotta go to the middle of town, but have no reason to go to the middle of town. Actually, no, wait, there's a solution to this. We just gotta drop all. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. Now that we can drop instantly, I can pre-drop, on a path. So never mind, I actually don't turn it in. Because we're gonna have to double back on the path anyways. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna drop this off in the intersection, because right now I need 30 space. But of course, we only have 6. Or, 24 total. So what we're gonna do is drop this in the middle here. Because I'm gonna have to double back anyways. And then when I go that angle, I'll be able to go pick it back up instantly. But because we could drop it all instantly, it doesn't even waste that much time. And then we go double turn in pizza, double buy banana. Actually, probably triple buy it. And then we pick up the clockwork, and then we have a spare banana. And a Christmas hat. Alright. And the only reason I'm not max buying is so we can get the clockwork back from the ground. And this we already have on the ground, so we can easily go do that when we get to go get a soap task or anything in bottom. So we can just turn it in immediately for free value. And this we just pick up on our way back. Take all, boom. And now we go turn all this in, except for one set of banana that we drop on the ground. Be a perfectly balanced merchant gameplay. I love what this skill has turned into, though. Like, every time they do an update, it just makes merchant even more my favorite skill in the game. It really just feels like merchant's the only skill in the game, and everything else is just the periphery, like, side things you do around it. Merchant's truly what the actual game is. It's all just merchant. Everything else is just to make sure you don't burn out on merchant. Alright, yep, that's free. That's free. I might do that. It's free-ish. Wish we had slightly better options there, but it's fine. I go refresh my, everything. I'm gonna need all those for my next task. Actually, I only need one. Oh, one set. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I don't have enough inventory for the other thing. That's interesting. Drop all, take some. Alright, should be good to go. Alright, what else do we need? Is that it? There's not much I can actually turn in here, though, unfortunately, but I guess I stock up on soap. I get like 18, I keep saying soap, I mean candle. I can stock up on candles, so if we ever go for our top left sweep. The other two I'm just not going to do right now, just make it back for timer. Actually, I might even just bring in Monocle and just sell the other two. I'll make it so I can buy less soap, but that's fine. 18 soap's still a lot. I'm considering that because the other thing is so far away and it's en route anyways. Let's see, hello. Oh, I accidentally typed that wrong, but he gets the point. Alright, I'll just grab my soap and head to the next board already. Where'd my teleport go? Let's see. Man, I'm loving this so much. Because now we can... now ground items don't matter. We don't even need a timer for them. As long as you refresh them like every other run or every run. Which normally would waste so much time in the past, but now they refresh so quick that it doesn't even matter. Yeah, this stack's a little weird. That's not ideal. Alright, anyways, what are we doing? Oh, I forgot one monocle set. Whoops, what am I doing? Why am I even going there? Oh, no, I guess I still do. Take some. Yeah, why not, I guess. It's not a particularly good turn. Oh, I forgot one. Whoop. There we go. Anyways. But yeah, I'll go do that and then go turn in the other thingy. I'm not sure if I'm going to go all the way to bottom left for a double. How's Merchant handling the drop all update? Oh, it's very good. It is so nice. You can basically have an infinite floor now. There's pretty much like no cap to how much you can drop now. Because before it was really annoying because it would stall you. It still does stall you some. But you could do it like 4 or 5 times quicker now. Because you could do entire stacks of like 18 within like a second or two. Do I go the other way? Do I buy carpets here in case I need to go to bottom left for the other thing? I'm almost considering a whole inventory of carpet. Because why not? If we don't care about losing a little bit of money, we can stack anything we want. Because carpet's one of those you normally wouldn't do, but if you're going to go there to go do some grocery shopping or do the plates or anything else, you'd kind of be on a route to go turn it in for free. Honestly, I'll take anything on the ground at this point. More value is better than not more value. Even if we have to waste some of them. We're still making so much profit that we're still in the green. Even for letting entire 24 stacks despawn. Which we shouldn't now that we can just drop all so quickly. The more I look at this, it's like, what on earth are we doing? But yeah, this is Merchant now. Let's see. Wow, why are they so bad? But we can easily do the other turn in there. I'm gonna leave everything on my ground and just go make a run. I don't have any carpet to go turn in. We go to outskirts and go do double meat into double plate. And then maybe while I'm down there, I go buy clockwork thingies. Only problem is that's a little bit out of my way. I'd be better off just buying wine, because I'll be exactly at the wine shop when I end my cycle here. So I should probably just pick up a 24 wine. Oh yeah, I've heard a lot of people bring up Outro. What even is that game? Some people said I would like it, but from what people described a while back, it seemed like I wouldn't. Some people were talking about it when it first came out. But the way they described it sounded like something I wouldn't like. So I haven't actually tried it yet. But I know that was one of the more popular indie games in the last year. Even won some things at the Game Awards. Oh, that's the part. I don't like poker. Like roguelike fun. Poker, no. There's some card games like that I like, but not poker. Never been a poker fan. But yeah, I think that was the problem. Is anytime anyone describes it, they mention the word poker. And then mentally, I'm like, nope. It's like poker is a disguise. So it's not like poker, but it's kind of like poker. I don't know, I might need to try it out at some point. But when it comes to card games I'm going to get way too addicted to next year, it's going to be Slay the Spire 2. I already have my next year card addiction. And the only problem with having a lot of stuff on the ground is even with drop all, it does still take a little bit of time to cycle them. Nowhere near as much as before, but we still gotta invest some time in regulating our floor. Or whatever on earth this mess is. Oh, do I not have any salt on the ground? I need to go buy some salt. I need to go mass buy the salt dealer. While I'm waiting, let me go mass buy portrait so I don't have to go over there. Honestly, I'm eventually just going to have every item on the ground that is right here. And then it's just going to be a matter of, what do I restock? I think we're legitimately going to have like 20 stacks on the ground. It's like that one day when we went with 10 stacks. Except now we can actually regulate them very well. Because you can refresh stacks so quick. Honestly, I'm going to need to get a second timer soon just to track the 9-minute timer of the floor. Technically it's just 10 minute, but you know, 9 before it despawns. Alright, what am I doing? Wait, did some of it just despawn? What happened to my banana and other thing? Wait, is there an item limit for the ground? Oh. Wait, does the game already have regulation for it? Am I going crazy? I thought I refreshed those. Ooh. That's interesting. Wait. Is it 100 limit per area? Oh, wait. Is the 100 ground limit for the whole area? Oh. I thought it was per stack. But it might be per square. Okay, so we can still juggle them. But okay, we learned some new info then. It's something we already knew, but we didn't know that aspect of it. Okay, that's interesting. But yeah, the 100 limit is not per stack. It's per zone. Like, per square. Oh. Alright, that changes things slightly. But not much. But yeah, apparently there is a, the 100 limit is per square, or whatever you want to call them. Alright, that's good to know. Though that does mean I just deleted some of my stuff. Because I don't have Snow Globe anymore. Interesting. Alright, that's good to know. But that means I could just drop it in the room nearby. And just drop in, like, you know, like south where the teleporter is or something. It's not too big a deal. But yeah, that does mean I need to divide it between 2 different rooms. Also, I only grabbed 10 portraits. What am I doing? Alright, this run's already horrible. Let me just go back to the board and see what we get. Because that really threw me off. But yeah, that's interesting. So it's a 100 item limit per room, not per stack. Every square has a 100 limit, which we can't exceed. Otherwise, they start getting deleted. Alright, can I do anything with all this mess? Not really. Honestly, it seems like the same run I was already going to go do. But the only exception being, I guess we abandoned Snow Globe now since it got deleted. And just turn in some banana, I guess. Anyways, let's go back to our run. But yeah, that's some interesting info to know then. So when we were testing the 100 stack thing, yeah, it's actually 100 per square, not 100 per stack. So an entire zone's limit. Like, this zone can have 100, this zone can have 100. So we gotta stack it next to the other zone. Unless it's 100 just on your entire ground. Has anyone actually tested that yet? Oops, wrong shop. To see if it's like 100 on your total ground or if it's 100 per zone. Because we're about to find out soon. Yeah, it might just be 100 tied per person. Well, it follows you with server from server, so it can't be per server. At this point, the main thing I want to go check is if it's 100 total for person. Because that has to change how we do ground a little bit. Yeah, if that's what I want to see. If it works on a room by room. Because if it works room by room, then we should be fine. Because I can just stack, you know, a few in one room, a few in another. I'm not going to throw it on the stall, though, because I need a way to refresh them. And the best way to refresh them is to keep them all at the tower. It was a mistake I made at one point. Where it becomes way too hard to track where every single one is if they're not all at the tower. But they don't have to be in the tower. I can just put some adjacent to the tower, assuming you can do 100 in one and 100 in the other. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. Alright, turn in soap, buy meat. But yeah, that's some new tech we did find out, though. The 100 limit is not a stack limit, it's a per room limit. Another thing I want to see is, what if we do like 100 stack in one room and 100 stack in another? Like what ultimately happens there. Yeah, since we're going to be right over here, should we go buy pizza or something? Because I think our pizza despawned. I don't have tomato go turned in, though. I'm trying to think of like what else we could buy that's like right here. But I don't know. We'll do some further testing with it and see what happens. Has anyone tested it yet, though? Like, can you stack 100 in one room and then 100 in the room next to it? Because if so, then... yeah, we should be fine. But unless it's 100 tied to the entire player. In which case, that has to change up our strategy a little. But I think it's 100 per square. But we haven't tested it yet, so we'll figure it out. Actually, pumpkin wouldn't be bad if I pre-bought it. Actually, I need those. We'll keep them on us. Actually, I need to get rid of them just so I can do the stacks, though. Alright, what do we have on the board? Obviously, I need all the monocle. I'll need those little pocket watches. Portrait I already have on the ground. Soap, hopefully I have on the ground. This is a free turn-in if I have any other way that I don't need something else like this. Abandon that. Alright, I think we're good to go. Alright, what is this? Pocket watch? Yeah, so I need you. I need my spectacle. And I need a set of the little frames here. That we good? I think we're good. Alright, let's go do a run. Trying to see if we have anything else on the ground. I'm not seeing any though. Alright. So let me go turn in all this mess. Oh wait, actually, you know what? I should turn bottom first because I need to buy candle. As well as turn this in. So I can do both of them down there. You woke up this morning and they did you dirty. Your other character name is Pink Santa Hat. And they changed the name to Pink Santa to Fuchsia now. Did they really? I didn't even notice that. Because yeah, I noticed it didn't look that pink. Did they actually change the name? Yeah, Fuchsia Santa Hat. Oh no! Yeah, I was making that comment the other day as well. Like, that doesn't look like a pink. So they actually changed the name because apparently a lot of people didn't think it looked like pink. So they named it to Fuchsia now. That's funny. We made that exact comment the other day when we were talking about like the pinkness of it. It's like, this doesn't really look that pink. Or like a magenta or something. Apparently it's fuchsia. I forget what color fuchsia is, but assumably whatever color that is. But that's really funny. But yeah, the Shadow changed the name. I didn't even see that in the patch notes anywheres. They nerfed the name of it from pink to fuchsia. It's pretty funny though. We made that exact comment. It's actually insane how quick he gets to quality of life. Alright, do I just mass buy banana here? I might not even bother with the vase. Though I did run out of pocket watches. This might be a pocket watch angle. But I'm not going to bother with vase. I don't think we can get it turned in time. I don't even think I can buy it in time. Let alone buy it and turn it in. Alright, so new tech. I'm going to try doing it in the room next to it. And see if it despawns anything in my main room. So far, did it? I got 16 candles here. That looks suspicious. It's not a full set, is it? No. Right? I think it deleted some of my candles. Oh. Okay, I think we learned some new tech that we're going to need to put into consideration when we do our ground juggle. I think it is a global limit of 24. I mean, of 100. Each player is tied to only have 100 ground items. That's interesting. But yeah, the 100 limit that we found earlier, it seems like it is, it's to the player. Do I have any wine on the ground? I do. Give me wine then. That's a really free turn in the middle. Which means I can actually drop these and just do another one in the middle. And save this for later then. Alright, let me go do a middle run with all of our wine. Yeah, that's interesting. Drop all. Take some. Yeah, it looks like it deleted part of my wine there earlier too. Because I have a weird number of wines here. Okay. 100%. It's a global number. You're only allowed to have a global number of... oh wait, I grabbed too many though. Never mind. But still, the other one's a weird stack, which it shouldn't be. And I know it wasn't from anything we did because of the 6-6. There we go. Because we still did the full turn in. Anyways, what am I doing? Center. There's a really easy way to test it. Buy a full inventory drop, buy a full inventory drop, buy a full inventory drop, and see if we have any ground left. Should I go do that just to test? The only problem is it will delete everything I have on the ground. Most likely. I kind of want to test that just to definitively figure it out. The only problem is it will reset us back like 20 minutes of ground items. But I kind of want to do it just for the science. But yeah, it seems like you have a global 100. But yeah, I might go do it for science. It's going to burn so much money. I'll do it on like ribs or something cheap though. But I think we're going to test something for science real quick. Because I'll be able to do that when I go turn in these vases. But yeah, we're about to do a science test. We're about to kill our entire ground most likely though. So what I'm going to do is... oh, this is not where I meant to go. What I'm going to go do is turn in all these vases. And then buy, drop, buy, drop, buy, drop, buy, drop. And if it has deleted every ground item imaginable, then, yeah, it's a 100 tied to the player. Yeah, let's find out. Say goodbye to our ground. He's almost guaranteed going to kill it. Alright, so what I'm going to do is buy all these, drop all these, buy, drop, buy, just to make sure we really do it. I'm going to do a whole extra set because we already know it's going to cap at 100. Drop. No, I don't want stall work. Buy, drop, buy, drop. Is all my ground deleted? Because I had a max stack of 100 right there. That means it's 100 tied to the player. Yep. And let me guess, everything over here is deleted? Okay, so the 100 limit we found while doing ore mining, it is tied across every room you have. It's not for one stack, it's not for one room. It is, you are simply allowed to only have 100 items on the ground before it starts going and just deleting everything. Well, there we go. The science has been done. But, yeah, you can only have 100 items on the ground. Doesn't matter where they are, you're only allowed to have 100 on the ground. Doesn't matter where they are or how they are. 100 user cap. Even if it's spread across like 10 different rooms. Alright, now to go reset our ground because we have nothing on it. Alright, let's see. Oh, snow globe. Carrot. Let's see. How we gonna do this? I guess we go get 1 billion snow globes. I don't have too much else I could do while I'm down there, though. Oh, that's a pretty free turn-in. I guess I'll go get some meat while I'm down there, I guess. Maybe a second plate, but I can't really fit it anywheres. We'll figure it out. Alright, there we go. I'm just gonna turn in burger and then double buy snow globe. And by double buy, I mean a full inventory. Because we gotta start our ground game back up. But we gotta be careful not to ever overbuy anything. Because now we know we can only have 100 items on the ground, which changes our buy sells a little bit differently. Like, yeah, we can still go crazy, but we can't go, like, crazy. Like, I can't go buy entire 24 stacks anymore. That's off limits now. But we are still allowed to have... How many is that? What's 100 divided by 6 rounded down? That's like, 15? 16? 16, I think. We can have 16 pre-bought sets on the ground. But if we accidentally do 17, they'll start deleting each other. Also, I should do it based on time when they were dropped. Because we learned that when we were doing the ore stuff and the potion on top. So the fact that I have 100 meat doesn't matter. Even though we have 100 meat on the ground over there. They'll be deleted first, not the new items I'll be dropping. So I don't need to go sell all my 100 meat stack because they'll get deleted first in the queue. Alright, now we need to go buy like 1 billion plates. That's only 5. No wonder why I keep thinking that's a weird number. I keep thinking 2 rows there is enough, but it's not. I just realized I'm going over here just to do this. Maybe I'll go buy my monocles then. Just gotta make sure I don't overbuy. Maybe I get some rugs too because I'm going... Oh, I forgot to get a portrait while I was over there. I could turn that in when I did snow globe. Too late now. I might even just abandon it now. Give me like 2 sets of rugs and then I'll go grab 2 sets of monocle. While I'm over in the area. That way we can get a rug plate synergy. Oh, I wish I had that on me. I forgot to go grab it though. Yeah, merchant's kind of getting crazy these days. Every update gets more ridiculous, but I love it. I forget if this is a refreshed board or not. If it is, I have like 3 seconds to figure out what we're doing. Oh no, it's not a refreshed one, that's fine. Alright, what do we have? Another plate to go with all of our plates, nice. I don't know, do I bother turning anything else other than plate? A lot of this isn't really worth doing with it, and then I just mass buy wine, I guess. Head over to outskirts. There isn't much else I can fit with it, unfortunately. I think this is a triple plate into buy wine, buy maybe clockwork while I'm down there. Because it's not worth buying cloth. Because at that point, I'll have everything on the ground that requires going down. Because what I'm trying to set up right now is so I only have to do top middle. It's one of the whole reasons why I'm doing the plate to bottom. You ever wonder why we're stacking a billion of them then? They keep spawning. But it's because I'm trying to buy all the bottom items, so I don't need to go bottom anymore. So we can just do middle and top. Oh, I just realized I won't be able to mass buy clockwork, though. You can only buy 6. That's fine. I guess I'll grab an extra wine or something. That guy's all in pink armor. The very bright pink as well. It's not even the more subtle one. I do like the more subtle one color-wise, though. The other one's a bit too bright. As it goes with, like, the cyan, like, crayonet color a lot better. If you're, like, mixing and matching it. Whereas the magenta one is, like, so bright. This is the one he's wearing. Alright, just give me mass wine, I think we tell you. I'm not sure if that's too much wine, but you can never have too much wine. It's definitely too much wine, though. We gotta regulate our ground. So what did we establish? I think it was 16. Yeah, because 16 times 6, yeah. 16 is the most amount of stacks I can have on the ground. I currently have 6. So we're still within the legal ground limit before they start deleting each other. Ah, wrong wine. Yeah, a lot of this is bad. What even is this route? It's such a horrible route. I can barely even take anything off that board. Oh, what am I even going for here? Let's double check everything I have. We have monocle still. I got those if we ever want to go down middle. We got wine, but wrong wine. We got these. Alright, let me go do portrait into... Okay, I'm not going to pre-drop any portraits. It's close enough that we could buy it whenever we need it. I'm not going to drop any on the ground. They're way too close to bother. I should reserve the ground only for really, really long walks. Even the carpets shouldn't even be there. I figured I really wouldn't do the task without them being there. But they're not particularly good to go do. Oh, so I might just tell you as soon as I turn these 2 in. Because I kind of want to get a better stack of tasks here if we can. Someone's going to arrest us for littering over 100 ground items. Luckily, this area has so much crime that they'll probably never catch us for littering. There's like a thief every second on every alleyway. So we're probably not going to get caught for littering. Plus, we're picking it back up and putting it back down. So technically, we're not littering with new trash. We're just littering with the trash that we keep recycling. It's like if you picked up all the trash at the park, but then, like, put it back down everywhere, but then picked it back up again. That's what we're doing. We're just playing a little minigame with the trash on the ground. But by the end of it all, it'll all be gone. Let's see. Let me grab all these. Oh, I only have a single task for it, though. Drop all. Take some. Oh, what was my double, then? Oh, my double was for vase. That's a bad one. There's not much I can actually do with this. It's going to be a very far walk. For very little turn-in. But I think this gives us a chance to go buy pocket watch, if nothing else. Do like a pocket watch banana run. The only problem is I can't turn in vase if I do that. Or pizza. Actually, I can do pizza, but I have to go way out of my way to turn in a pizza. Not sure if it's worth it. Yep, Santa hat. The red one. Merchant drop guide when? I know, right? Oh, basically what you'd want to do with merchant now is all the ones that are like a mile and a half away. you ideally want to always stock up on. Just so you have it for your run. We're going to get extra pizza here. Just so we have a little bit better distribution from pizza to clockwork. Because we're definitely going to have to go back to top left again. Because I'm still going to have to go back there for banana. I think the biggest issue with how easy it is to refresh the ground now is just making sure you don't accidentally get more than 16 stacks. As long as you always make sure you have like 15 or less, you should be fine. So you don't accidentally start deleting your ground. I think we're at like 8 right now. Need to go count when we go back there. So whatever the number of the ground is divided by 3. Though keep in mind, all of them are +1. Because ground items are kind of weird in this game. Like if something says it's +5 stack, it's actually 6 because it's that number, or you know, it's whatever word it says plus 5 more of them. So whenever it says +11, it's actually a 2 stack, not a 1 stack. Or you know, there's 12 in that stack, not 11. All of them are one lower number than they actually are. Use the weird naming convention that they have. But yeah, my plan wasn't to do a ton of merchant today, but this drop system is so nice. Let me do a head count real quick as I'm dropping all. I'll be able to do it as I do it. So we're at 5. We're at 8. 10. 11. And then 13. So I can only drop 3 more things on the ground before they start deleting each other. Alright, we're good to go. Give me some of those. And by some, I mean literally all of them, actually. And we're out of here. Oh, this is so nice. This is where the ground really comes into play. This is when the ground is really broken. Because we're about to do a triple pocket watch without buying a single pocket watch. Or, you know, not without buying, but, you know, without having to go out of our way for it. Oh, 179 merchant coming in. Oh, and I keep forgetting the knowledge point feed as well. Also, this is us training gathering, by the way. This is us doing gathering. Don't ever forget, this is us trying to train gathering. This is what peak gathering looks like. I think Miles ES is also training gathering with me. They also bought the 25 rake, and this is how they decided to do gathering instead as well. I'm trying to get 3 levels, but I keep putting into my mining AFK. I will be putting into gathering soon. I'm just trying to max out my my mining AFK for tonight. Because I need an improvement to my AFK activity. Let's see, is that their comment mentioning something with it? Yep, see, I told you. See, that's what a gathering looks like. I told you. That's what it looks like when you're training gathering. This is the gathering skill now, as well as, honestly, every skill. If you want it to be. Except for combat. This isn't combat. But it can be any other skill. Actually, I kind of want to turn into soap. It's a little bit of a walk, and I have no need to do it. But I kind of want to turn into soap vase for no reason other than it's bothering me that I have them and not doing them. This probably isn't even worth it, but I wanted to get a nice clean bounty board here. I'm going to need to do a recount on my ground. I know we're not over encumbering because we just turned in like 4 stacks, but still kind of want to get a recount. Or at least by the next cycle I do, just to make sure we don't drop delete them. I wonder if they're ever going to extend the ground limit. I highly doubt it, though. 100 for most thing is way more than enough. This is a weird exception. Where 100 items is nowhere near enough. But it just means you have to keep juggling the ground correctly. I might do that. I might do that. We'll see. Let me see what the next set is. Oh, rug. I do have rugs on the ground. That's actually really free. That normally wouldn't be worth it, but it's actually really good with our current ground setup. Because I have a double turn in for free if I can get it. I only got one set of pizza left. That's not ideal. Alright, so I got pizza, wine, clock, more cloth, the other thing. I'm trying to remember everything I have. Starting to lose stock. Losing track of my current stock. Let's see. To me in the ground, we tight like that. That's funny. Let's see what we get here. Just gotta remember what I have on the ground. Nice, we got double rug. Oh, we got a new cup. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do that right now, though. Honestly, we might. Irma's homeware into souvenir stall. Souvenir, I believe, is in down middle. I might take it. We'll see. Well, for one, let me grab all my rug and then get out of here. So where do you buy this? Showing map. I know where you turn it in. Where do you buy? Actually, let me just tell you over there. Head over there. Where's the buy for cup? Where on earth do you do cup? Oh, I'm heading right there. Perfect. It's the same place you buy plate. Oh, perfect. I'm literally turning in double rug on him right now. Oh, this is basically just better ribs. I just now realize. But yeah, cups are just better ribs. Or pretty much exactly ribs. They both get turned in at the same spot. And are also bought at basically the same spot. So rib cup has pretty good synergy. As you buy them nearly at the exact same tile while also turning in at the exact same shop. Because the other place where you buy rib is right over there in the top left. Or, you know, right where we're pointing. So it'd be really free to get both. I do want to mass buy tomato here, I think. And then make it back for next timer. And then turn in cup and drop all tomato. And then pick up whatever tomato I need for next run. That way we can restock pizza, because I believe I only have one pizza on the ground right now. Also, I don't need to make it back for this timer because I believe this is still our previous set. So I need to wait for the refresh anyways. Which gives us enough time to turn in cup. Yeah, that one's really free. It's basically just ribs, but a different object. And it's really good synergy with the ribs if you ever want to do them. I've been kind of dropping my ribs lately, but if we ever get good rib cup, we'll definitely do it. Now, what do we have on our board? No tomatoes, not ideal. Another wine for free, that's fine. Everything else looks pretty bad, though. Unless I start getting pumpkins from the ground. Let's see, a drop all here. Maybe like 6. Alright, I guess I stock up on some more pizza. Get like a double wine. Oh, I just realized that I can only get double pizza though, but that's fine. Let's put it on my single stack. Just gotta remember to grab the stack before I do it. Because I don't think it refreshes if you put more items on an item. You have to go and... well, it definitely doesn't. You definitely have to pick it up first. Because it keeps track of each item individually, which is probably why it has a 100 limit. Because even if you're putting them in the same stack, it tracks every item independently. At least in the current state of the game. Oh, oops. I was like, wait, why can't I trade tomato to you? Duh. That's not who you trade tomato to. Alright, let me go trade in tomato and double buy pizza. And then pick up my pizza, then drop my pizza, and probably just drop everything. And then we'll easily be able to make it back in time. This is the refresh timer for our next set. So I don't need to make it back before the timer, I actually need to make it back slightly after. Which should be perfect, because we grab that, we grab this, and we should make it in pretty good timing. He's double turning our wine. We're gonna be like 10 seconds late. That's good enough. And then I just need to go reset my entire ground. I'll start with pizza though, just so I can get rid of my whole inventory. Still got a random soap task, but we'll get around to it. The only problem with picking up so much pizza here is I still have like a billion tomato. Alright, I feel like I'm almost over encumbering the ground. Because I wasn't actually counting when I was picking all that up, and I probably should have been. So I think I'm out of those. It's gonna be a pretty small run. Yeah, there's not much I can do with this turn-in. Which is not ideal, but we'll go for it. Because all I can do is, buy soap, buy bath salt, turn in pizza. That's basically it. I can maybe try doing vase, but we're probably not gonna have enough time. It's kind of amazing. You can still have like 10 different items on the ground and still get nothing for her task. It's actually insane how many dead tasks there are at a higher merchant level. We got at least 8 different items on the ground, and with 6 tasks, we still can't get a good run without getting like a double board or something similar. So I might pick up a banana here. Because I can't remember if I have banana on the ground. I know for sure I have clockwork on the ground though. Or the pocket watch thing. So we'll give him pizza, we'll buy banana. And then we'll go run down all of middle just to have our task list a little bit clearer. But the main reason is I want to get a double set because we keep getting such bad sets. And this will allow me to have, hopefully do a double bath salt into like Monaco or something similar. Or just anything we have on the ground, doesn't really matter. Just anything we have on the ground currently would be great. Before we start accidentally deleting it again. Now, we should be able to go buy and sell vase in time. But before I start dropping everything on the ground, I gotta keep track of where my ground is right now. Because I think we're getting really close to our ground limit. Which is a weird factor I wasn't anticipating having to regulate. But it's very important we do not delete our ground. Otherwise, stacks that we think are there are not going to be there. Gosh, I hate how much it stalls your character's movement. But hey, we can almost start training Gatherer. 2 more points. I think we unlock the mining activity. Alright, let me do a quick head count. 2, 3, 6, 6, 12. Oh, wait, I should go check the board real quick. Oops. Then I can go do a head count. Grab anything that looks not horrible. Ribs are somewhat not horrible now. Alright, let me do a head count again. How many is this? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 13, 14. Yeah, I can drop banana safely. I'm trying to click drop all. Take all, drop all. Take all, drop all. Yeah, we're at our ground limit right now, I believe, if I counted correctly. Alright, that should be the maximum amount of ground I'm allowed to have. Anyways, let's see what our task is. Please, I have everything on the ground. How am I still getting nothing? How's this even possible? Do you understand how much stuff we have on the ground? And we still just get 6 dead tasks. I guess give me rug? Why? How? How's that even possible? I got like 9 different items on the ground. And I still can't even get a single task that's even remotely relevant. So we're running really far for this guy. Probably not worth it, but we're doing it. Another Christmas tree. Gosh, we're just being pummeled with hats. This is probably the best hat rate in the entire game, by the way, if you still haven't done the hat grind. Especially with the drop ball mechanic now. It already pretty much was, but now it like definitively is. So if you're looking to like instantly get your hats done, you might want to take a crash course on how to do merchant. Especially using the new like drop mechanic. Because it will get you all the hats done in probably like 3 hours. 4 tops. Assuming you trade whatever duplicates you have. Yeah, the only slight issue with rug is you do have to go slightly over here. It's not too big a deal though. It's a little backtracky when we have to go back the other way. Like we do right now because of the meat. The only problem with the meat is I'm not sure if I can turn in both within 47 seconds, but we're gonna try. I'm just gonna walk it all the way back and see what happens. Should also get us about 180 merchant. One other byproduct of this, even though I'm trying to train gathering right now, one byproduct of this is we're gonna finally be able to do higher leatherworker. One more level, we're at the next hide. And several more after that, boom. And a few more after that, boom. Alright, let me go and trade this guy. Give that to you. Trade this for him. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna make it back in time. No, I'm not gonna make it. Underestimated how long it would take to go do the meat real quick. We're like 10 seconds too slow. But as long as our ground is nice and not reset yet, we should be okay. Because it gives us time to go reset our ground and figure out what on earth is going on. With whatever on earth this mess is right now. Alright, we can work with some of this. That's good, that's good, that's good. I think I have that banked already. That might be good. I forget if I have that banked. I think I do. Ooh, this is actually really good. Let me reset the ground and then think of what on earth we're doing here. Because some of this I actually do need immediately. And then we can get our ground in more stable state and start to figure out what we want to go populate it with. Because I believe this uses the last of our pizza as well. Alright, there we go. Let me go drop all... No, we do still have some pizza. Because then we can start really using our tomato again. Then I can grab all banana. The only problem with this run is I do not have enough room to go grab my portrait. The upside, though, is I have enough ground that I can actually do something again. So what even is this path right now? Wait, why am I going middle first? So it would definitely have to be a top first, I guess. Well, I guess I could end on top. I could even just skip top. Kind of. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what order I do, I guess. Should just skip top or done it last, but we're doing it first, apparently. Because I don't really need any particular shop. I'm never sure if we're buying anything. Maybe it's a couple monocle just so we don't need to come back. And by a couple, I mean a pair. Because there's no way I could buy more than that with this inventory. I don't know, as long as we get back in 2 minutes, we should be fine. Doesn't really matter what order we do as long as we get back there in time. There we go, next hide unlocked. Nice. The money printer has, actually technically it was already running. I just haven't been running it. How high can we run the money printer now? We can run the money printer up until, what did we just get? Strong Buffalo? Yeah, I think that was Strong Buffalo. So I could run it to 175 now. With our 180 merchant. Yeah, we're on a minute and 30-second timer. Because we gotta get at least 10 minutes, or 10 seconds to spare. Alright, turn in pizza. Shouldn't need anything else here. The only bad thing about this banana is this banana was already free, given that we had to turn in pizza. That's fine. Technically, if I had a little bit more foresight, I actually could have still bought in portrait and done portrait when we went up there. Because I didn't actually need to pre-grab banana since we were going to get it anyways when turning in pizza. But oh well. Because now I won't have a spare banana for later. I was like, hey, we're actually making some money while doing this. We made a whole gold piece so far. I'm not sure if we're making a gold an hour yet, but from doing merchant, but we should be getting pretty close. It's hard to tell because I was doing a bunch of stuff that deleted my ground. These were testing some things, but if it wasn't for that, we probably would have already made more than a gold by now. They kind of deleted a bit of our wealth. But it was for science. I guess I'll take another portrait. It's gonna be a really portrait heavy run. Let's reset the rest of the ground while we're waiting. We're gonna need more snow globe soon. Also, I got way too much tomato. I still have so much wine. We haven't gotten a single wine since I bought wine. Tomato also wasn't needed since we bought so many pizza already. Finally a wine. Yeah, I guess this is a middle turn-in. Buy like double portrait and just do a middle sweep. I do need to get my wine though. But beyond that, I think that's the only item we need. The rest we can do en route. Ooh, I just realized something though. I gotta turn in at least one of them before I can buy meat. I might have to do double portrait. It's a little bit out of the way. But it's either that or backtrack for wine. You know what? I should have done wine backtrack first. This is kind of out of the way just to go back there. Because we're gonna basically have to go by the shop. Let's just telly over. It might be quicker just to telly. Because I gotta get to the meat stall. And I'm pretty sure it is quicker to telly than the walk. Even with the door delay. I have another hat. Yeah, so we basically need to buy everything then. We need a double meat, we need a vase. At this point, we can just run all the way through center and we should be fine. We got plenty of time. We got 2 minutes before we need to get back. Which is way more than enough time. Oh, another knowledge as well. We're almost there. 2 more knowledge point in mining, we start doing gather again. So it actually looks like we're truly training gatherer. And not just saying that we are. But yeah, this is us training gatherer, by the way. Thumbnail's still correct. We're just getting very hard distracted by the patch that happened today. As we've been messing around with everything in regards to drop all stacks. Because that was the biggest update today. You can now drop all in your inventory. Which is something old school RuneScape doesn't even have. I don't know, anyone who plays RuneScape 3, does RuneScape 3 have that feature? Because I know old school doesn't. Like a drop all function. Because gosh, it's so nice. But yeah, if you want to drop everything, you just click in one button. Well, technically two, you know, one and then the other one. But in 2 clicks, you could drop all 24 at once. Closest thing old school RuneScape has is shift click dropping. But it still requires 28 drops. But you can do those 28 within like a few seconds. But it requires 28 clicks still. Because it's a one-to-one dropping system. What do we got? What do we got? Portrait, meat. I think I have a spare pizza still. Let me go reset my ground while we're waiting. Alright, another portrait, another meat. Tomatoes turn in for free. I don't have any room though. I guess we're not doing tomato. Oh no, I gotta fit it somehow. Maybe I drop rib. Since I only have 1 rib, I'm gonna drop rib for tomato. I don't know, is it worth just grabbing 1 tomato though? I need more pizza, so I guess it is. Alright, let's go and do a run. Oh, I forgot double portrait though. I guess we'll do it next run. It's too late. We already queued up our telly and everything. Yeah, old school RuneScape is really selective with what they add, like, mass quality of life to. Sometimes they don't do enough, and sometimes they do way too much. They never really found, like, a nice in-between. I just realized, how on earth am I turning in pizza? I brought it with me as if I can bring it there. How on earth do I expect to get to where the pizza delivery is? Because I assure you it is not possible. I guess I'm buying a set of pizza here and just hope you have double pizza next cycle. Because double portrait into pizza works, but the other 3 don't. So this is about to be a double meat into just buy pizza, I guess. I could technically go with a full inventory pizza. I think that's a little overkill though. But if nothing else, then I could delete my tomato from the ground. And just ignore tomato task. Because we won't need to go and get another pizza for like the rest of the time at that point. I think that might be the play. Because I pick up my tomatoes from the ground and just go and sell them to a shop. And just pretend a tomato task doesn't exist. Because we are going to be so stocked on pizza for a while. We don't really need the ground tomato. I'm just going to do that. And just get rid of the tomato I have on the ground. The other play would have been to buy portrait while we're over there. And only gotten 1 set of pizza, but it's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna go pick this up from the ground. This shouldn't delete anything. It's a big stack, but it's still fine. Though I might turn this in if we get it on this next board. We did not. Alright, give me one of these, give me one of those, give me one of those. I guess go do a run. So these tomatoes I'll go delete. The portraits I'll go buy. Anything else I need? 1 set of pizza. From our billion stack. Alright, off we go. And I'll just go to sell these tomatoes to the portrait shop or something. We sell it at a loss, but I just want to clear my ground a little. Because we're stocked on pizza, and the only reason we really have to go there is for pizza. Though I heard stew is pretty good. But I don't have stew unlocked yet from the chef. So I have no reason to go to him currently other than for pizza. So I'm just going to sell all that. Buy double portrait. Then we'll go buy candle and go do a normal run. I just realized I forgot my clockwork set. Oh, we'll be able to double clockwork later. It's not that big a deal. I have no room for it. Is the problem. Like, I have room in my inventory right now, but I wouldn't be able to buy candle is the problem. I guess I would have been fine to just done candle a different run. I brought the brought the pocket watch with me, but not do candle this run. I said this time around I'm not doing pocket watch, but it actually would have been better to not do candle. Not sure why. I always try to shove candle into everything. But what we should have actually done is brought the clockwork with us, brought a full inventory, and just head straight top left, and just ignored candle. Instead of ignoring pocket watch. Because pocket watch was already on route, whereas candle was not. I don't know, we'll get better at the ground game. Patch only came out today, so still a lot to learn. It's one of those things we definitely should have done slightly differently. This is way slower doing it this way. Not like way, way slower, but definitely would have been better the other way around. I have another hat. These are just Prince hats. If you want hats, this will definitely get you a billion hats, that's for sure. If everyone wants to have the biggest hat collection, start getting your 500 merchant grind going. If you want to have the biggest hat collection in the game. We're not going to be running it that long, though. I do believe we're going to have, like, an absurd amount of hats, though. Like 70, 80 of every single one. Based on the math I did earlier. Oh, so while I'm here, honestly, I might as well just buy banana or something. Might just buy a big mix of both. I'm just going to buy only banana. The main reason being is I believe I already have a billion clockwork on the ground. I mean, pocket watch. I always keep calling this clockwork. I have no clue why. Anytime I ever say that, I mean pocket watch, almost. There are actual clockwork items, but I'm almost always referring to pocket watch when I say clockwork. Not sure why I call it clockwork. Also, a weird telly. I don't think I've ever tellied from soap. Normally I have some kind of middle turn-in, like vase or something that I need to go buy. One of the weird few times where I actually don't need to. Because I always try to throw like a vase or something else in middle down there. Or banana turn-in or some other weird turn-in in the middle. Very rare I go over there just for bottom left. Alright, our ground game should be fine. Let's see. 3, 5... Oh yeah, we have plenty of space. Don't we need to worry about it. Alright, grab on these. These I'm not sure if I have on the ground, but if I do, that's a great value turn-in. I don't think I do, though. Yeah, I don't have a lot of bottom items. Other than one single snow globe that we've had on the ground for forever. We don't have anything from bottom. Well, actually, that's not true. I have wine. I guess it's mostly just... actually, never mind. We have plenty of bottom items. It's just the stock on them starting to get low. But I don't have any clockwork left. Let's see. And that time I actually do mean clockwork. Double of this, that's good. A cup and a rib's kind of nice. Is there any way I could do that while also doing, like, abandoning this? I don't need that anymore. I think all that's the play. Let me go grab the whole stack of this, figure out how many I actually need. 12. Boom, 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 boom. Basically until there's, like, 6 left on the ground. Is that 6? There we go. Alright. Let's go do our run. It should work out pretty well. We get to do a portrait, double clock thingy. Then we go buy our soap, turn in the middle, get our rib, get our plate, turn in both at the same plate, boom. Or same place, not same plate. Alright, there we go. You finally had 61 cooking? Nice, congrats. Are you doing the quest? Is that your final requirement? Nice, good luck, good luck. Yeah, the boss is pretty easy. What level are you trying to take it out on? You can trap him in the corners and keep healing under him. Is anything above 25, it should be pretty good to go. There's no actual combat requirement for the quest. It's theoretically possible to do it at like level 1. Oh, 50 guard? Oh yeah, that's gonna be really free then. You could just tank him at that point. Oh, I think this is the second to last mining level. Or is that the last? Nope, one more. Wait, is that the last? Let me double check, wait. Do we need 40 or 41? Nope, that's it right there. Nice! We can finally do the mining AFK. This will also be our first ever 200 plus level AFK activity. So we'll get some data on that going into tomorrow. Because that's exactly at the 200 mark. I know, because it costs 4 points to go and unlock it. Very expensive. But very worth it. But yeah, going forward, I want to try to not AFK anything that isn't a 200 plus. I would say there's two big mistakes we made this playthrough. One is using knowledge to upgrade production skills when we should have just been upgrading gathering skills or like anything else. And the other big one was not getting a 200 AFK activity set up by like week 1 or 2. Like we're on like day, what is it, 38? And we just got it today. Which is so absurdly late compared to when it should have been. Also, I forgot to grab all my meat and plate and everything. But I would say that's our two biggest mistakes. If we were ever to make a video on like the top 5 reflections of everything we did horribly wrong. The two biggest ones I can think of off the top of my head is definitely knowledge point into production skills instead of gathering. As well as not getting a 200 AFK set up by like the first week. Or 2 weeks, or however much time you have to play. It took us 38 days before we had our first 200 plus AFK. But it's a really good one, it's mining. Pickaxe is so broken for it. It's one of the better AFKs in the entire game. Because your pickaxe actually boosts your mining AFK. As long as you're doing any that isn't gold mining. Or, you know, gold panning. Should you get 200 foraging? At 173, you might as well. If you're that close. Worst comes to worst, you can just knowledge it if you don't want to train it directly. So I might just wait for the next board because this one is so bad. To such a degree, I almost don't even want to run anything on it. This would be a good time to get the exact head count on the ground though. If we're going to do nothing right now. Because the best I could do is go like do a quick turn in on rib or something. Better go pre-buy some pumpkins to have for the ground. That would be a nice play too. This is a really easy center turn in. Let me go get a head count and figure out how many pumpkins I can go get. Let's see. 1, 1. Okay, so we're at 2, 4, 7, 9, 12. I can drop 4 more things on the ground. And honestly, at this point, I think it's going to be a pumpkin run. Is this one of the easy turn-ins I keep not doing? Honestly, let me go get it right now. I'm just going to get a full inventory of pumpkins. What? How many did I say I could do? Did I just say 12 or 14? I should forget the number I just said. Didn't I say 12? Because then I could do a whole thing of pumpkin. Because I could do up to 16. Does anyone remember what I just said? I had to forget even though I just literally just counted it. It was 12 or 14, but those are two very different numbers. Because if I said 12, then that means I can actually drop a full inventory of pumpkin on the ground. I might just recount and just do it based on this. We're doing it. We're doing it. Might have to delete some of them, but we're doing it. Alright, let me go redo the head count before I go delete every stack I have. You should be allowed to have 16 before anything gets deleted. 3, 5, 8. I can't see that one. 8, 10, 11, 12. Yep, it should be safe. We'll find out when something gets deleted. But we should have a max ground right now. Oh, free pizza. We'll take that. I should have wine somewhere in all my mess. Anything else we can get for value right now? That's worth routing in. Probably drop ribs since we only need one of them anyways. Portrait is free. Soap is free. I think that's the best we could do. Second portrait though. Alright, maybe we come back for the other thing later. So we don't have to touch all the way in the corner, I guess. And get like a second portrait. What do I need to go bring with me? Just a pumpkin and a wine. Take some. Take some wine. How many wine do I have left? Oh, I'm running a little low on wine. Maybe I should have dropped the wine. Oh no, it's such good value though. And it feels weird dropping a pizza here since we have so many still, but makes it so we don't have to go in the corner. Not sure if that's worth it or not. Hard to know sometimes when you only hold 6, because sometimes you actually do get like so many good ones and you just can't do them all. Then other times it gives you absolutely nothing. And you have to wait just so you can do anything. The problem is when it gives you like 8 or 9 good tasks, and it's like, oh, which ones do I take? They're all good. Get the exact opposite sometimes. Sometimes you get way too few that are even remotely viable. But in other times you get too many that you can't even route them all. Honestly, I almost feel like going for 205 Merchant today. That wasn't originally within the plan, but... And obviously, I probably won't go that far today. But I am in such a Merchant mood with how much they buffed it today. And don't worry, I'm putting this into Gather XP now. We are training Gatherer. At 43, we'll go back to Gatherer for a little bit. The only problem with Merchant, though, is it's not good to stop it because of our ground. Because at this point, our ground is never going to get reset. I don't know, low-level Gatherer just barely even matters anyways. We'll be fine. Oh, why am I going over here? The whole reason I even did the tasks I did was so I didn't have to go over there. But yeah, we'll be fine. I was going to go and boost my Gatherer to like 60 or something. Until we can start doing the next bone or something. It'll get there in time. Worst comes to worst, I could also start putting in the blacksmith. I need 193 anyways. Maybe that's what I do once I get Gatherer to 43, so I don't feel as bad about skipping so much Gatherer. I think after 43 Gatherer, I go to 193 smithing. Oh, why did I do this one first? I went right past the soap shop. The andesite is your new favorite mining spot. Which one is that? The green one? Because the green one's pretty chill. It is surrounded by combat, but it's not... Like, the banking for it's pretty fine. You could even smith them immediately if you wanted to. Oh, the purple? Oh, yeah, that one. The only problem with that one is their respawn timer is like a year long. I think it's like 11 seconds last we timed it. It's something absurdly high. Pumpkin's free. Hey, finally get to turn in Snow Globe. You know how long we've been holding Snow Globe for? This has been a good while. Yeah, we finally get to turn it in. Oops, if I could ever click the right button. Anything else on the board I can do to any degree? Nope. Alright, we're out here. Alright, so what are we looking for right now? We are doing... buy candle, buy wine... Turn in snow globe, and then I guess backtrack for pumpkin? I guess that's what we're doing. Because we got like 2.5 minutes, so... We might as well do all 4. Because we got a lot of time before we need to go to our next double. So we might as well just do all 4 of them, turn back, and see where we're at. Catch any thieves we see. Even wait for this guy. Nope, he didn't thieve. Don't all mining spots have respawn timers? Yes, but some are worse than others. Some you can also multi-mine. Like Basalt Flint. Where your last cycle you can do your Flint when you're going to go bank your Basalt. There's not as much downtime if you're banking. If you're dropping them all, it's a similar amount of downtime, but assuming you're banking them, that one has less downtime compared to some. Same as Granite, because it's so close to a bank. Oh, I forgot to buy wine. Also, all the ores have pretty minimal downtime, like the 10 ore ones. Where you do 10 of them at a time. There's some amount, but it's very small. I just realized, I knew why I was going up there. I forgot, I gotta turn candle in. I knew there was a second reason why I was going up here. Oh, it's gonna be slow, especially with the backtracking I just did. I forgot. I was wondering for a moment why am I going up here, but then I realized, oh yeah. It's kind of where you turn in candle, isn't it? Even though I don't plan to do anything else up here at the moment. I do need to go keep stock of what we have, though. We have like 15 things on the ground, but I forget what the total everything is right now. Oh, we're about to hit 2 gold as well. Wasn't there something I needed like 6-ish gold for that I was going to go buy? I already forgot what it was. Oh yeah, I remember. If I was going to go for level 50 foraging, I was considering getting level 10 on all the tools. If we were going to go for base 50s in the near future. And then worry about saving for the level 25 harpoon. But yeah, that would be my bare minimum to do level 50 foraging. It would be 10 on all the tool. Yeah, that's why I needed about 6 gold, because like 6.2 gold or something. I remember now. Yeah, that was a requirement for doing 50 foraging. Because I would want to have a 25 fishing rod, 10 for all the forager thingies. And I would say axe upgrade, but I don't really need it since we already have it. have it. Oh, I need to go and not turn this in, unfortunately. I only have 20 seconds. I don't think I can make it in time. Maybe I could have actually. I'll play it safe just to give us some time to actually grab all this stuff. All of what stuff? There's nothing here. I'll go turn in the wine and then we'll go check what the board is. I literally got one task. At least it's a good one. Got too much pizza on the ground anyways. Hey, we finally get to get foraging XP. Remember that thing we've been training all this time? Look, see, we finally got XP for it. Look, we got a level. There we go. Monocle I should have on the ground. I don't see why I wouldn't. Clockwork I wish I had on the ground. I don't think I do though. Let's see. Oh, I do. Nice. Alright, let me go reset my ground to figure out what we have. Pumpkins we got a lot of. Clockwork I literally have one turn in for, the pocket watch. The monocle I have, and I'll grab one set while we're here. Banana I have a lot of, which means next time we'll definitely need to grab the clock. Wine we're nearly out of, so we probably need a bottom run because we're running out of like everything on bottom. And then this I can buy one set from. Alright, there's not much I could do with this turn in at all. Like at all. Most of it I can't even utilize right now because they're in different directions. I think I used this to go buy like a billion clock. The problem is I can't turn in the spectacles I brought with me. It's going to be such a small turn in. I guess I technically could have bought a rug here for the other task. But beyond that, there isn't too much more I could have done there. But I could have technically taken the rug task and then bought rug from him. But at this point, I think I just turn in pizza and buy the rest of my inventory's clock. And in our next run, hopefully have like soap clock into something where we could turn these monocles in as well. You were eating a cheesecake sampler for your birthday gift? Ooh, nice. Oh, that sounds so good. How many different cheesecake types did you have? How do you even do cheesecake differently other than toppings, though? Like, I feel like the composition of cheesecake is pretty similar most of the time. Like, normally the main difference would be the topping or the crust. Or something infused with the, you know, the main cheesecake itself. Like if we were to have like a strawberry cheesecake or something. Alright, let me just tell you back. But first, let me go grab the thing. Oh yeah, it was mostly just different toppings. That makes sense. Because like I said, there isn't too much else you could do with it. Unless you're putting something like in the cheesecake itself. Alright, let me go turn my light on real quick. I know for you guys it doesn't look any different because we don't have it on right now, the face cam or anything. But gosh, my room is like pitch black right now. 1 second. Oh! Alright, the lighting has been fixed. Alright, what is our message board looking like right now? Nice, we got one of these. Unfortunately, no monocle to go with it. One of these, one of these, one of those. Alright, good enough. Give me these. I don't think we're over encumbering quite yet. Ooh, wait. Gotta drop these to go do that. Pick up all. Pick up a set of banana. Any other item we need? I feel like I'm forgetting something vital. Pizza I don't need. Wine is the thing I'm forgetting. I can just take all of it. Perfect. Alright, we're out here. Oh, this is going to be interesting. This is a run where we actually have everything already on us. That's kind of weird. This entire run, we already have everything. I'm gonna do a bit of a weird route, I think. Because I'm just gonna make like a weird plus shape. I don't actually ever have to divide the other road based on what we have. Because I can go down here, turn in this, turn in that, turn in that. We're gonna have to do a bit of backtracking, but it's all plus shaped backtracking. Up 182, nice. Go catch his thief real quick, still need those levels. There we go. Eventually we'll have 209 so we can do the AFK activity. At some point we'll get there. Alright, we're out here. Right, I'm just gonna make a hard left here. And then go up and turn in the thing and buy the wine we need. The only issue with this pathing, though I'm not sure if any pathing would have fixed it, I don't think we make it back in 1 minute and 20 seconds. It's gonna be too close. Oh, we still got a solid 1 minute and 10 over there. It says 1 minute and 20. I know the number I keep saying is lower than whatever number is there. It's not like a chat delay or something, it's just, we need to have like 10-15 seconds spare. Whatever number I ever say is going to be like 15 seconds slower than whatever that is. Because that's basically the time we need to make it back by. Like right now we need to make it back by like 45 or 40. The timer is mostly just to know the exact reset time. It's not the actual time that I need to be back for, it's actually slightly earlier. I don't think we're going to make it. If I want to turn this in right now, there's no way we make it. I got his telly. I need the double board. Even though I'm like right next to the clockwork turn-in, there's not enough time. This is why we have a timer, so we actually can make it in time for this. I will go turn in the wine, though. Since we did skip the clockwork, I will turn in the wine since it's like right here. Oh, now if I do that, I won't. Oh, no, go. I think we're still fine. Barely, though. Yeah, we'll have like 8 seconds to figure out what's going on here. Oh, good. That actually kind of worked out then. Yeah, that kind of worked out in the end. Alright, pizza. I don't know. Do anyone do anything else in top left? Is it even worth doing that? I guess I could turn in banana for free while I'm over there. Then I go turn in a cup. Is there anything else I want to do en route? I do have a second pair. I could do that. I just need to go figure out something and just run it. Yeah, let's take this, I guess. It's worth slightly more. Alright, anyways. What else do I need? I just need to go grab... Let me go reset my ground game real quick. Got a lot of ground just sitting here. Take all, drop all, we'll be back. We're making such a mess in here. Well, is no one else doing all the dropping? I feel like a lot of people are using dropping now. Even if you weren't before, there's so much incentive to do so as of today. Banana I'm just not going to bother with because I can get it for free when I'm already over there. Alright. What do I need to go grab? Nothing. Let's just run. I just realized I still kept rib though. Oh, that was bad. Why'd I keep rib? Because now I need to turn... I should have done cup. I didn't realize I kept rib. Because rib cup would have been way better than vase rib. But now we have to run this because this is what I have in my thing. Yeah, I really should have done cup then. I didn't realize I had rib in there. But honestly, this update is making me want to do post 200 merchant. We need 205 anyways at some point. I don't think I would go too much beyond 205 if ever in the near future though. Even if I want to, it's just such a big gap before we can use anything again. Like 205 to 222 is going to take so long. Oh, I don't need anything here. I'm always so used to needing something from the soap shop. That always throws me off when I walk by it and not need it at all. Because I kind of just assume by default that I will always need something from them. Sometimes you don't. Strawberry, chocolate, and red velvet. Oh, that sounds so good. Yeah, I had some cheesecake the other day, but it was just, you know, normal standard cheesecake. Which is still good, though. Actually, we had cherries on top of it. I feel like every cheesecake has at least, like, one topping normally, though. Like, you definitely eat them plain, and I have many times. But, you know, you normally go for at least one topping. Like a blueberry, cherry, something else. Because there's so much extra space to put something on it, so it's like, might as well. Yeah, all cheesecake's really good. Are you able to help you with a few missing hats? I'm not sure if I should mention anything for that. Should we say yes? The main reason I haven't said yes to anyone is just because I feel like if I say yes to one person, I'll have to say yes to everyone. Like, I'll feel bad if I say yes to one person and then say no to, like, everyone else. So I think on my hat trading, I'm just going to be doing none. Just to be fair to everyone. I will still be doing on the alts, though. But my alts don't have spares to be trading at the moment. And the only reason I'll be doing on the alts is because I'm probably not going to be grinding, like, 100+ hats on them. So it makes sense to trade on them. But for the most part, if you're actively playing, you're going to get all that you need anyways. Like, even at 1 hour a day, you're going to have more hats than you ever know what to do with. Alright, what are we doing? Oh yeah, we didn't make it back in time. Not ideal, but should still be able to make this work, hopefully. Alright, let's see. Grab all this. Drop all that. Grab all this. Drop all that. Those we don't need for a little bit, but it's fine. Pizza. Alright, we really need to go upgrade our ground. I have a very clean ground going on right now. That's not good. I can't even do wine right now because I can't even get it. Alright, this definitely looks like it's going to be a bottom route soon. I think I would go buy soap. Maybe turn in plate. Yeah, this could be a really bad run. There's almost nothing I can even do right now. Yeah, I think our next set has to be a bottom set. I gotta go stock up on wine, and I gotta go stock up on snow globe. And clockwork, and everything. The only problem is I can't do it all at once, so I gotta just choose one and do it. These are grounds looking really empty. You get it like 40 members, the OG. Oh, we could maybe do it for you then. I don't know, what are you missing? How many are you even missing right now? I don't know, I might be able to make an exception for you. You kind of bribed us. Let's see. You made a cheesecake with maple homemade maple bar. Ooh, glaze. That sounds so good. But if you can meet me at the merchant tower. Is I gotta make sure my stuff doesn't despawn. Let's see. Watch him say he needs like one of the Christmas trees or something. That'd be funny. Because gosh, am I loaded on Christmas tree? White and blue pudding, blue Santa, and blue star. Oh, you're there waiting? Okay. We could probably grab it on my next thingy then. Just gotta turn in what I have on me right now. Alright, so white and blue pudding, blue Santa, and blue star. Wait, which one's blue star? I assume that means Christmas tree. That's the only one with a star on it. I'm gonna go get my task and then I have 2 minutes to go trade you. In lightning round style. Yeah, let's see. 1 second. Just gotta go check my board real quick and reset my ground. Let's see. Honestly, this is how we're gonna speed trade in the future as well. Whenever real trading comes out, this is how we're gonna be trading. Because it's all around the merchant tower. We'll just be like doing a merchant task. Be like, yep, let's go. Do this, do that, do this, do that. Alright, where is he? Alright. We could do it like right over here. See if he follows. Where is he? Oh, he's right down there. Never mind, that works too. Alright, how do I trade this again? I haven't actually used this trade feature yet. This will be the first time we try this feature. I think I understand how to do this though. Alright, where is he? He's moving. Let's see. Where's my nearby people? Nearby players. Doctor something something. I would like to swap Xmas hats. Yes, I'm sure. Abort, abort, abort. No. Wait, how's this going? Waiting for other player. He hasn't accepted yet. There we go. Alright, how do I do this now? Now I gotta go change to the other one he wanted. I think it was white pudding. He needed blue and white pudding. So now I trade with him again. Alright, what are we still missing? What else was on the list? Blue Santa and Blue Star. Swap. And I assume Blue Star means Christmas trees. I have no clue what else has a star on it. And then, swap. Alright, there we go. Alright, the trees have been swapped. Alright, that should be everything. Alright, we're out here. Good luck, good luck. Well, I guess you're done now, but there you go. Let's see. There's your full collection. Alright. What are we doing? What am I abandoning? What are we doing here? Abandon this. Grab pumpkin. Maybe I'm trying to route bottom, but all this is like top route. I feel like I shouldn't have grabbed what I did, but let's see. Oh, snow globe. I need to go buy more, but I believe I still have one ready to go. Let me abandon this. Get another soap. Let me abandon this because I can't do it right now and grab another cup, I think. Do I bring in snow globe? I already have it. Let me just take it so I can neutralize my snow globe. Oh wait, I don't have a snow globe on the ground. I thought I still had one. No, that's dead then. Rip. Alright, never mind. I thought I still had one on the ground. I know for sure I have that on the ground. Then we just go do our rotation and we should be fine. Oh no, I thought I still had one snow globe on the ground. Apparently not. Yep, no problem. Yeah, now that we've traded some, I guess if anyone still needs help with hats, I guess I could help occasionally. Because now I'm gonna feel bad if I say no to anyone. Since I helped at least one person. So now I kind of want to help everyone. I just don't want to be spending like forever doing it. But if you can get to me like quickly and like wait for a minute or two, especially when we're doing like a merchant run or something, then that would work out. So if anyone does need any trading of hats, let me know. If you're missing like 1 or 2 or 3. Though honestly, you're just gonna get them all from playing if you're at least playing like an hour a day or so during the holidays. Or if you're still missing like that final one or something. They can hook you up. Oh, he's got another red one. That's funny. The collection thickens. But yeah, we really need a bottom run. There's so many things we need to stock up on. We need to stock up on wine. I gotta stock up on snow globes. Maybe even clockwork if we're in the area. Oh wait, where am I running? Oh yeah, I gotta turn this one in. It's fine. Which I might just run all the way. I think it's still better to telly here though. Oh, you know what I should have picked up? I could have gotten 12 clockwork there. It wasn't that far to have gone from there. It was a little bit of a walk, but it would have been less of a walk than, you know, later down the line. Because there's normally better things I want to get from bottom, like wine or snow globe. So anytime we're ever going to get clockwork is if I do like a trade somewhat near it and still have some inventory left. But at this point, maybe I'll start neutralizing my ground just so we don't have as much ground junk. Just so I can switch over to Gatherer or something soon. Is how close are we getting to be able to do Gatherer? I would need 6 more knowledge points. Alright, so never mind. We still got a little ways to go then. As I keep forgetting, I was putting all into mining. The mining AFK. So we actually gotten very little Gatherer so far. Because we started this to try to train Gatherer, but then it very much did not proceed to keep going that way. We were kind of just doing just whatever with it. Alright, let me grab all. Drop all. Grab all, drop all. I still have a monocle from earlier, too. Interesting. Got a spare banana. I could technically do a middle run right now. It's gonna wait on timer, though. Oh, so the timer's out of sync? Let me go check something. Yeah, I'm not sure why they do this sometimes. Sometimes my timer gets out of sync. I'm not sure what causes it. Alright, now it's slightly ahead, but it's fine. There we go. Alright, should be synced now. Pizza I should have on the ground. Gotta go in that general area anyways. Another snow globe. I guess I'll start stacking them up. Any other reason that we'd want to go down there? I guess abandoned rib for that. Alright, let's go get some bottom restock. The only thing I'll bring with me, I guess, then is... oh, too bad we couldn't get a monocle turn in. I guess I'll bring one banana with me, but I actually don't need it because we're going to pick it up when we do pizza. So let's bring the pizza with me. Oh, the only problem with this is I can't buy spares. I'm not going to have any room for spare. Because I'm about to go buy a candle, buy a double snow globe, and then I'm going to have a full inventory. Also, how do I even plan to get up there now that I think about it? We're just going to walk from bottom right? That seems so slow. I guess just tele back to top right? This seems kind of redundant, but I guess we kind of have to here. Because the alternative is, there isn't one. This also means we're not getting any spares at all. I'm simply just turning in what we have. Which is not ideal, but at least we get what we have turned in. We're not really utilizing the ground much on this run. It's kind of funny is I can actually go buy the tower and get some more tasks if I wanted to. We're definitely not going to right here though. But we could. What I'm tempted to go do is actually just get a whole inventory of clockwork. Because I'm already going to be really close when I turn in banana. And it synergizes with the one task that we have just sitting there. Oh, no. Oh, I thought I had to turn in for you. Whoops. Other guy. The one in the middle here is this double snow globe run. I feel like snow globe on its own is not worth it. Only if we buy spears to actually turn in. Snow globe's a really weird one in that regard. Really great turn-in location. Super horrible buy location, though. Got one more and we get a portrait. I think I know... Oh, I've seen where these are, too. I wonder where you turn them in at, though. Because I'm pretty sure I know where that buy location is. But sell location might be horrible. Yeah, 3 or 6 more knowledge points we can go back to gather, it looks like. Maybe 7. Because it actually looks like it's going to be a little short. Speaking of which. Be 6 more from here and I think we're good. And then we can go back to gathering. We've done so little gathering on this gathering stream. This was supposed to be like an almost entirely gathering stream. But like per usual, he does an update and it's like, nope, you're not allowed to do that. Change of plan. Oh, we got a black Santa hat. Ooh. Alright, now we have way too much of this, but at least we get to turn in one, maybe two. And this is one of those really free middle turn in ones. And let me go reset the whole ground since we have plenty of time. Since we just got reset. I still got that monocle from like ages ago. How's that not been used yet? Still hasn't been used. That's a lot of free middle turn in. Do I still have a pumpkin left? I hope so. That's pretty free. No, I ran out of pumpkin. I was doing so many pumpkin, I'm out of pumpkin now. Oh, I guess I gotta grab one of these. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Or to get some value from them, and then everything else is just a middle sweep. I'm not gonna bother doing the top left yet because we could do a separate run for that. So I'll be able to do everything but pumpkin and soap. Even though soap is turned in on middle, I don't have any spare. I didn't feel like it was worth getting. I feel like I go top left too much to bother pre-buying soap. Bath salt's a little bit of a different story because of the route you tend to do with it. But I don't think it's worth pre-buying soap. At some level ranges it is. We're getting too high of a level range to pre-buy soap though. As a lot of our routing just goes through soap anyways. Like, soap after you get the shortcut probably isn't worth buying anymore. Once you have, like, the 83 detective shortcut. What do I feel like I'm forgetting an item? That should be everything. Now it's just a 4-way turn-in. The best part is we don't even need a telly. So we're going to be so close to the turn-in point that we're already going to be there. And ideally, we just get a nice double board that goes into top left. We already got 2 for top left, so we're kind of good to go. We won a few times. We actually do a full pumpkin run as well and use the level 55 merchant shortcut. I feel like I haven't been using it too much at our current level range. We did it at one point, but ever since we didn't need to do pumpkin doll anymore, it's became a lot less viable. Now that we have so many other tasks kind of bloating up the area. Also, this will give us plenty of time to drop everything. Alright, there we go. Let's see what we get here. Well, double pumpkin, that's good. Pizza, I don't think I have a free delivery, do I? Yeah, I'm out of pizza. So that might be one we drop if we run out of good tasks. Anything I can do really quick? Not really. Kind of. Problem is, not much of this has bottom synergy. Or like the path that we're going to be taking. Actually, it's not... oh no, I'm kind of going in that way. We'll see. It's probably getting dropped though. Let's make sure my ground is nice and refreshed. Still can't believe we have those monocles. Has it been on the ground for like half an hour, if not more? Now, we'll wait for this refresh. The biggest target to get rid of is probably pizza and rug. Otherwise, the run's looking pretty good. I do have to make sure I don't get more than 4 in corner, though. Monocle is free. Ooh, double pizza turn-in. Ooh, I got the clockwork, too. But we're doing a top left telly, which is worth considering. Yeah, maybe I go get the double pizza and just bring it there. With my telly. Because I can turn that in while I'm doing the other thing. And unfortunately, even though I do have this, I can't turn it in right here. Alright, we're just going to roll with this. What am I doing? I need to go grab 2 pizza real quick. 2 pizza, then telly to corner. Gotta go a little out of our way for the pizza, but for a double turn, I think it's worth it. I do have to go a little out of my way for soap too. That might have been worth dropping. But since we have to go to middle anyways for pumpkin, I figured why not. We're gonna have to go a little out of our way. I think it's worth it though. It's definitely one of those things we'd want to have a ground item for. Our ground's looking a little pitiful. At this point, I almost feel like just clearing the ground. We pretty much reached as high as a merchant we kind of wanted at the moment. I mostly just wanted to test it, and then it became way more than just testing. It became much just grinding merchant. I don't know, when's our next, like, really big unlock? Maybe we'll do it up until then. 186 is our next, like, big unlock. So that'll be our end goal, I think, for merchant right now. And then whatever's on the ground, we just go and destroy. Either let it despawn or go sell it all. I think that's the play. We get 186. That should get us pretty much 43 Gatherer. Then we go back to Gatherer. If we don't have 43 Gatherer by then, we go and do something else real quick to go get 43 Gatherer. By not actually directly training Gatherer. As you tend to do. And then we can go for the new bone. Yeah, I think that's the game plan. 186 merchant. Ideally, that gets us 43 Gather. If not, we figure out how to get to 43 Gather, and if it does, then we just go straight to Gathering. Yeah, the only thing that's kind of off route here is doing soap. Soap's kind of bad here. And then we double turn in pumpkin, buy vase, and before all that we turn in soap. And we should be good to go. Yeah, I think that's our goal right now. 186 merchant. Dump everything into Gatherer. If we're not 43 Gatherer by then, we do whatever we need to go get it to such. And we'll go from there. And then we can actually go back to Gathering. Because one goal I had to stream was what? 56 Gatherer? That's still very doable. Still got like 6 hours left. Even with our little detour for the drop all mechanic today, we should still be able to go get it. At this point, I think we would have tested pretty much most of the things there are for drop all. Other than power mining or something like that, but we don't really need to bother with that. Because I do want to keep the resources from it. Alright, I did not make it back in time for the board, but that's fine. Let's see what we have. We still have that one. Gosh, those glasses are never going to get turned in. Hey, finally! They get to get turned in! Wow, that took forever. Alright, let me grab that. Let me refresh everything on the ground just in case. No, I did not want info. Just trying to drop my thingy. I'm still trying to drop my thingy. Drop all, pick up. Drop all, pick up. A lot of them. Drop all. Alright, we're out here. As you may have noticed, I didn't bother doing the other two. Oh no, they're just kind of out of route a lot of time. Now, one meat might have been okay to go do because I do need to go pick up more snow globes or something similar from bottom. But for now, it's fine not taking it. It could have been okay to take if we wanted a bottom route. I feel like the other clockwork thing's almost never worth it though. Early on it kind of is, but it just turns in for too little to bother this late. Especially with all the clockwork we already have on the ground. Like the main thing I would need to buy there I already have like 1 billion of. Oh, I see you, I see you, I see you. Wait, why is he not doing the thing though? Come on, grab him. Do you think there are a lot of bots in this game? There's definitely a handful of them, but I don't feel like it's any more than how much like a standard MMO has. Like, I know Old School RuneScape publicly said at one point they had like 11 or 12% bots. Somewhere around there. And let's say they were being on the low end, and it's actually higher than that. Let's say like 15 or 20% bots. I feel like there's been less than 20% bots in this game. I would even say less than 10%. I'm not in the free-to-play areas as much, so maybe the free-to-play is a little bit heavier in that regard. But I feel like I've seen slightly less than 10% in the member areas. Maybe even less than 5%. It's hard to tell, though, because I feel like bots aren't as obvious in this game compared to someone just being really AFK while doing something. Like combat or something similar. Because I feel like a bot in old school RuneScape you will know within like 10 seconds. Most of them are really, really obvious. Probably even less than 10 seconds. Like 2 seconds you probably already know if they're a bot or not. Especially if you check them on high scores. But in this game it's a little bit harder to tell. In the free-to-play areas I feel like they make themselves a bit more obvious. But the member area bots are normally a bit more sophisticated since they already had to spend money to even get the bot running. If you don't have a red Santa hat, you're a bot. Yes, if you're currently not wearing any festive hat, that is a little sus. Including ourselves right now. Look at us with our non-festive bah humbug hat. Let's see. Oh yeah, I needed to go do a snow globe run already. Oh, do I have pumpkin on the ground? I don't think I ever did I? I don't think I ever refreshed pumpkin. I think I only got as many as I needed for the run. Actually, I really don't need to go for top left for much. It's all on the ground already. Ooh, double pumpkin though. Banana's free. Yeah, we'll do something with this, I guess. Not the most ideal, but we'll get something done with it. Do I bother with wine and just get the free turn-in? Oh no, I already have it on me, duh. Alright, let's just roll with this. I don't need to buy banana though, because I can just get it on route. There's only problem with pre-buying banana compared to pre-buying the clock over there. Pre-buying clock makes a lot more sense, not only because it's a bigger turn-in, but it's not on route. The big issue that banana has a lot of times, if you pre-buy it, a lot of your routes are already going to go buy banana anyways. Due to it going from top left to center is really common. Whereas top left to top right isn't as common. But top left to center is like really absurdly common. Especially because of soap and everything else. Because even if you get the bath salts to go top right, it's still in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, the main reason I'm not wearing the festive hats right now, I don't think I explained it earlier. Oh no, I was just getting tired of seeing so much festive hats. Because now, like, literally every person in the game's running a festive hat. So it's like, you know, I'm just gonna wear the normal helm. Plus we get the cool little dragon wings on it now. Looks even better than before. Oh, so I forgot to go buy meat. Let me go grab that real quick. Completely forgot to go grab the meat. Let me go backtrack. We're at 2.5 gold. We basically started with 0 to stream, so it's pretty much pure profit. Bare minimum, we made 2 gold so far. Which means we're making almost a gold an hour doing merchant right now. Which isn't that bad. Obviously, it gets even higher as well. We're not even at 200 plus yet. Oh, did I forget to turn in banana? Oh, gosh, how much backtracking am I going to have to do? I'm forgetting, like, everything. I think we're doing merchant long enough now that we're starting to get less efficient. It's the second thing I forgot to do this run. Oh, whoops. We're kind of close to our goal, though. Another purple. Gosh, why do we have so much purple? I don't mind having so much green because I feel like that one looks the coolest as well. We got so many purple hats, though. Oh, not what I wanted. I just realized I'm not going to make it back in time, am I? Oh no, this is going to be bad if we don't. I don't think we do. Oh, it's going to be really tight if we do. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. This is going to be the quickest 1 second of our life. Ah, there's no way we make it. No, I clicked it. Alright, what do I still have left on the ground? Almost nothing. Though I do have these two, oddly enough. Banana's pretty free with the routing. Alright, we can make that work. Let me go refresh my ground real quick, though. And figure out what we're grabbing. Oddly enough, I actually get to touch all my ground. Still gotta fix our snow globe situation, though. But we haven't had any good situation where we can go bottom left. Ooh, other than buying soap, I don't really even need to go in that other direction. I guess I'll still do it, though, and just wrap around. Every path for merchant can be solved with enough circles. Ugh. The only thing I need to buy is soap, because we actually pre-bought everything with ground items. Our ground is getting clean enough that, honestly, I might just stop at 185. Even though I need 186 for the next hide, it's going to be so long before we need it. I think we'll stop at 185 beforehand, then. Because I need to get to, like, 170 or something merchant or something before I even really need to worry about that. And if we're ever getting close to that point, we can simply just get one level. It's not that big a deal. I guess the only big downside is we will be getting slightly less knowledge per hour by doing anything else. And I still need to go get 4 more knowledge points. Well, technically 5, but, you know, we're about to get 1. I don't know, we'll see. I'm just not sure what I want to go do to go get that knowledge right now. Wait, what am I going over here? I already have everything. Yeah, we do need a route to bottom to go get snow globe stock. Even if I just have to do like 1 meat and just buy up the entire shop or something. Get like a full stack. You know, we double turn in right here and we're good to go. Now, what is left on our ground right now? Because it is not much. Like at all. We only have 4 sets of stuff on the ground. It's basically nothing. Speaking of basically nothing, what on earth is this task list right now? I might just go buy our 12 that we need on bottom right now. And do it while turning in a burger, I guess. Alright, I'll leave everything here. It shouldn't despawn. Gonna go grab a billion snow globes real quick. Maybe grab a double wine while we're there. I think I'm grabbing a double wine, double snow globe. Because the place you turn in burger is where you buy wine. And then we just go a little bit east and we'll have a snow globe as well. Oh, come on, we're 1% short. But the reason I took that thief is I thought it would push us over. I was like, wait, why didn't it? But yeah, it would have, but not quite. Alright, there we go. One more gatherer level and we can go back to gathering. And then we get ourselves some goat horns. And honestly, even in 3 more points, I guess we can go back there and go get all the one-time bonuses that we have up to that point. Is cashing in on all of them might be enough to push us over. Worst comes to worst, I guess we could do a couple leaks while we're over there. Or whatever our highest thing is. I think it's leak right now, though. Up, double snow globe. Perfect. Perfect. Actually, so much so, I don't even need to go restack them. Oh, I just realized that. Oh, no, that's fine. I was gonna say I don't have double this, but I don't actually need double. Alright, that's a really good turn in. And I even have the clock ready to go, too. The only problem is, whatever it gives us here, it better be something that we can actually do. I need like a second soap or something. Or banana. Because I have no inventory space left. Unless it's en route. Oh, I haven't done this yet. Souvenir and then goes to textile stall? Wait, isn't that like so close to where it is? Showing map. Oh, I see. That's the textile stall, I see. How do I feel about that? One-time bonus, I guess. I'm not gonna be on route for it though. I don't know, we'll take it for the one-time bonus. I'm not sure if we're taking it again. The problem is I have no way of buying it. I just want to go all the way from here and then go down there. It might just have to be a next route kind of thing. Because unless I walk to the middle of nowhere, I have no way of getting there. There's also a bottom left turn in, and I already bought all my bottom left items. So I'm pretty much got it purely for the one-time bonus and nothing else. That's fine. But yeah, I don't think I take this too often. It's very similar to meat. And they have to go slightly off-center and then turn it in at bottom. There's good meat synergy, though, that one rib thing, or whatever that one big meat is that I never do. There's really good synergy with that. Hello, Reptile! In the Forgotten Things quest, were you able to +2 boost the Carpenter requirement? No, that wouldn't be, because it's not an AFK activity. So that shouldn't be boostable at all. I didn't try to, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't let you. The only reason Lost and Found does is because they're all passive activities. But the boost only works on passives, and that's not a passive. It's simply just a skill check to see if you have the level. So, yeah, you're not going to be able to. There's, I believe, only 2 quests in the entire game where you can skip because they're both passive. Getting the olives for the Battle of Fortune Hold, and of course, most notably, Lost and Found. But aside from those 2 quests, there is not a single requirement you can skip for any of the quests. And the only reason you can with both of those is they're related to a passive activity, which are the only things you can actually boost currently. Now, what do we get here? Show me something good. We can work with that. I need to go to textile anyway, so I might just do that right now. Do a quick textile run. Grab all my banana. I think that's it. Alright, let me go to the textile place because I need to go do this one-time turn-in. And I could chain it into the other one. The only problem is, how do I get banana over there? I was gonna turn in banana, but there's not really a good way to get there. Let's take the scenic route. I guess we're just taking the scenic route. I just realized how little money you make for this task. Because these things cost like a silver each, but you're getting even less money from the task. This one's a huge ripoff. But we're barely ever going to turn this in, ever. We're getting scammed here. We're only making like 10 profit. The other ones are making close to like 15 profit. But we already weren't going to do this one that often, but now we have even more of a reason. Because they're like 1.2 each compared to tasks that are like, let's say like, I don't know, like 300-400 each. Yet the amount of money you get paid for is like still zero. It's really weird. Yeah, I'll turn this in real quick for the one time. So am I going to bother coming all the way back just to do this cloth? It seemed like it was kind of en route, but now that I'm doing this, honestly, it might just be an abandon. There's just no way I get back there in time. Oh, there's our one-time bonus. Oh, I forgot to turn in vase. That was one of the whole reasons why I teleed early. Was so I could abandon this and turn in vase. But it would help if I actually did 1 to 2. Because the whole reason I didn't do it was so I'd have enough time to do this. Let me grab this guy real quick. Just while we're over here already. It's mostly good because even though the reward we get from it is bad, both for XP and for coins, the reason it's good is it still gives the full amount of knowledge. Even though the XP rate is worse. And the money is bad. But you still get full knowledge for it. Alright, let's see what we have on the board. Oh, nice. Normal wine, other wine, a little bit of middle. I think I have some snow globes as well. Perfect. Oh, I don't have any snow globes. Whatever happened to my snow globe run? Did I use all of them already? Apparently. I thought I had some here. Well, at least we're finally cleaning our ground. Alright, let me wait till we get our next set. I don't know, is it worth grabbing pizza here? Because I'm probably not doing textile. Let me grab my wine. I'm not gonna need all of it. Gosh, why is most of this so bad? I don't have pizza on the ground, right? So I can actually do a tomato synergy into it if I wanted to. I just gotta get rid of snow globe, I guess. Yeah, I think that works otherwise. Alright, gonna be a bit of a weird run. Also, I can't really do pumpkin. Is there anything else I can do to replace pumpkin? Pumpkin's really out of route right now. Not really. Alright, off we go. I know, or do I do pumpkin? But then I can't do tomato into pizza into top left. I can still move over to pumpkin and telly away, I guess. But then I can't do wine. Or other wine. I don't know. We'll figure out something. It'll work out in the end. Just do enough circles. We'll get there. We'll get there when we get there. Oh, this is probably going to be our second to last merchant run. We technically already reached the 185. Alright, we grab our rib. Grab our tomato. And soon we can actually start training gathering again. You know, the thing we were supposed to train most of the stream. This keeps happening anytime he ever does an update. It's starting to become a real reoccurring thing. Because I get so sidetracked by whatever the update is that I just spend like 2/3 of stream doing just the update content. With the big one today, of course, being drop all. Which is very absurdly good for merchant. Basically, gonna be our second to last run, I think. And we just scrap whatever's left in the ground. So I'm going to do a bit of a weird angle. I'm going to go do top to wine. Or top to rib. Going through wine. I don't think I've ever taken that angle, but I guess it's where we need to be. And I'm also double buying pumpkin in case we get lucky, because I'm actually not going to be going back in center. At least not this run. And then hopefully we get a really solid center sweep to end it on. At least for merchant, not the end of stream. Oh, level 2000. Oh, look at them, 2002. Getting those big numbers. Hey, another hat. Got a white one. Nice. I think we just traded one earlier, so now we're back. Yeah, how's our hat stacks looking right now? What is our smallest stack right now? Our smallest stack is 4 yellow pudding. It's always the yellows. What's with the yellows? Our yellow is always our lowest for something. Before it was our 0 yellow Christmas trees, then it was our 1 yellow Christmas tree. Now it's our yellow pudding. But by the end of it all, it'll say like 70 plus on them. So it won't really matter what the numbers are. They're all going to be way too high of a number by the end of it all. I wasn't able to make it in for a double board turn in, but should still have something, hopefully. Alright, gathering. Nice. What level are we at? Come on. What is that? 2 more? 3 more? I don't know. If we use a 5% boost, 2 more, and then go head over there for all the 1-times, we should be good. Alright, I think this is going to be our last merchant run. We'll just grab everything from the ground. And whatever we don't need, we don't need. Oh, we almost needed all of it. So close. No! No. You know what? Quick bathroom break. Let me go take one more big sip of water. I gotta do it. We gotta get the clockwork. We gotta get the center sweep. We gotta end on a center sweep. We're so close. It's one like a perfect center. Okay, I'll be back in 1 minute. Oh no, we didn't get the clock, but it's still good. It's still good. We can work with this. It's one off a perfect center sweep though. I guess I'll grab the burger. It's close. It's close. Not quite, but it's good enough. There's like 1 item off from being perfect. If instead of burger that was clockwork, it would have been so clean. I'll work with it. Alright, this will be our final merchant run. And then we can actually train Gatherer to train the Gatherer skill. A foreign concept that I'm not too aware of. But we do need to go back to gather already. This is supposed to be like a short, like, go test drop all mechanic, and we've been here for like 3 to 4 hours or something. I have no clue. Whatever it's been too long. Also, I just realized one thing that's slightly issue with this. I gotta go slightly center before I can buy my meat. That's the only problem with this route. Is I have way too much stuff to turn into this guy. To such a degree that I gotta do it before I buy my meat. I also can go sell all this now. Because unfortunately, we did not get the perfect clockwork turned in to go with it. That's fine. I'll grab on you, grab on you. And then go turn in our burger. Or buy and turn in burger. Just for the fun of it, I'm going to sell it to the right person. As if we're actually turning it in. We're not going to get the money for it, but it's not going to stop me from hoping. Please, turn in. We don't get any XP for it, obviously, or anything. I'll give him his meat. And he'll immediately give me my burger. Which I'm not sure if I've ever bothered actually doing that. Meat into burger. It's like he insta-cooks it for you. With the top power of technology. And then we'll go end on a burger, which is slightly short of a level, but that's fine. I'm not going to do another one just to go get a level. And hey, we'll be at 3 gold as well. Nice. That'll look pretty clean. Won't be exactly 3, but you know, it will be at 3, a little over 3. And that's all the merchant we're probably going to do for now. Since we've already spent a good amount of time on it right now. There we go, 3 gold. Alright, now let's go turn in our burger real quick. Now we're out of here. Alright, what are we doing? Technically, I should still go do some other activity until I get like 2 more knowledge points. Technically 1.5. I don't know, what's worth doing? What got updated today that we could do it on? How did a boost work? The AFK boosts basically just only work on AFK. So there's only 2 quests you can currently use them for to skip requirements. Being lost and found, and the one where you need the olives. Which is the Battle of Fortune Hold. Alright, where are we going to? We can mine some iron, we can do some ore, we can dunk some bones, we can do some combat. Not sure what activity I want. My brain's like, go back to merchant. No, it's we done enough merchant though. We're just slightly short of being able to do a proper level. But I still have to go check for Hope Forest. Yeah, I'm definitely going back to gathering. Where's White Clover? I want to go through a first time sweep. And just grab everything first time bonus. Yeah, let me go take some clover real quick. I should have probably brought some XP pots when I do these other ones. Since I kind of just want to scrap them. Does anyone know, what is white clover used for? Also, where even is white clover? I thought I said it was like right here. Alright, looks like it's mostly in this room because the other one has way too much combat. Oh, there they are. Found them. 152, that's like 0. Yeah, these are definitely not worth it. I'm just going to drop them on the ground. I wonder if there's a small chance you get a 4-leaf clover. They definitely got to add that. It's used for a 77 alchemy thing. So it's either used for arboret or for an XP pot in the area. One or the other. Alright, let's go do the leeks real quick. I think the leeks were slightly higher level. I don't really want to bank the leeks though, so we'll probably use drop all on them. Oh, do you actually use them for the 60 cryo? Oh yeah, 77, duh. Oh, maybe I shouldn't be dropping them then. Oh, too late, we're never picking them back up. We'll just buy them when we need them, it's not that big a deal. And I'm probably just going to drop all these leeks real quick. These are not going to sell for that much. I don't need them for cooking anymore. Let me see, how much do they sell for? Nope, I do not want the yew tree. Yew tree, leave! I'm just trying to get the leek! Info... Yeah, they sell for nothing. I'm just going to drop them on the ground. Yeah, I don't think these are worth it for 164. Might could be raking the other things for 155. Oh, back to raking we go. Drop all. I got our one-time bonuses. Alright, back to raking. Back to raking the bones, and then we'll go to a higher tier bone. Yeah, we'll go back to these until we hit 50. I mean, 43, I mean, not 50. We're not going that long. But that will give us our next bone unlock, which is, I think, tier 2? Our first tier 2 bone. Our gray goat horn. Because up to this point, we haven't actually had a tier 2 bone yet. And that'll be the very first one of them. Which is more so a bad thing than a good thing, because that means I can't make level 19s out of them anymore. Tier 2s cannot make 19 or below. So the ones that we're about to grab right now are going to be our last of our tier 1s that can actually go down to 0. Everything after that's going to be bad value. I need to get better at the walk under thing. We actually even set our mouse to be a different button with the in-game thingy. So now we can actually walk under them properly to aggro skip them. Go back to practicing that while we do these, because I don't think I need to do that for sheep bone. I have another black Christmas hat. Nice. But yeah, we'll do this until 43, but I will use any knowledge points we get on gathering. So our next one will go on it, and if I still need another after that, that will also go on it. But I'll stop doing that once we hit 43. Because then I actually want to gather the next tier bone. What's our next unlock after that? After 43. We get the sickle. I'll do it once for a one-time bonus, but don't need it much beyond that. So 53 is our real unlock after that, so we'd have to get 10 levels. So the goal would probably be 43 to 50. And then start knowledging it again at that level. Oh yeah, I forgot. We still have a timer going. It's so faded I didn't even realize it was still there. Whoops. Let me go unpin that. There we go. Oh, I forgot a bone. Oh no. Wait, what bone did I forget? I completely skipped a bone somewheres here. Well, I guess we're gonna have an extra inventory space. Yeah, what bone did I just forget? I guess it was one of the ones in the other room. Or so out of the loop, I just completely skipped a bone. That means we only grabbed 3 from the other room instead of 4. But yeah, we shouldn't need to do this for too long. Knowledge point alone will almost get us all the way there. We still have to go a little bit further, though. Yeah, I forgot that bone somehow. I guess the camera angle made it seem like it wasn't there. Because it probably had a camera angle like this, and then it didn't see it behind the rock. Whoops. Also, we've almost gained half a woodcutting level by doing these bones. Because I grab 1 Suave every cycle. Or, you know, 2 out of 3 cycles, because the other one I don't have enough inventory for it. And it's mostly because the extra despawn time. Or, you know, before it respawns. There's enough time to go grab the log before it respawns right here. Yeah, we're still waiting. But, yeah, there's always enough time to grab 1 log. And with all those 1 logs combined, I've gained half of a woodcutting level. I've gone from 50 to 50 and a half. Just from, like, the lowest tier tree we can do over and over again. For the 1 log we keep doing every cycle. Or 2 out of 3 cycles. Because the 3rd we're going to have a full inventory. So I guess technically this time around we could, because I accidentally didn't grab one. I'll probably just pick up a bone spike or something. Or just nothing at all. But normally we'll have exactly a full inventory. Just forgot one on the first cycle because it's been a little bit. Gotta get back in the groove of gathering. The only big issue with gathering is the banking time. I feel like none of them other than Bone Spike have a good bank. Like some of them don't have horrible banks, but the next one that we're going to I feel like has a slightly better bank. It's mostly these and the tier that's above the tier that we're about to get to, or like the 2 really annoying banks. Like the 2 tiers from now, you have to go like 5 rooms. You actually have to go to the next chapter to bank them. The best way to bank them is to go to the mines in Matubin. It's like 5 rooms away. And the other one that's a little annoying is this one. Because you have to go through 2 combat rooms. But I've been getting better at dodging them. With walk-unders and stuff like that. Stall them. I still get caught sometimes, either from misclick or just doing it badly. But we've been improving. Definitely gotten better at it from this grind. And that's applicable to anything in the future as well, unless they just change the mechanic. We're going to be a little bit short. I wish I had a 5% pot on me right now. I almost feel like getting it just so it'll tip over. But that time it could just been gathering even more, so it doesn't really matter. If it's already on us, it'd be worth using, but it's not worth going out of our way to go get one. Just for that. We're going to be so slightly short. Second we reach that meter, it's going to be like, nope, you still don't have enough. We're going to be at like 43 or 42 and like 90 something %, but not quite be there. This tree might actually push it over. Nope, not quite. It's actually unfortunate because now we're going to see 8 pop-ups now. Oh no. And the reason we have to do that is because banking it for later stalls you. Is currently. Hopefully they change that in the future or have an auto bank button. But now we're going to get bombarded with 8 pop-ups. Unfortunately. They really gotta fix that at some point. Because their band-aid fix isn't quite doing it. It's a little bit low priority, but it'd definitely be better if we didn't get spammed with pop-ups every few seconds. Or have to stall for at least one game tick to go cancel the other thing. Because you can hide it currently, but it'll stall your character. Like right now, if I click anything here, it'll stall our movement. Like our guy will just stop moving. Notice how he didn't move to the other tile. He just stopped right there. How much more XP do I need? I might just do it on bone spikes. Because we're just going to be right next to the bank anyways. It's way less XP what we're doing now, but honestly we need so little that it's probably going to push us over like instantly. Yeah, I only need like what, 5? 10? Not even 10. I'm just going to do them here. There's this room alone probably has enough bone spikes to get me a level. Let me see. How much are we getting per? We're getting 116. Oh, I do have to go to the other room though. Alright, let me go to the other room real quick. It's quicker than having to go all the way to the other place. I just need to push the level over real quick. See, if we had a 5% potion, that would have done it. But it's fine. There's the other bones in here. It's been a while. Is that enough? Even if it's not, I think they'll respawn by the time I get back there. There we go, 43. Alright, now we can move on to our next activity. The goat horns. I think I know where this is. It should be all the way to the left of where I am right now. Still gotta double check the map just in case, but I'm pretty sure it's just straight left from here. Or west. Let's see, gatherer. Where are we heading? We are heading over here. Yep, exactly so. Alright, that's where I thought it was. We will eventually get that woodcutting level. Every like 20, 30 gathering levels will gain like 1 woodcutting level. Through various random stuff. I think this one has some yew tree potentially in its cycle. Which I'm not sure because I haven't done this since like super early game. Like we didn't even have storage rift back when we were last doing this. So I've never even used this storage rift for this activity before. Hey, what are the two rooms they're in? I guess it's the bear room and the bear room next to the bear room. Luckily the bears are not aggressive. Yeah, goat horn and goat horn. Alright, where on earth are all the goat horns? Like, where on earth do we start the cycle? I guess over here? Wow, they are so spread, though. It's like a mile between every single one. I don't think we can get a tree because there's just going to be so much downtime. I think I grabbed that one on the way back. Yeah, these are so separated. 200 apiece though, instead of 155. The only big downside of them is you can't use them for level 0 gear. Their minimum is all the way at 38. But they have a higher cap range at least. If we ever need them for like a 50 something, I guess. Or a 60, 70 something. But the problem is their rarity rate's going to be lower. It looks like we're getting 199 or 200 each. It's better than like the 155, 156 we were getting, but barely. Anyway, we should have enough to do one yew tree as well. And then cycle back. Unless they take so long that you can perfect cycle them. Worst comes to worst, we can also kill one bear. But just so I know where they are, I'm pretty sure I'm going to do one yew tree every time. No, that's not what I want. I'm trying to grab the thing. I'm fighting on it makes it so hard. You can perfect cycle these? I'm pretty sure you can. You just need to know where they're spawning, and I don't know where their spawn location yet. But they're so far apart, I don't doubt that. It's not like the other ones that were really close together. I think this might be my least favorite bone now. Out of every bone, this might be the worst one to do. Because the spike is definitely the best. It's on top of a bank and its pathing is pretty simple. The femurs weren't too bad. These are a mile apart from each other. Just follow. I could just always follow someone who's doing it. There's like a billion people doing it. I really wish the sense spell would tell you where a spawn is though. Because it would make an activity like this way easier when you don't know the exact path consistently. Starting to learn though. Oh, already passed one though. It's gonna be like Granite Rock all over again. Or I pass it like every 5th run. It's not too bad. I hate their distance from each other, though. But there's definitely worse things in the game. It's not that bad. I just wish they were a little closer to each other. They're both banking at the same time. Yeah, banking's a little bit of a distance, but at least you don't have to deal with an aggro room. It's about the same distance as what we were doing before, but you never need to deal with combat ever. And yeah, we have to do this till like level 50. After that, we can technically start boosting it a little. If not all the way. But until then, I think I'm putting on smithing. Ooh, he's starting with top left or top right. Ooh. I'm trying to know if we'll cycle first. He's starting with top right, which is interesting. I thought he was going to go all the way up. Not sure if there's a path that loses or gains more tiles, though. Oh no, I canceled my action. I hate that. There's one nice thing about queuable actions in the future. Is you probably won't be able to cancel like that on accident. Which wastes a lot of time because you get to wait for the whole animation bar. It's not too big a deal with something like this, but you know, some take as long as like 30 seconds and then you cancel it and it's like, well, time to go do 30 seconds again. Oh yeah, there's another hole in the wall. Wait, there's a second hole over here that's not used for anything. Oh, they got a quest planned at some point or something. That's the second hole in the wall that currently does nothing. That's rather suspicious. Have I played Ballinair? It's fun. Been playing on the side sometime. No, I haven't played it. Yeah, from the Game Awards last night, the only one that I really saw that caught my attention was one I already knew about as well. The Slay the Spire 2. There's only been a few games even on my radar for next year. What's the whole list right now? I think it's like 3 games. Pokemon ZA, Slay the Spire 2, and there was like one other one. I already forgot what it was. Apparently not too important. I think I was saying Silk Song, but Silk Song is still not next year. So yeah, this might be the only 2 then I could think of. Pokemon ZA and Slay the Spire 2. Pokemon ZA is it's one of the Legends games. The Legends games are actually pretty good from Pokemon. A lot of this other stuff they've been doing has been pretty hit or miss. But the Legends series has actually been really, really solid, so I'm curious to see what they do with that. But beyond that, Slay the Spire 2 I'd probably do a ton. As it's probably one of my top 10 favorite games of all time, Slay the Spire 1. It's a really good roguelike deck builder. And each run only takes like an hour or 2. So it's one of those things you can easily like pick up, put down kind of things. It's not like you're committing yourself to a 1,000, 2,000 hour grind. Like an MMO or something. There's one of the reasons I didn't want to get into Path of Exile 2. Like, it seemed interesting, but not like 2,000 to 5,000 hours interesting to me. Which for a game like that, you'd probably need to do. Whereas Slay the Spire, we can easily do, like, you know, an hour, a couple hours, however long. Because you can get a full playthrough done in, like, under an hour. At least on lower difficulties anyways. That guy's name. I'm surprised that hasn't been banned. Oh, that's a funny one. If you know, you know. Yeah, these things are so far apart that it actually does perfect cycle. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. That means they're so separated and so slow that they actually cycle before you get back to them. Compared to some of the other bones. Because I'm pretty sure they're not any different respawn time. It's just their distance is so far that you get a perfect cycle by the time you end. Compared to the other ones where you can get a whole tree in. Oh, so you save one tile if you click above this. I didn't do that there. This seems to be the only bone where you save time. Is if you manual click the top of it for the that one bone in the northeast corner. But this whole cycle can be done perfectly just by clicking on them. Except for the northeast bone in the north room. Or you save one tile if you manual click it. Yeah, since we're doing bone only, we're gonna have so many bones. Like, you thought we might have, like, a lot of ore. Like, let's say our iron stack is, like, what, 3,500 right now? We're still gonna get more. But I can only imagine how many bones we're gonna have when we start leveling to some of these level ranges. Even before 200. Because if we're doing, like, 10, 15 levels with bone only at some level ranges, which is actually the case, that's a lot of bones. We're talking thousands at some level ranges. Even the level range we were at, if I didn't use any knowledge, that would have been over 2,000 bones. Even with some knowledge, I think it was like 1,700 for the previous bone. But it's one of the main reasons why we're going to be knowledging it some in the in-between section. Because otherwise it's going to be way too many. Not way too many isn't for bone right, but more so into just have to gather them. Alright, I'm gonna go put all this away. Boom, boom, boom. I'm not sure what I'm putting knowledge into right now because I don't want to dump it into Gatherer. Not at this level range, I don't. I don't know, maybe I do. Oh no, do I just dump it all into Gatherer even right now? I'm tempted to. I am tempted to just dump everything into Gatherer. Because what I was going to do is smithing, but... Because my plan was to do it into smithing now. But then when we need to do the 200 smithing grind this weekend, I dump it into Gatherer. Because by then we'll be at a level range would be worth skipping whatever we're at. Or is that this exact level range, it wouldn't be as worth it. I think that's still the play. Because I really need 193 smithing. By sometime tomorrow. So we can finish it by Sunday. Because we're not ending Sunday's stream without 200 smithing. See, I think that's still the play. Any knowledge I get now, I do on smithing. And then when I do smithing, I do it on Gatherer. Which is rather ironic, but it actually will work out that way. Ooh, nice Tanaka. Hope Forest has the worst music. I don't know, I haven't minded the music here that much. Though it's up against some steep competition, though, is the problem. Because Hope Port is just so cozy. Mine to Matubin has the best music in the game. And Chronopolis just has the best balance, as well as one of the better tracks as well. One of those newer ones they added. So yeah, Hope Forest probably does have the worst music. I wouldn't say the music here is bad. There's two big issues with the music here, though. One is it's just higher tier in every other area. But there's also dead space area in this in several places around this place that plays no music at all. And I think that's the biggest issue Hope Forest has. Like, the ambience works for when you're doing this storyline, but even post-storyline, the music cuts off. And it's something that we had on the previous bone, not right here. But whenever you're next to like the dark crystal or anywhere around there, it has like a weird ambience. Oh no, I just canceled that. I hate that so much. That's the second time I've done that now. But it has like a weird ambience that works really good during the storyline, but is not particularly good when you're having to grind there for hours on end. But my favorite music overall, if you were to base it on everything, I would say it's probably Chapter 3. Because his ambience is average or slightly above average, but his battle music is the best in the game. Chronopolis has a better balance between its ambience and its battle tracks. But Mind to Tube and battle tracks are just so absurdly good. While still having decent ambience. Whereas Hope Forest kind of fails in both. Like, it's a good forestry ambience. It just has too many dead spaces in it where it has no music playing at all. I feel like Hope Forest's biggest issue is it doesn't feel like Brighter Shores in a sense. Like, I feel like Chronopolis and Hope Port music, even Minds of Matubin, like, I hear that and I think, like, Brighter Shores. But I feel like Hope Forest's biggest issue just feels a little generic-y. Both the music that is here as well as just the forest itself. Minds of Matubin suffers from that, I feel like, design-wise a little bit as well. Though the music carries it really hard. But Minds of Matubin kind of just looks like a mine. The Hope Forest kind of just looks like a forest. Like, you can copy-paste this into, like, any game and it'd be like, yeah, that fits. It's something that Hope Port and Chronopolis does pretty well. In that they have the vibe of like, oh yeah, this is Brighter Shores kind of thing going on. Whereas I feel like both the two other locations, you can like copy-paste them in and it's like, oh yeah, this works as a forest, this works as a mine. But you can't really do the same with the two cities. They have a lot more of an identity to them. But they'll flesh it out more in the future. But if it wasn't for Minds of Matubin's music carrying it so hard, I would say it's a pretty generic-y mine. Like, if you're just looking at, like, the layout of it and everything, there's nothing particularly out there that's like, oh yeah, this is, like, absurdly unique. At least, like, layout-wise and everything. And the forest suffers from that as well. It just doesn't have enough landmarks that are, like, really, really out there. Or mechanics that synergize with the landmarks particularly well. The Corrupted Panning River is pretty cool, I do have to say. That is a nice touch. As well as the one gate in the one area. Like, it definitely has some assets that work really well. Mostly the Corrupted River, the one gate that leads you to the other area, and the fact that you even have to do like a puzzle and a quest to even unlock it. So it's a bit more of a memorable gate in that regard as well. But beyond that, it doesn't have too much. Oh, I just went past it again. I just feel like I have too high of an expectation for it just because of how good Chronopolis is. It's kind of unfair to compare anything in this game to Chronopolis in like any way, shape, or form. Just because they did it so insanely well. What does Matubin even mean? I believe it's one of the spirit people from the mines. I believe they explained it during the lore that I spacebarred through and mash-clicked through. But Matubin is a person who I think is now a spirit that now inhabits the mines. They like died in the mines a long time ago, something, lore. But I forget the whole story. But Matubin is a person, not like a word that means anything. Are we Mantubin? That'd be funny. I wonder who got the name Mantubin in this game. The mine of Mantubin. He got a whole area named after him. There has to be someone who's got that name early on, knowing that that was a chapter title. Hey, we almost gained a gathering level by actually doing gathering. I'm so tempted to put that into gatherer, though. As much as I should put it into smithing, I am so tempted to click that gatherer button. Is what the main reason I haven't spent it yet. Is I'm still contemplating. I don't know, what do you guys think? Put our current knowledge into gatherer right now? Or put it into smithing? Because if I get to 193 smithing, I can then use my smithing to put into gatherer. Because I can't do smithing without 193. This is the main reason we're not doing any smithing right now. But the only way we get it there is with knowledge. Because we're definitely not training it there. Bone right? No, I can't do bone right. One of the whole reasons we're even doing gatherer now is so I don't boost bone right. Even though I did do the AFK activity, but this is because I didn't have my mining one working. But now we got the 41 knowledge between yesterday and today to go do the mining AFK. And now all AFKs going forward are going to be 200 plus only. For the rest of this playthrough, we'll never ever ever be doing a below 200 mining or below 200 AFK activity anymore. Last night was the last night, which we did on bone right. But going forward, it'll always be like a 190 plus for an AFK activity. Ideally 200 plus. Mostly say 190 plus because I might need to do it on stonemason. Because at 200 you get the AFK activity, I think, for 195. Because at 200 mining I get the AFK activity for that one right there at 195. So that'd be like one of the few exceptions. Because I'll probably be able to do stonemason 195 to 200 just off of my mining that we're going to be getting over the next several nights. Not sure how much I'll need, but I know we can kind of gauge it based on how many mining levels we get. You just realize you like fishing because the nodes move. Gives you sunlight butterflies. Oh, you mean like the other thing? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, they are kind of similar to that. But yeah, one of the main reasons we're not dumping into bone right anymore is kind of like the whole reason why I'm doing gathering. Is so that I can actually get some XP for bones. It's kind of like how we're doing it with stonemason, for example. Where I need 5 more stonemason levels, well 4.5, in order to be able to do stonemason again. Because the way that I'm currently doing it is I'm processing everything I have. And once I do, I then dump knowledge into it. So we get a bit more knowledge per level. So I'm processing everything I have banked that's up to that level. Or at least the more relevant ones that give like good XP. And then, yeah, afterwards we dump the knowledge. Just so each knowledge point gives us a little bit more. Because we'll get a lot more per knowledge point using it, you know, like 112 compared to if we used that 107. Which is the whole reason why we did it like that. It's not a lot more, but, you know, it's more than it would have been. And we already had it banked anyways. That's kind of what we're doing with Gather into Bone right now. Is that certain level ranges will be actually good to dunk the bones. And then, we'll dunk them first and then go throw the knowledge into it. So right now it's a little bit of a waste to put knowledge into it. Not completely, but more so than if we did it later. And it's pretty much the same situation we have going on with smithing. Except I'm locked out of the next one similar to stonemason. It's why we haven't been training any stonemason or smithing. I basically locked out of it until I put some knowledge into it. If I keep putting it off because I keep doing other goals, like getting our mining AFK to 41. We had 0 knowledge the other day. Like a day ago, this was at 0. We're now at 41 for it. That's where a lot of our knowledge today went, as well as some from yesterday. Well, maybe not all of it, but a lot of it. Yeah, where are we on leaderboard? Did we ever retake top 20? I don't think we did.
Hey, we did. Oh, based on what's currently on there. Yeah, we got past KC apparently. Also, apparently, leaderboard's refreshing correctly now. Before it was being a little bit weird in how it refreshed. But supposedly they fixed that today. They didn't fix the leaderboard itself, but they did fix the refreshing a leaderboard. They didn't fix all the empty holes in it, though. But they did fix the refresh rate on it. So, yeah, we're currently 20th. Hello, Sonny! Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good day. Or a good weekend, I should say. It's finally the weekend. I forgot, today's Friday. And my time started like 6:30. If you're in Europe, it's already very late, actually. Super weekend right now. Also, Duppe has been getting so many levels. What on earth has he been doing? He had to have been doing some amount of combat. Like last week, he was like 20 to 50 levels lower than me. And now he's like 50 to 60 levels higher than me. Actually, 61 at this exact moment in time. He has to be doing combat or something. He was doing merch leatherworker? I did see him doing that earlier. Maybe just finished the full grind at this point. He went to like 200 already. I still don't believe he's doing any post 200 training. Or it's actually happened a little bit. Not a lot yet, but... Let's see. I did do 205 Scout. Oh yeah, he did all the combats, that's why, okay. I was gonna say. I was wondering why I was speed running upwards so quick. He did all the combat. Okay, that explains everything. Never mind. He did finish the 200 grind on Merchant Leatherworker, though. Though he did it without 205 Merchant, oddly enough. Oh, whoops. I thought I had full inventory. Whoops. That's why you keep the inventory open. Honestly, I don't need my teleport. Let me just put that over there. There we go. But yeah, that explains everything. He went for all combats. I was gonna say, how on earth did he move so quick? Found it! He did 200 all Chronopolis and did 200 all combat. And I was considering doing Mines of Matube into 200 combat. The problem is I'm in a really weird level range as far as things I need to kill. Because the thing that is easiest to kill in my region, or, you know, in Mines of Matube in general, the tentacle thingy, they're really out-leveling us right now. Like almost 20 levels on us or something. Which is not ideal. Yeah, that was the biggest issue with it. They're currently, what even is that, 14? Yeah, they're 14 levels up on us. Which is making us have to waste a lot of potions and everything to go kill them properly. It might be worth it, though. I was mostly doing it for knowledge and was being really bad knowledge per hour at the time. But the Mines of Matube, or, you know, the combat XP that we were getting was really good. It's just the knowledge per hour is what we were after at the time, which is why we then pivoted to Merchant. I don't know, I might go back there some to stream. Because once we get to like 75-ish, we should be fine against them. One other thing I can consider is once I get one level, I can go make a level 70 shield real quick. A 70 shield would help us out a lot. Because currently I believe I'm using a 58 2-star. Because that's something we got as a drop. But I can go upgrade it really pretty quickly to a 73-star once we hit one more level. Which I think is going to be the play. Because obviously we can't depend on armor drops. So our best bet would be just to go and do, make our own shield. Oh wait, does that save a tile? Oh wait, it does. Manual clicking that one also saves a tile. I've been wasting a tile every time. But yeah, you can save 2 tiles with manual clicks doing this then. The final 2 bones both save a tile by manual clicking. It's not much, but you know, it's better than nothing. But yeah, both the final 2 are like that. There's a lot of weird resource routes. I almost want to go make a whole composed list. Due to the east-west priority that this game has. My only concern is they're going to literally change it like the day after I finally make a guide on it. It's one of the reasons I haven't been covering like any guides on the game yet. Is I generally like making ones that will last for like, you know, a while. Because this game's still in early access. I could easily make a guide for anything, and within a day it could be different. Like, let's say we made a merchant guide. Every merchant guide's already invalidated by the drop mechanic added today. Like, obviously they still matter. Because there's strategy that's still consistent. But whatever they said is not the most efficient thing to do anymore. As of today. It's still useful information, of course, but it's not the most efficient thing as of today. Due to the new drop mechanic. So, like, those are already outdated, even if you made one, like, literally a day ago. Because they don't incorporate the new drop mechanic. And stuff like that that would annoy me when making guides. Because this game is still so early. Like, you can make a guide on anything. And within, like, literally less than a week, it could already be, like, half invalid. Like, they have such a short lifespan. And I hate making guides like that. Like, guides that are relevant for, like, 1 day or 1 week or 1 month. Obviously, there's still useful information in them regardless, but they wouldn't be the best way after, like, such a short duration of time. We got like 1 more run before I gotta figure out what I'm putting this knowledge into. I don't know, what do you guys think? Gathering or smithing? Gathering gets us to our next node quicker. Smithing allows us to actually train smithing to 200. But we definitely gotta dump into 1 of the 2. I still haven't decided which. Because we need both of them. Within the next day or 2. Or it just comes down to which one we want to prioritize first. Though I'm not going for 200 Gatherer this weekend. But I definitely don't want to end Sunday without 200 smithing. Which I'm not sure when we would finish 200 Gatherer. It is something I want to do in the next week or 2. I'm not sure if I want to rush it all the way or not. So when is our next unlock, actually? We got our next unlock at 53. The problem is I'm not sure if it's good or bad. Well, obviously it's better than whatever we're doing. But, you know, XP-wise. I mean that mostly is in this route. Go for smithing for Minds of Matubin. Or top Matubin. We're technically top 20 right now. There's actually only 1 person in the entire game with base 200 in Minds of Matubin. We're actually really close. Well, kind of. Not really. Oh, he hit himself! Oh, he's hiding. Ooh. I know for sure there was one. He even just like faded right there. It was like a 1,000 something. But yeah, top 1 player in Minds of Matubin's hiding. I know 100% there's someone with like 1,200 total in number 1 right now. That's interesting. Probably because trading's coming around the corner and he wants to be like the highest person who can make a 4-star custom kind of thing. So he wants the high to make people think he's lower than he is. But he's at least 1,200 by now. How much of that is smithing and the other 3, I don't know. Like smithing, stonemason, bone rate. But he's definitely 1,200 by now. But that's just more people hiding. There's only one person with base 200 mines in Matubin. Including combat. Though combat's a little bit less relevant. There are multiple people who can make base 200s, but he was the only 200 all who also did combat. There's a lot of people who are a little bit more like we are. Where they were mostly just trying to get, you know, the 200 weapons made. Oh, did they actually mention that? That anonymous people can't trade? Ah, I guess that's to get all the bots out and everything. Interesting. I didn't see that in the AMA. There's one interesting way of going about it. But yeah, I think I've concluded I'm putting into smithing. Mostly because I'm locked out of smithing to 193, so it makes sense. Then when we get 193 smithing, I can just put it onto gatherer. Which seems kind of counterproductive. But I think it works out. So yeah, we're going to do that. I put into smithing now until it's 193. And then when I do smithing, I put it into gatherer. It's one of those weird quirks with this game. Since you could feed into anything with anything. Like, it seems like it would make more sense to do gather while doing gatherer and smithing while doing smithing. But not quite. If you're XP potting, maybe. If you're just dumping into something. It actually makes a little bit more sense to do it the other way around to hit the thresholds you need. For example, I need 193 smithing so I can continue it. But at a certain gathering level, I'm going to need, you know, XP to get to the next threshold. Like, let's say we get to the next bone, and then after that we go and get to, I don't know, let's say 66. And then I get to, like, 70. Or even, like, 75. Going the rest of the way from 70, 75, whatever I'm at, to 79 with knowledge would be way better than training it from that level. Because we'll be able to skip some of the slower XP grind. Particularly around 75 would be the sweet spot for it. And then we just knowledge those 4 levels while doing smithing. Which is probably exactly what's going to happen, which is why I bring this one up specifically. As it's almost exactly what's going to happen. Is over between today, tomorrow we'll probably get to around 75 gatherer. Because by then we should probably have the smithing level we need through this and other activities that give us knowledge. And then while we're doing the 193 to 200 smithing grind, we go from about 75-ish gatherer to 79. And then we go back to gatherer again. And rinse and repeat. Once we're at like 90-ish, we'll probably do something that isn't gatherer. So that we can try to get to the next threshold. That's pretty much the game plan. Is do gatherer to about 75-ish. Get 193 smithing by then. Use smithing to get to the next threshold. And do it again at around 90 to 94. It's applicable to pretty much every single skill in the game. Except for Merchant. Merchant's the weird one. Merchant and Combat are the 2 outliers. But other than those 2, it is almost always worth it to throw a little bit of knowledge into them. In order to get to your next big XP threshold. Because there's always a bit of dead space where you're getting worse XP. Because you haven't reached your next best method yet. And during those dead spaces is almost always best to just do it with knowledge. While doing anything else where you're getting the best rate for. Like Merchant, Combat, anything else. Because the first few levels of the unlock is when you're getting the best rate. It's not that your XP rate is going down, but the amount of XP you need per level is going up while your XP rate is staying the same. It's not like Combat and Merchant that basically scale to your level. Merchant quite literally scales to your level. Combat doesn't, but you're moving so often with Combat that it basically does. As your gear is getting better, your you know, your enemies are getting better simultaneously. Combat's not as big of a one-to-one, but merchant, quite literally every single level, you make more XP than the previous. Like, it scales perfectly to your level. The only small weird thing with merchant is sometimes a new unlock will actually make you slower, not quicker for XP rate. Which is like a weird oddity that every other skill doesn't really have. Where it's actually possible your XP rate gets slower. I guess there's some instances in combat where it's kind of like that. Like if your next few enemies are all full, but you can't take like the super high end, you might be stuck with something weaker for a little bit. Particularly in raid dens for Chronopolis is pretty common, where you're stuck at like a lower level raid. Crime raid dens are spreading Christmas cheer. Yeah, the best way to get AFK hats is just to AFK raid dens. Basically raid all the criminals for their hats. They're hoarding all the party hats in case they become tradable. So they gotta stop their crime cartel and get a bunch of hats from them. But yeah, it's the best click to hat ratio in the game. If you're looking to AFK the holiday hats. I got 10 before I even started to stream. The day that they came out. Like literally just like 2 hours of AFK in raid dens was 10 hats. It's pretty solid. Or sorry, 2 hours, not 10 hours. 2 hours was 10 hats. Not sure what I just said. I think I just said 10 hours was 2 hats. I meant the other way around. 2 hours was 10 hats. Did I end up getting a hat from a thief? Yes, I did. Actually, I think at this point I've gotten like 4 to 5 from a thief. But during that one session when I was talking about it, yeah, I did eventually get one. Since then, we've probably gotten like 5 from thieves. You know, directly while handcuffing them from a stall. Counting raid den ones, we've probably gotten like 20 or 30 from thieves. Depending on the method you're looking at. But yeah, we did get 5 from the method we were talking about that one stream. That I wanted to get at least 1 from. We got like 1 that stream and then like 4 since then. When you enter, the guy says, who wants some handcuffs for Christmas? Does he actually say that? Is that a line that they have? I know they has like a flavor text. Is that actually a thing? I didn't think they would change some of the flavor text in the game for Christmas. That's kind of funny if so, as an Easter egg. Because even though I've done that some since the update, I didn't pay much attention to the flavor text. Like initially I did, but honestly any text could show up and I wouldn't even know what it says. That's kind of funny. I didn't think they would change something like that for the holiday, but apparently they did. Probably because it's a pretty quick fix to put in. What'll be funny is they'll probably accidentally leave it in even after Christmas. It'll be like February and they'll forget to remove it. Unless they have a bunch of stuff that they could turn on and off through like a holiday switch. I highly doubt they coded it that way though. They're probably going to have to manually to remember to go remove it. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I didn't notice that. I'll need to pay attention to that next time I do crime raid dens. I normally don't do them on stream, though. I try to save them as an off-stream activity. Just because of how absurdly AFK they are. The other problem with them right now is until I get to 221 Detective, my XP rate's like negative 35% or something right now. I have another white hat, nice. I said that white one actually looks pretty clean, because it looks like even more snow. Even though I like the blue one better. The white one looks a little more festive. Alright, we almost gained 2 levels from these things. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. I haven't been keeping track of how many levels per hour we're getting from doing Gatherer. So we can gauge how many hours it's going to take. Does anyone actually know? If you were to do Bones only, what is your average, like, leveling rate? I want to say, like, 2.5 an hour. Depends if you're at, like, the beginning or the end of the threshold. Well, let's say it is 2.5 an hour. And we skip some of the other ones with, like, some knowledge here and there. How many hours is that? Isn't that, like, 70 hours of gathering? Or 60? It's like 60 something. Obviously, we're not doing all that in one go. But it's also lowballing it. It could be slightly better than that. Though it could also be worse. I don't know, based on how much XP we've gotten so far, I want to say it's like 2.5 an hour. Which means, yeah, it's about 60 hours of grind. Because the rest would be offset by knowledge points, of course. That leveling is just assuming you're doing, no knowledge. But obviously we'll be knowledging the thresholds where we're getting worse XP. Whenever we're at, like, the lower XP rate. Because we're trying to do bone only. So we're going to need a knowledge whenever there's not a good bone to do at a given level range. Like, whenever we're at least, like, 10 levels out of a range, or even 8, is probably when we do it. Like, right now, the bone we just got was level 43, so it's still good to do right now at the 45 and 44. But as soon as we get to, like, 50, when we do the 53 bone, 3 away, 7 from where we are, that's going to be, like, the sweet spot to start knowledging it instead. Because our XP per hour is still going to be the same, but the amount of XP we need is going to keep going up. Which means once we hit 50 is when we're going to need to try to do a different activity. I don't know, are we even going to hit 50 within that time? I guess we are. Because that would take, what, 2 more hours? Roughly, based on our guesstimate right there. Which means in about 2 hours from now, assuming we do this for the next 2 hours, which we might be. But assuming we're doing this for the next 2 hours, that means I would need to find a different activity after that. And I can't do smithing because our smithing's not going to be 193 by then. I could do some mining, but mining is so similar to what we're already doing. It's just we're going to be getting rocks instead of stones. I mean, instead of bones. Stones, bones, they rhyme. Close enough. Oh, we got AFK activity. Wait, that's an AFK for fishing. Wait, you get fishing AFKs from this area? Wow, gathering is bad. How much useless junk do you get? You get cooking supplies you don't need. You get fishing supplies you don't need. There's so many things in the skill that isn't bone. It's almost like the icon is an apple instead of a bone. But, we're basically using it as the bone training skill. It's mostly because of the rake. The rake helps only bones. And the main thing we need is bones. So there's like a double reason as to why we only want to prioritize bones. As it's by far the most useful thing you get from Gatherer. But is also the thing we're getting extra XP rate on. Particularly 10% right now. So we're getting double the benefit. Not only are we getting the resource we need, but a better XP rate for the resource. This place is so much prettier than the mines. Oh no, is it? I don't know, I never know how to feel about Hope Farce's aesthetic. I definitely don't hate it. It has just always grabbed me as like the weakest chapter. So I always feel like whenever I look at it, I try to see like every flaw in it. Rather than this cute little atmosphere that it has with like all the little birds and everything else. I think there's a couple bunnies running around. I don't know, there's a lot of things it does right. I just feel like it doesn't have the vibe that the other areas have. And that's kind of what ruins it for me. I feel like I'm just kind of walking through a forest. rather than hope forest. I don't feel hope in this forest, I think is the issue. It says desolate looking areas in some spaces in the area. Not to mention, like, the entire skill that we're training here is just a collection of dead bones. We're just picking up a bunch of corpses over and over again. Like, the forest doesn't feel that hopeful. Between the corrupted areas and the fact that the main thing we're training here is the picking up of corpses over and over again for hours on end. We're like the mortar at this point. Just need a plague doctor mask and we're good to go. Which we better get at for a Halloween event. I love that kind of aesthetic, like the plague doctor aesthetic. I'd be wearing that right now if it was in the game. 100%. Feels like the perfect thing to do while training gathering. But I hope they add it for Halloween. I need it so badly. I hope if they add like a bunch of different Halloween outfits that you can earn, we get at least like a plague doctor mask. Ideally in 5 different colors if they're going to keep doing that for like every holiday. Because the black and green one would be pretty solid. I know, we're the one being dead. I know, we're choosing to do the bones. We could be doing all the flowers and other stuff. But I don't know, it just seems the most useful. Evil pumpkin head. I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, Old School RuneScape did a really good version for their Halloween. They added a pumpkin head that has like, I think over 100 something possibilities with all the combinations. Because it has like 10 different colors, or at least 8. It has like 8 different colors and 8 different faces. So there's like so many different combinations that you can end up doing. Wait, is it 64 or is it more than that? I forget how you do the math on that. It's either 64 or more than 64. I think it's 64. I forget the math on that. But yeah, it might just be 64. But it's still a lot. It's like over 64 possible possibilities that you can have for the mask. Where's my bone? There it is. Oh, there it is. We got the Christmas hats when the rest of the outfit. Yeah, there's currently no full outfits in the game. I'm not sure when they'll do the first one. But yeah, so far we only have hats. Lots and lots of hats. I'm pretty sure now that they have a transmog system made, they might go a little bit crazier with Easter and Halloween. Because I feel like one of the main reasons they went for hats only is obviously they're developing a lot of other stuff. But by Halloween, they're already going to be in 1.0. Like, obviously they're still developing a lot, but, you know, the stress of launching and everything would already be behind them by then. Plus, they don't have to code an entire transmog system. Because I feel like that's one of the only reason he did hats only. Because he had to make the entire transmog system this time around. When Easter rolls around, he's not going to need to do that. Like, the transmog system is already there. The only thing that might slow him down for Easter is it's probably going to be close to 1.0 launch. If it hadn't already happened, it would be, you know, in the next, like, month or 2 or 3. So I'd be prioritizing that a bit more over making a few cosmetics. But for Halloween, there wouldn't really be anything stopping him from going crazy with it. Because the game would already 100% be launched by then. And he might be working on something else that's big, but, you know, he'll have more time compared to, like, pre-1.0. So we might actually have some full outfits for that holiday. It would also make the most sense. Because, you know, it's Halloween. You tend to dress up for Halloween. So if there was any event to have, like, the first ones, if they're not already in the game, would be definitely Halloween. Because you can't just have hats for Halloween. You need more than a hat. You need, like, a full body outfit. Though I do feel like if he does do that, he'll do less of them. Like, it'd be, like, 4 full outfits instead of, like, you know, 4 hats that are, like, 5 different colors. Though once he makes an outfit, it's going to be so free to, like, recolor it. So I wouldn't be surprised if he only does, like, 2 outfits, but it comes in, like, 4 colors or 5 colors. Just because it's, like, so free to do that. It will take, like, what, a minute? Because once you set it up to change it once, you can make, like, infinite of them. can make like 20 different colors if you really wanted to. Obviously, that's a bit overkill. Honestly, even 5 this time around I felt was a little overkill. The fact that we have 4 hats with 5 colors, that's a lot. Though the first time he ever did a hat cosmetic, he did do it in 6 colors. It was Party Hat. Party Hat originally came in 6 colors. I forget what they all are off the top of my head, but it was 6. It was like green, white, blue, purple, something, something. But yeah, there was OG 6. And this time around he only went for 5, but he did 4 different ones instead of just 1 different one. So 1 less color, but 4 more objects. Actually, now that I think about it, how long did it take in RuneScape Classic before he did the first outfit? Because now that I'm looking back, they were all just masks and hats and stuff. Does anyone remember what was the first holiday outfit? I don't think it was tradable, but does anyone know? Like, what was the first, like, full outfit? Or even just anything that wasn't a headpiece back in RuneScape Classic? Because I actually don't remember. Because I'm trying to think, because party hats weren't. Christmas hats weren't whatever he did. Halloween hats weren't. They were just a Halloween mask thingy. I'm trying to think of, like, the first thing he ever did that wasn't a hat in Classic. Was it for Halloween? Because I know originally it was the Halloween mask, so I forget what happened after that, though. Graceful outfit? That's something completely different. Because that was during Classic. I mean, during Old School. I was talking about, like, way back in Classic or RS2. Like, 2001 to 2004 kind of time. Because that was when Andrew Gower was still around. Andrew Gower never made Graceful. It was kind of like an old school thing that was added. I don't even think RS3 has an equivalence of it. Because they have, like, boots that give them, like, free agility XP instead. So they don't really need Graceful. Run Energy is also a lot less of an issue in RS3, from my understanding. I'm not sure if bosses use it a little bit more, kind of like how they do in Old School, but I know you almost never run out of run energy in RS3 with some of the mechanics. And even if you do, there's like a billion ways to regain it compared to Old School. Or if you don't have a potion to get it back up, you're going to be waiting a long time. Even if you're wearing full Graceful. Oh, detective outfit in this game would be so good. It's something I've been mentioning. I really want profession outfits over rides. I don't care how you have to earn it. There's so many ways you could. Either a level range or a lot of money or doing something specific in the skill. Like X number of something. But I really want profession outfits in this game that you can transmog over. At least for the ones that make like a lot of sense for. Maybe not every skill. But the ones where it makes too much sense. Like a chef outfit. Or a fisherman outfit. You know, stuff like that. A mining outfit. Detective outfit. You know, so many. Like, maybe not for every single skill in the game. But for the ones that it makes, like, so much sense for it to exist. This is, like, a cosmetic that you can either earn or pay, like, 1 billion gold for as a gold sink. Kind of like how the capes are. Where they're, like, a cosmetic purely that is, that you basically just pay for. Obviously, you need the level to go with it, but... You know, it's a really big gold sink. Not the biggest in the game. That'd be Enchantress. But it's always better to have more than less gold sinks in the game. It feels like a nice one that people would kind of want. Where you don't need to have it, but, you know, it's kind of cool to have. It could easily cost a lot of gold. Like a full outfit being like 10, 20 gold or something. And if like 100 skills have it, that's like 100 gold sink right there. But they'd be purely cosmetic, so, you know, you wouldn't need to have them. It's just cool to have. And we already know he's not going to add microtransactions, so the best way to do it otherwise would be gold sink everything. Make every cosmetic in the game a gold sink. Or earnable through a limited time event like he is doing. That also works, I guess. But I'd rather they be gold sinks so people can earn them whenever. I hope that's something they do with the holiday hats as well. Because I feel like that'd be a good way of doing it. For anyone who gets it after the fact, still let them get it, but it's like a different word or something. Like Xmas 24 with an asterisk next to it. When it shows up in their inventory. But it still looks the same. But that could be a good way to do it without making it so they have like infinite value down the line. It could also make it so you could trade it from player to player too. Like imagine if all the hats... Like imagine this solution for the hats. Which would still allow them to be tradable. Is basically anyone who wasn't around during the event. Whenever they get traded, the hat, it'll have like an asterisk next to it. So they can't like resell it or anything. But it would still allow them to like wear it. But have like an asterisk like, hey, you weren't actually here for this event, but you know, you can still go and earn it. Kind of thing. And then there would also be a shop that would just have them all for gold. And that way, you know, someone could just spend like 5 or 10 gold without having to be price gouged by someone trying to sell it for 1,000 gold or something. It would basically stabilize their price with a max price. But still make it so people who have spare hats would still be able to trade them out for something. And it would still be unique that you would have it, because you would have like an OG actual full name one. Whereas all the asterisk ones are like, yeah, you can still wear it, but you weren't around for the event kind of thing. But it would still make it so people wouldn't have FOMO, like, oh, I can't get the 2024 Christmas hat in 2027. Like, people would still be able to get it. It just wouldn't be, like, tradable or anything. It would just be locked to their account at that point. I don't know, something like that. There's a lot of ways they can go about it. I'm just not a fan of the whole, like, FOMO thing that's currently set up with it. Also, there's no real use for people who get, like, 1 billion excess hats. I don't want much for them, but, you know. It would be nice if there was something. Because I think his biggest concern is he doesn't want, like... You know, he doesn't want to make party hats worth, like, $1,000 again. But, you know, if he had, like, a shop that stabilized price, like, let's say it was, like, 1 gold or 10 gold or something. 10 gold is probably a better example. Like, it's a price that's high enough that it'd be better to get it from a player. But not so high that people could ever price gouge for it. Because 10 gold is always easy to get. It's not like people are going to be selling, like, a red Santa hat for, like, $100 in the year or two from now. If it was 10 gold in game, you know, it'd be so stable that you would never be able to price gouge it. Like $1,000 party hats are today. I don't know, there's a lot of ways he could adjust it. Just have to see what he does. Because since he's not doing a microtransaction shop, I feel like a gold sync shop would be really nice. That has like all the old holiday cosmetics at like a static gold amount. As well as any new cosmetics he might add that he wants to add as a gold sync. Like profession outfits or stuff. Because I feel like the game could still really benefit from it. Even though he's not going to do it like as a microtransaction, you can still do it as like a, hey, here's like an infinite gold sync if you want to look cooler. Because he's never going to add microtransactions. He's like absurdly anti-MTX. Just give us a player-owned house with a gold sync. Honestly, player-owned house gold sync would be so nice. That's what he did the first time around. That was his first big gold sync back in the day. And probably, honestly, the biggest gold sync he ever made. The biggest one that's currently in Brighter Shores right now is obviously Enchantress. But the first time around, the biggest one he ever made was by far construction. The entire skill of construction. Not only did it cost like $1 billion to trade, like literal hundreds of million. So I'm not even really far off when I'm exaggerating with $1 billion. Like not only did it cost hundreds of millions to train it, but even after that, you would still have to spend hundreds of millions on your house. If you wanted to look max fanciness. As well as have all utilities you would want. It's basically the equivalence of if he released a skill today that sunk like 1 million gold. If he got it to 500 while also decorating your house. It's basically what he did back in, what, 2006, I think it was? Which was 5 years after launch. I hope he has player-owned housing earlier than that, though. Like, I don't expect it within, like, the next half a year. But I hope it doesn't take 5 years for him to add player-owned housing in this game. I know he's eventually going to get around to it, just not high priority at the moment. Because I felt like 5 years the first time around was a little too long. Like, I feel like 2 years is like a good average point. If he does it by then. Like if by 2026 we have player-owned housing in the game. Because I don't think he's doing it at any point next year. It doesn't seem likely. I feel like there'd be enough demand for it by 2026 he likely would. I know that's such a long time away, but you know. There's so many other things he has to develop before then. That are way higher priority to him. What about clan hall housing? He did mention he's going to be adding like some clan features and stuff like that at some point. Like grouping systems and stuff. Not sure if he's going to have like clan housing or anything like that. I'm not as big a fan of that. Because then it requires like group upkeep. I'd rather it be like person to person. Or, you know, one player just having it. Because I believe Albion Online had that too, and oh no, I wasn't a fan of it. I believe Albion Online at launch had both clan housing and normal housing. Normal housing was fine, but clan housing was just kind of annoying to deal with. Because there was always requirements per week and stuff like that. It's just so much simpler when you have your own thing. Because I know that became like a huge upkeep issue. Oh, hello, Cryo. Oh, hello, Wilder. You and your friends were talking about how they that you redeem excess hats for a little bit of XP or something. Yeah, I hope there's something to use the excess hats on. We don't really know at the moment. Other than helping people finish their collection, there really isn't anything you do with them. I just realized the other person is in a different instance than me. We both walked out at the same time, but they disappeared. That's weird. They were in the one room, but not this room. The main reason why that's weird is this one's not at max capacity. Though I think they... Oh, you know why? Oh, maybe it is. They actually lowered the amount of people that could be in combat rooms. And because these beers, this is technically a combat room. I think they lowered the limit. So this one room might have like a 3 or 4 limit. I think that's what just happened there. Because the limit for this room should be higher. Because there's no combat in here, well, other than the boss, but it doesn't count. But there's no combat in here. Because there's no like enemies that spawn. But I think that's what happened. He actually did an update to it that lowered the amount that you could have in a combat room by quite a bit. Just so people wouldn't get overcrowded. But it looks a little bit weird when we're gathering these because the limit for this room is quite a bit higher compared to the limit in the combat room. So we shouldn't see Teacup behind us here. Like, notice how she doesn't come here. And because this room has a weird limit due to all the combat in it. Well, it wouldn't let me click on the thing. I'm clicking on it. Let me get it. I hope they do something to make that less clunky in the future. Like when objects are on top of each other. I'm like spam clicking it, it still won't let me get my double click to go to the resource. Also, trees don't help. There's so many things that are like inconveniently in the way in this area. The worst part is because those trees are actual resources, you can't hide them either. Like this tree over here. Like these other ones will disappear depending on camera angle. But these don't really ever fully go away because they're a natural node in the area. Yeah, what level are we at right now? Pretty much 46 after this trip. At around 50, we can pivot to anything. Because then I need to start dumping knowledge into Gatherer, ideally. I'm just not sure what we're pivoting to. I'm considering Mines and Matubin combat, potentially. Beyond that, can't do smithing. Can do mining, but probably won't until queuable actions. Because it'll just be more convenient. Bone right we can't do unless we just want to dunk a bunch of the bones we were doing. What level bone is this? It doesn't actually say. Or yes it does. It's a 38 bone. It's a level 38 bone right bone. We were a little over leveled for it at 89. It's definitely our best value bone to go dunk, but based on what we have banked. That's a pretty low bar. Oh no, not one of these. I'm clicking on, just let me gather it, no! They gotta fix that. See, it's why rocks are better, you never need to worry about that. The quality of life of mining. We're still ahead of Teacup though, even with that happening. We both left at like the same time, but now we're like one whole thing ahead. Unless they lapped me in that time, but that'd be impossible. Because that was literally the previous lap. Unless they banked. But there's no way they banked that quick either. 46. Oh, we can do the scythe at 48. I'll go see if it's actually worth doing. Does anyone know what is Thistle used for? I'm pretty sure that's the only thing that uses sickle, if I'm not mistaken. I have no clue where it even is. Oh, are those the plus 60 Cryonate potions? With Clover? Oh, those might be worth banking, actually. And I'll just buy the Clover from the shop. Ooh, those might be worth it. Ooh. Wait, that kind of changes things. I wonder if I upgrade the tool to like 10. Not all the way to 25, but like 10. I have the gold for it. Ooh. I think it's like 2 point something gold. The sickle itself is like, what, 300-400 or something? Ooh, I might have to. Because that means they're probably for all the Cryonate potions. For all the different boosts. Because I believe that one is for plus 60 and then the other one's for 80 down the line. At like level 200 or something. But yeah, I might actually do them then. Because at the level range that we unlock them, they're going to be worth it. And I'll just skip the Clover and just buy them from the shop whenever I need them. As they'll still be cheaper than buying them from a player. Whenever we're doing them for our XP rate at a given time. It's assuming they never get rid of those shops. I don't know, do you guys think? Because I know some people just really don't like them. Do you think Andrew Gower will keep all the shops in the game? Because I feel like the answer is yes. Like, even when trading comes out, I'm pretty sure every shop will stay exactly as they are. I can't really think of why he wouldn't. I guess that's one concern, because I know some people are really, like, hate the shop system in this game. But I really hope he doesn't delete them when trading comes out. Or around that time. Because I do have a few use cases that are really, really good. And one of them is only gathering one resource. Why wouldn't they stay? I assume they would stay. I'm not sure how vocal the people are who absolutely hate it are against it. Yeah, I'm not sure why they would ever be deleted. But there are definitely people that don't like them the way they are right now. Because the justification on why they should be deleted is to promote player trading more. But they also serve a really useful purpose for filling the gaps when the player market isn't there. Like, even when the player market is there, I mean, you know, when the market isn't there to help it. There's just some things that will just always be better to do for them. Because there's just never going to be enough stock of it in the world. Yeah, the balance on how much a potion costs is all over the place. It's not really particularly standardized. Some ingredients are so out there. My solution to most of alchemy so far is to gather one resource and buy the other. And if I have excess of something I don't need, I just sell it while buying whatever I do need. That way it's 0 time to go sell them. If it's like a dead resource I just don't really need. Like a really low level one that's not worth making into a potion. Yeah, there's a lot of things, even when player trading comes out, that would still be better to buy from the market. Because there's just not enough of it in the game to supply it. Particularly like tier 1 and tier 2 stuff. It'd be used beyond that as well. But tier 1 and 2 is going to be a really weird category. Especially when a lot more of the player base gets to, you know, later parts of the game. Because there's going to be almost no tier 1 or tier 2 mats in the entire game at a certain point. Like, let's say like 3 months from now. If the game hasn't launched yet, 3 months from now we'll have like a non-existent number of tier 1 and 2. Like the player market. Like almost no one's going to be trading it. Because no one's gathering it. But people might still need it for processing. But without the shops, like even on my accounts right now, you know how I'm training them all to level 20? I'm literally doing nothing but buying from shops. When I'm doing like 20 smithing, 20 stonemason, 20 bone right. They're completely shopping it up. If I had to do that through the player market, that'd be so bad. It's one of the reasons I kind of want to get them all to 20 now, just in case. I highly doubt he would ever delete it, but something in the back of my head's like, I'm not 100% certain that he wouldn't. It's very unlikely, though. But that's how I'm currently doing it, and then I just drop their whole inventory. Unfortunately, the drop all mechanic doesn't work on them, though. Every piece of equipment is counted as an individual object. So you can't use drop all to work on them. Which is kind of unfortunate. We found that out earlier stream. Unless he's fixed it since then, though I highly doubt it. But every single object you craft is considered a different object in your inventory. Even if they have the exact same stats and everything. Same rarity, same item, same level, same stats. They're still considered a separate object. Whereas obviously these 4 bones are considered the same bone. I'm pretty sure the main reason he has that is he did mention in the AMA that they are considering doing like weapon and armor enhancements and stuff like that. And for a system like that to work, every object does have to be identified individually. So it makes sense that he already has it set up like that. It just future-proofs it a bit better, rather than having to change it later. Because right now, let's say like a level 100 physical sword that is 2-star is the same as, or is a completely different object in the same sword. There's also a level 100 of the exact same kind, 2-star, everything. But that'll make it easier for, I guess he also has to have it like that for infusing, probably. Due to how the infusion system works. Since you can infuse each one independently. At some point they'll fix this menu. I have confidence that they will eventually fix the knowledge system. They will eventually get around to it. Though the band-aid fix that they did with 200% is really nice though. But gosh, this still needs some work. You either have to choose to stall your character or be bombarded with a pop-up like 10 times in a row. Well, there are possible to have weapons that are the exact same stats. That's why I mentioned physical, because they don't roll like the percent for the other thing. But even when they're exactly identical, they still count as different objects. Because we saw that earlier stream. Like every single statistic on them was exactly the same. But it still didn't let me drop all. It's gonna be annoying because when I go do the alts for the other 3 activities still, that means I'm gonna have to manually drop them one at a time even with a drop all option. I think it's not worth banking them. Because they're worth like nothing at that low level range. I do have to say, I feel like I'm getting a bit more in the groove of the bone zone. Still got like 3.5 more levels to go though. But hey, that'll be base 50 for one step closer. Actually, we're only a handful of skills away from base 50. That's not technically what we're trying to do right now. We're trying to go higher than that. The only reason I said we're stop at 50 for now is because I need a knowledge after that. Not because we're actually stopping at 50. But because the next bone is at 53. The 48, we could do a different activity. That's still a level and a half away. Because honestly, I do think I want to go sickle them for a little while. If they're used for my plus 40 or plus 60 cryopots, that's actually pretty huge. Because I'm going to be needing to make a ton of them for 2 reasons. One is they're good XP at the level range, 77. But also because we're a Cryo Knight. Which is probably the bigger reason. This guy looks like he's fighting a polar bear with how white that thing is. What if it actually says polar bear? If it goes from being like a brown bear to a gray bear to a polar bear. I just feel like this is an atmosphere where you wouldn't see a polar bear. This is called like an albino bear. This happens to be white. Let me go check. He should still be there. This room got really populated. Let's see, what does it say for the name? Yeah, it's called a gray bear. It definitely looks like a polar bear. That's a shambling bear. You spent like 30 silver going through the barbershop character editor 30 times to try different stuff? That's funny. Yeah, I've only changed it once since they added it. I haven't really explored it too much. Because I rushed through and randomized it on launch day so we could secure our names. And then after that, I only did it once when they added it to the barbershop. Just to get us a different appearance and make it so our character wasn't female anymore. Because we accidentally randomized into female at launch day. But yeah, I haven't really changed it much since then. Yeah, it's still top 20. Which is something we haven't put in our title in a while. Maybe that's tomorrow's title. Top 20 grind. Because we're definitely going to fall to at least 21. Soon we're going to be able to say base 50 grind. That'll be a fun one. Because after this stream, the only thing we're going to be missing is Forager, Fishing, and the 2 combats. So only 2 combat skills and 2 non-combats. Combat should be really quick. But I want 25 fishing rod before I do it. Or, you know, spear, I mean. Which we are nowhere near affording. I also want at least bare minimum 10 all for foraging. I don't know, maybe bare minimum 10 for all? I don't know, this feels like a waste if I don't fully max out the fishing rod, though. Like, I don't care as much for forager because, a lot of tools you don't even use for some of the things. Like, they only apply to, like, 2 things max for each one. And some of them don't even use any. Whereas every single thing we touch with fishing is going to be spear. Like, I don't think I'm doing a single fishing activity that isn't spear. Yeah, the bears are 2x2s. They're one of the only few 2x2s in the game. As far as repeatable enemies. Or even just in general. But yeah, do we even have a single 3x3 other than that one toad boss? Because I don't recall any. And even that's not in physical space. It's like you never collision his box because of how the fight is. But I don't think there's anything bigger than a 2x2. Unless you count that one fishing boss. Which I think was a 4x4? Or 3x3. But you can't walk into it like you can other things in the game. Due to the whole raft situation of the fight. But I think it was a 3x3, that one. But you weren't able to interact with it with like other enemies. Like you couldn't do walk under or anything. It was also like the simplest fight ever. I really hope that there's ever a repeatable boss. Which it definitely needs to be at some point. Gosh, did I need to make it more difficult. Because that thing was a little too easy. It was also such a tank as well. Relative to how easy it was. It wasn't like it got harder during the fight. It was just the same thing over and over again. It's not like he had like an enrage phase at like 50% or 25%. Is the amount of HP he had was like, he would have like 4 different phases, it felt like. But it was the same thing the entire fight. Which seemed really weird why he had so much HP. Because I haven't seen a single enemy that has had that much HP yet. I'm pretty sure it's the highest HP of any boss enemy in the game right now. Is the thing you fight during Chapter 2. Not even the level 60 in Chapter 2 was, had higher HP. And you could fight that thing at level 0. I'm pretty sure the level 60 had a lower HP than that thing. Because I think the 60 was 500 something. Whereas the big toad was like, what, 700 whatever? He was almost 800 HP. For a fight that you could take at level 0. Yeah, you can transmog your entire outfit away if you want and make it all invisible while still having counted stats. I assume most people who have nothing on are doing that. And I put my armor back on. Even though we can transmog it away. I just really like the look of the Cryonite armor. There's a reason we chose Cryonite. A couple of them, other than we also like mining and smithing. But, their armor is just so clean. Especially with, like, the cryo color on it. Which is already my favorite color to begin with. I was even messing with the dyer off stream the other night. Being like, maybe I'll try white or something else. And every single time I ever try a different color, it's like, I just gotta go back to blue. This works too good for a Cryonite. There's something they might need a nerf in the future. Cryonite looks too good. We need some options that aren't this. Because every time I ever try putting a different color on it, it's like, but Cryonite color is better. I even tried white because, you know, that's somewhat icy looking. And it looks good, but it doesn't beat this color. I just need a better cape to go with it, though. We're still wearing the fire cape. Even when I get 200 smithing, I'm not actually going to be upgrading it. Because I prefer the swords at the bottom. My plan is to get the 200 armor maker cape, probably. We don't know at all what it will look like. But assuming it matches to any degree, we're definitely going for it. Otherwise, we'll have to reconsider our keep plans. But I'm pretty sure the keep that we'll be rocking until we get like 500 watch person at some point is going to be the 200 armor cape in next chapter. I also should already have like 100 armor maker banked. We don't know exactly what will transfer to how much XP, but I'm pretty sure I have about 100 banked. Like 0 to 100. You tried combat with pajamas on? That's funny, yeah. Yeah, normally, even if I don't have the armor on, I'll still put it on visually whenever we do combat. Just kind of looks weird without it. Alright, 1 1/4 more level and we can move to something that isn't this bone. Because I think I am actually going to collect the thistle. Just got to figure out where it is and how much XP it is. Because it has to be more than 200. And have a bank with 3 rooms away or closer. Well, I guess I could check that now, that aspect of it. Let me see. How far is it from a bank? Oh. Oh, never mind. This is sickle. I was like, wait, what? Oh, it's only in the logging area? Interesting. It's a few rooms from a bank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unless I telly. But then you have to backtrack. Alright, banking's not ideal, but it's not the worst thing ever. Only 1 combat room to go through. Interesting. There's only 1 room in the entire game that has it. I don't think I've ever seen a node like that before. I feel like every node has been 2 rooms or more. Well, normally 2. Actually, exactly 2. Normally. But, that's weird. Yeah, it's only in 1 room in the entire game. That one right there. The thistle. was trying to look at his armor, but then the bear went on him. Now I can only see his silhouette. For a second, it looked like he had it trimmed white, but then it was just a reflection off the sun. I was like, never mind. I just realized this glowing beehive never goes away, does it? When you collect the honey from it, it just stays there forever. Yeah, we're almost there. After this level, just one more level. And we can leave the bone zone to try the, I guess the sickle zone? I guess I'll upgrade my sickle slightly. I don't plan to 25 it, but we'll get to like level 10 or something. It's very rare that we're going to need it, but the material we get from it is really relevant. So we'll see. The first one we'll need for plus 60s, and then the second one I guess we'll make plus 80s? This is another one in between. Which are really good for cryo potions, because that's how we make them. So if we can get one of the two ingredients banked, that's gonna be good. Because I'm definitely not doing the clovers, but if we can at least get the other half, that's still good. 47, one level to go. We'll go try out the sickle for the first time. See how worth or not worth it is. As long as it's more than 200 XP per, I think is worth. Even if it was that, it has to be that with no upgrades though. If I have a level 0 scythe and it's giving more than 200 each, I think the next node is worth it. It'd have to be at least like a 220 though. Like a 222 kind of situation. But if it's like 225 or higher, then definitely. Especially with the extra few percent on it. Which we don't have yet, but obviously we can go enchant it later. Is it 199? Oh. Is it really that low? It's still technically higher if I upgrade the tool, but... That complicates things. I wonder how much it sells for at the shop. Like, am I saving 1 silver each, or is it less than that? We'll go double check its price. Actually, what's the easiest way to do so? I guess the wiki page? You know, not sell price, but the buy price at the shop. Because I can't check it right now because of the, you need 77 alchemy. Which we do not currently have. Go check something real quick. Bone right. No, I need the other thing. I go check. Gatherer. Yeah, I want to check what this is at. Gatherer. Level what? 48. That's definitely not the price. Buy for. Wait, what? Oh yeah, that's the sickle itself. I see. Yeah, 199. It doesn't say. Why? Why does no one say? It doesn't say any value on it. Of course, it'd be the one that's missing. It's like surrounded by price numbers, and that one's like, nope, not this one. It doesn't say how much it buys, sells for. The main thing I need to know is how much it buys for. I guess maybe the alchemy page? No, I know the sickle. I'm trying to find what the, how much it costs to buy it through alchemy. I guess maybe going to the alchemy page would be better. That's probably why it's not there. What am I doing? XP. We only go to the alchemy page. That'll be a better way of looking this up. Because they don't have it completely filled out for Gatherer, but they probably do for alchemy. And there goes our smithing level. As you would need to know what the potion price is. 77. The only problem is it has the 2 ingredients together. $5.10. There it is. It's 1.5 silver savings each. Is that worth it? It would save 1.5 each. We'd likely gather almost 1,000. It's only 1.5 gold. It's not a particularly huge amount. It definitely does add up though. But it'd save about 1.5 gold on our grind later. When we go make the 77 cryopots for alchemy. The problem is it's the exact same XP rate of what we're doing now. That's been an upgraded sickle though. If we upgraded something, it would technically be slightly higher, but barely. We're talking like a few extra XP each. Because I definitely don't plan on maxing the sickle. So let's say I got it to level 10, that's 4%. That's like 8 XP extra per, like 7 or 8, depending on how it wants around. Let's say 8. It's not a lot. 8 extra XP for something at a higher level range. It really comes down to, is it quicker to bank or not? It doesn't look like it though. Because the weird thing about the banking is you have to double telly. Is not only do you need a telly to your bank, but you need a telly to the to get back. And I'm definitely gonna try it at 48. But I'd probably still be sticking with the bone zone until 50. I don't know, we'll give it a shot and see what happens. I'll need them banked anyways down the line, so. If we want it for the change of pace, maybe we will. Just for the change of scenery. Feels bad wasting 2 gold on the tool though. It's like 2.2 after we buy the tool and upgrade to level 10. Definitely want to at least buy the tool, like we do for all of them. Just not sure if it's worth upgrading at all. Because I think you only ever use it 4 times ever. And the level ranges are pretty small. Like, when's the next thistle? I'm not even seeing it. Yeah, next one. Is it all the way at 248? If I didn't skip one, it's all the way at 248. That is a bit of a gap. Is there only 2? Maybe something else is used for then. Oh, maybe sage or something. Let's try the full list. But there has to be like a second object that both appear twice or something. Yeah, it might be sage because the first sage was at like what, 100 something? Because there has to be a second one that it gets used for or something. There's no way it's just for that. Just alchemy gap. Sage is for XP Hopeport. Is sage actually sickle though? Like, what's everything that the sickle is used for? Sickle. The wiki does not list anything. You think it's for sage and dockleaf as well? Interesting. I know for sure it's for thistle. It's not sure everything it is. I guess I could check the gatherer page again. Hopefully it's there. If it tells you like what tool you need for each. Is there like a required tool section? No. Yeah, there's not a tool section here. That's weird. Some of the wiki pages had it earlier, but then they deleted them all. Because I know for sure that was a category at one point. Like, what tool does each thing use? I can only imagine how many bones we have banked. Honestly, I kind of want to dunk some of them just to see the number. We definitely got to at 48. Once we go do the thistle for a little bit. Just to see how on earth the number is. Also, just have a few dunked. I'm not going to do all of them, of course. Because the number is almost 1,000, I want to say. Something absurdly high. I know we got over 1,000 the previous one. But this one doesn't have an alternative that's a little bit earlier if I go for the thistle. But yeah, low tier resources are just so not worth it. At this level range, we almost need like a skip to 100 button. Not literally. I mean that in the, you know, knowledge pointing it up. It's just so bad using knowledge points in such a low-level skill. Because honestly, anything under level 100 like this is almost as worth dropping on the ground. It's not even worth banking these. I still feel the need to, though. Do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, I'm almost guaranteed these things are worth dropping. It's just I value having the bones banked over the little bit of extra XP we'd get per hour. It's about 15% more XP per hour, like 10 to 15% if we drop them all. Because we never need a bank. Maybe just keep doing perfect cycle. The downside to that is we get no armor making bones for later. We also get no dunking XP if we want to use it for that. And compared to buying these down the line, we are saving over a silver each. Like, let's see. Let's go look it up on the wiki. Gray goat horn. Let me just look it up just directly. Gray goat horn. Yeah, we're saving 1.4 silver each, basically. 1.37. So bare minimum 1.3 each. That adds up. That means we probably banked over a gold worth of these already. At the cost of about 10 to 15% extra XP per hour. But to put it the other way around, imagine if you're using like XP pots. Putting it that way, it's actually better to bank them than it would be to XP pot. Like the amount of difference, like between dropping and everything. Like it'd be better to bank them while using an XP pot than it would be to drop them. Is XP pots for this area is what? Like 2, 3 silver? Let's say 3 silver. You'd only need 60 silver an hour. But if we were to have done it this entire time, our lost value would have been probably about 300 to 400 silver an hour. Probably 300-ish. Like 300, 350 silver an hour. Let's say 300. If we weren't banking all of them and just dropped all of them. Of course, you could stack both, using potions and dropping all. But even in that situation, you're getting, what, 15% more XP? 15 to 20? At the cost of, if you did both, about 400 silver an hour. For about 20% more XP. I don't know, is that worth it? I'm not sure if that's worth it. It's hard to tell. Is 20% more XP worth 400 silver an hour right now? Assuming that even is 20% more XP, it could be slightly less than that. Because it's not like we're always banking. If you're having fun, it's worth. But it gets the activity done quicker. But if you kept doing that the entire time, you're going to lose so much. And this is at the low level range. You only lose even more at higher level range. It's only a tier 2. Imagine like a tier 4 or 5 or 6. You'd be burning numbers in the gold values at that point. As the burn rate seems to be closer to like 400 silver. If you dropped all and used 5% pots. There's about 20% more XP, but you're burning at only tier 2 at 400 silver an hour. And at tier 3, it'd probably closer to like, what, 600, 700? It would just keep going up based on tier. I don't know, I still think it's worth banking. If there was ever a time to be doing that method, it'd be at the lower level range, though. I'm still going to bank the tier 2 bones. It's like barely worth it. But by tier 3, it'll be decently worth it. And by tier 4, it'd be 100% worth it. And by tier 5, it'd be crazy to drop them. And at tier 6, the only reason you'd be dropping them is because you're, like, literally trying to be, like, rank 1 or something gatherer. I don't know, has anyone actually done that yet? Has anyone actually gotten, of course they could be hidden. But has anyone actually finished the gatherer grind? Because based on leaderboard, oh wait, Savage Swords, you're rank 1? Wait, what? Well, you were here earlier and I didn't realize you're rank 1. Oh, so I've seen this person just stream the Tappy one. But weren't they in the room with us? They were when we were doing the other bone. They're not on this bone, though. But when we were doing the other bone earlier stream, we saw them. Same as Apathetic. Actually, that was the person we saw at the beginning of the stream, too. Both of these two people. Yeah, they're really on the grind. But yeah, the Apathetic one was the one I was talking about earlier. When I said, they were doing it with me last night. And then they were still doing it in the morning. And then they eventually went AFK. Wait, how is this multi-bold click supposed to work? Because it never wants to work. Yeah, Savage Swords. Wow, that is absurdly high. That sure that's the highest in the game, but that is really high. Oh, there's Teacup. We just saw them as well. They just recently got 200. Which I think they're still here right now. Any moment now. They should walk through that door. There's Quackers. Yeah, Quackers, are you on leaderboard here? Not sure how high you went. It seems like no one's 500 Gatherer yet. And assuming that is the actual number 1, they still got a ways to go, too. That's kind of weird. I don't think anyone went crazy with any gathering skill other than foraging and fishing. Well, I guess woodcutting now, too. I'm trying to think of all the ones that have actually been maxed. Because I don't think mining hasn't yet. Gatherer hasn't been yet. And those are the last 2. But I don't believe there's a top 500 for either of them yet. Or, you know, a 500 level, I mean. If you check miner, unless they're hidden. The top miner is 375 right now. They're getting close, but they're not quite there yet. Oh, there's Teacup. They're ranked 19. For Forager. But yeah, there's only 2 gathering skills that aren't 500 yet. Gatherer, ironically, and Miner. Which I'm surprised Miner isn't, but I guess some of the XP rates are kind of abysmal. Even with how good Pickaxe is, some of the mining XP rates are just so bad due to the ore respawn time. Particularly for stones is the problem. If it wasn't for the stone respawn time, I'm pretty sure people would already be 500. The stones just take like 10 years to respawn. You're standing there legitimately for over 10 seconds for some stones, doing literally nothing. And if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like 400 something by now. Even almost 500. Or if not 500 by then. Yeah, they are going to be fixing the leaderboard, so we'll be able to see all the invisible people. Or, you know, not see them, but, you know, like your rank will be correct. So you won't see anyone there, but you might be like first place and third place, for example. Like first place of everyone opted in, but it shows you as third, even though you're all the way at the top of the leaderboard. Because the other 2 are opted out behind above you. But yeah, they're going to be fixing that, I assume before the end of the year. Based on the AMA, sounds pretty soon, like maybe the next week. Like whenever he gets it coded, he's gonna add it. So probably in the next week or so. There's a lot of endgame players have been really asking them to fix that. I don't really care either way. But it'll be cool. That'll be fixed. We'll know our true total level and our true everything level. Well, actually, we know what our total level is. Obviously, it's 1,825. You know what I mean? The ranking of our total level. If I had to guess, we're currently like 26 right now. If I had to guess a number based on how many invisible people I believe are ahead of us right now. We're like ranked 26 or so. But it says top 20, so hey, we're top 20. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a thing that exists. Imagine people so enveloped in their grind that they didn't even realize leaderboard was out. I can see some people in that category. There's power grinding so hard, it's like, oh yeah, I didn't even notice that feature. There's at least some amount of people in that category. I don't feel like it's that many. But it's definitely more than 0. Not that much more than 0, but there's definitely at least a few of them. Or they've been so engulfed in their grind they didn't even realize leaderboard came out like a couple weeks ago. So they never turned it on.
Now we're almost there. 1/4 of a level to go. So close yet so far. Also, 6 more smithing levels until we could do smithing again. We won't be getting that today, though. Unless I did only merchant for the rest of the stream, which we already did so much of already. That'd be the only way we'd reach it. Also, honestly, we're getting really close to that 200 merchant mark. One of my goals this weekend was to go get 200 smithing, but honestly, one of the extra goals, since it's so close, and they buffed it even further today, honestly, might be to go get 200 merchant, too. Because 200 merchants could be so quick. Like, it wouldn't even take a full stream to go get it from where it is right now. Honestly, I might even accidentally get it off stream. It's actually so quick. If I did it off stream for a few hours a day, I would accidentally get it to 200. By, like, the end of the weekend. I just haven't really been doing it off stream lately. Normally I've been doing the more AFK stuff. As well as trying to process ores and bars and stuff like that. Because one scary thing that we might have to do this Sunday is an entire stream where we do like 5,000 plus iron bars. I wish that was a joke. But Sunday stream might just be literally making iron bars. Like a 4-digit number, almost a 5-digit number of iron bars. But you know how much iron bars we'll have in the future? We'll have like an endless supply of tier 5 iron bars. For like a year. And that's the really good one too, because we can make 199s out of it. It goes to like 300 something. That's the one for our rapier, which is basically our best in slot. Whenever we like boost with it. We can get our shield out of it if we want to use some of the excess for shields. You can make a 199 shield out of it, as well as even higher, up to like 3 something. Like, there's so many things you could use it for. So even though like 10,000 sounds like a lot, honestly, that probably only lasts like less than a year. But my plan was to do 193 to 200 doing only iron bars. Not any iron products, it's literally only iron bars. The process of making iron ore in the bars. All the way from 193 to 200. Currently, I think I have like 4,000 banked. The only problem with that is I do actually need to mine some more. There's something else I've been doing off stream a little bit. Just trying to mine a little bit more iron here and there. Not as good without queuable actions, but I'm not sure exactly how many we need. I want to say several thousand. But there's a chance it's a 5-digit number I actually need. Whatever I don't have, I might have to mine on Sunday. So I'm trying to mine it off stream beforehand. Just so when we do that, we can hopefully just focus only on smithing. Because there's a chance I won't have enough, and it's like after doing like 5,000 bars, it's like, oh, let's go back to mining some more. I could always make some of it into products, I guess. It just feels like a waste without trading being out. This trading gets released between now and then, which I highly doubt. This is one of the reasons I'm saving a lot of those bars as well. That, and if I'm making anything out of them, I want to make a 199. There's no point in doing anything. That's actually something we can do, though. I might do 199 to 200 with, by processing. Well, 193 to 198, so 5 levels has to be purely off of bars. The very last level, maybe I'll go make it. The only problem with that is they're going to stay in my untuned storage, basically until trading comes out. But one benefit of that is we might get the perfect rapier. Does anyone know, what is the max roll you can get on a percent for your weapon? Is it 89% or 90%? Or can it go even higher than that? Because I'm not sure if it's 89 or 90. I don't think I've ever seen a 90%. But I have seen an 89%. I'm just not sure if I have just gotten super unlucky or what. Does anyone know? Does a 90% exist? Or does it cap at 89? Or does it go even higher than that? Because that might be one goal when we go from 199 to 200. Is see if we can make a perfect rapier and keep it. Because that thing's going to go for a pretty penny. A 199 max percent a cryo rapier. We'll keep at least one for ourselves, but possibly per chapter, so I might actually need several.
Because that's like a 1 in 20 roll per 3-star rapier. You did 2,000 potent potions in a day? Oh gosh. I think today I made like 12 of them. That was my limit. No, I could have gotten more. I just didn't have more supplies on me. Yeah, we literally just did one inventory while I was waiting for the daily. Actually, I can tell you exactly when we did it. We did it 5 hours and 14 minutes ago or so. Because I was trying to pass some time while we're doing the dailies. Or, you know, before the dailies reset. So I was like, oh, what should we go do? And it's like, oh, let's go do one potent potion. Or, you know, one set of them. I haven't been keeping up with anyone on Twitch. I don't think I've talked to a single person on Twitch who Twitch streams Brighter Shores. I've talked to a couple of people on YouTube end, like Brighter Shores Central and stuff. But I haven't talked to anyone on the Twitch end. Oh yeah, we finally hit 48, by the way. I've been so distracted, but we finally hit our milestone. But I'll do a little bit of Thistle. I'm not sure if we're moving to them because they're the same XP as what we're doing now. They're actually both giving 199. Actually, technically what we're doing now is better because we're occasionally getting a 200 drop. But of course, we could always upgrade the tool for the other thing. But as it currently stands, they're both the exact same HP rate. I just wanted to see if it was like better banking or what I want to do with it. Because I do need that 77 alchemy for a really good potion that we need. It's not sure. I at least want to try like one inventory of them and just see what it's like. For the most part, it's probably not worth it. You're sitting at 300 alchemy? Nice. Yeah, right now we're kind of just grinding whatever. This will be one less thing we need for base 50s. Main reason I wanted to do this grind is just so I have more bone right material and or armor making material for when armor maker comes around. But I want to do my whole 200 gather before I do 200 bone right. Just so I can at least dunk some of them for XP. Just so we don't have to knowledge the whole way up. Yeah, it could always be the bones from the next chapter. Worst comes to worst, we can still dump it into upgrading or stuff. We'll eventually need these bones for something. Well, some of the bones that you get on the list are for the AFK activity. Because you grind them up, because we already know what one of the bones do in Chapter 5. It already exists in the game right now. You gather them for the AFK activity to make bone mail. Which I believe is the only construction material you can currently get. I banked about 5 nights worth of bone mail for the builder skill. But yeah, I did see that bone. There's like 5 different tiers of it, or however many cements there are, 5 or 6. But yeah, I'm not sure if there's any other bones that you get from it. I'm not sure. It might be. Worst comes to worst, these excess bones will be for upgrading weapons in the future, for making 4-star weapons. And shields. Mostly weapons, though. Because I'm always going to need guardian equipment for it. And be able to just make our own real quick will be nice, rather than need to depend on trading for it. Because if we can make our own at a certain number range, it'll be pretty nice. As long as we have at least 199 bone right. Anything beyond that doesn't matter too much. Like, it will, like, way down the line, but at that point, we just trade for it. Because there's no way we're getting 500 bone right anytime soon. 199 is enough. Though, obviously, we're going to 200 because it's 1 level away at that point. I don't plan to get it much beyond 200 though. Same as Stonemason. The only reason Stonemason might go a little bit higher than that is just because of mining. Just getting mining up, I'll need to get a lot of free Stonemason XP banked. But I don't plan to do much gather post 200. And bone rate's going to be similar. The only reason I would if I'm making my own cryopots for plus 80. Which sound really good, but I don't really feel like I would use them for anything but bossing, and there's no bossing yet. They become a lot higher priority down the line, but for all we know, the first boss could be months away. We got plenty of time before we need to get like 250 plus gather or the alchemy level for it. Which I think is also 200 plus. And what was the alchemy for it? I think it's like 260 something? Yeah, it was 277. The other one was at 258. But the one that actually matters is at 277. That's going to be something that's annoying too. It's not really viable to do the alchemy AFKs at a lot of level ranges. 229 we can. I'm not sure if I would do that AFK all the way to 229 to 277 though. But I think there's nothing but better to do. We might have to. Because I don't think those fear potions are viable. We need to double check what you see what you can make out of them. I believe these weren't viable either. So our only option would basically be to do this AFK from 229 to 277. Because as long as I don't unlock the other ones, I believe you still get the full XP rate. Yeah, 89% I'm pretty sure is the cap for the boost that you can do to them. Because I haven't seen anything higher, so when we do go try to make our rapiers from 199 to 200 smithing, we gotta keep every 89% one we see. But yeah, that's why I was saying the 20 roll earlier. Because isn't that 20 numbers? 70 to 89? Guess I'm doing the math wrong. Because 70 itself counts as a number. So I believe that's 20 range. So there's a 1 in 20 chance every 3-star we get will be a perfect one. And hopefully we'll get at least one of them from 199 to 200. Because any that we get, we're definitely saving for trading and or for whatever chapters we're going to just use it for. Because those things are going to be really rare, and most people aren't going to bother upgrading much beyond that. Like 250s or 300s or anything. Like, you eventually will, but they'll get really costly at that point. Especially if gear is more standardized in PvP. We don't really know how that's going to work either. There's likely going to be gear caps or gear categories or however they end up doing it. There's no way they're going to let you bring like 500 gear in. There's no way at the lowest combat bracket you'll be like, okay, let me just roll in with full 500 4-star equipment. Like the first tier of the league would probably go up to like, what, 100 at best? Maybe 200 at absolute most. Well, 199s are perfectly fine if it does have a 200 cap. Just because of how much rare it would be to get a 200 compared to 199 for like one extra stat. If you're losing a fight, you're probably not losing to the one stat at that point. Same reason I might keep the 88% as well. Because then we have a 10% chance we get a good one instead of just a 5. Because most people would probably settle on anything above an 85%. Assuming they keep the 89% cap for 4-star equipment. I'm pretty sure only 5-star would go higher. But if they're going to keep it like that, then honestly, even the 87s and 88s are probably worth keeping. Anything over an 85, most people would probably be fine with. Though, of course, an 89 would go for more whenever player trading comes out. But, you know, if something like an 85 is like half as cheap, you know, most people would just go for that. If they're just doing it for like basic combat, like training like this or something. Oh, yeah, I meant to go try the thistles. I still haven't yet. I'm too much in the bone zone mindset right now. I haven't actually transitioned to the thistle. The thistle is the same XP, but I wanted to try it. But, I've been unsuccessful at moving there. As I keep just looping back into doing this again. Yeah, I think after this trip I'll go and buy the scythe and go try it at least once. Not sure if it's worth it. Banking's kind of awkward. But we'll definitely try it. I just feel like the bank situation there is kind of weird. Yeah, it would be teleport to self-storage, then teleport back, then run back. You have to double tele to store, which feels really awkward. But yeah, I was looking at that earlier. You have to teleport to the closest bank, which happens to also be in this area. But there might be a closer one in the future. And then you have to teleport back because it would be too much of a walk to go back, even though it's the same area. So you gotta double tele every time. Which I don't think I've ever done a single resource where you had to double tele. But it will be, it's basically required. Try storing sage? Wait, where's stage? Isn't that the one all the way in top right? That one's not too bad, is it? It's a double tele, but it's not... Like, it's probably closer than the one we're doing now. Or that we would be doing. Isn't it closer than Thistle? Wait, let me see. Where's Sage? Oh, is that the one that's, like, across the river? Oh, it's the one across the ferry. Oh, yeah, that must sounds awful. What is Sage even used for? Oh, yeah, I'm never doing Sage. I know which one you're talking about now. Yeah, that one is horrible. What's it used for? Hopefully nothing useful. XP pots? Okay, that's not that useful. There's like a billion of them. Oh, the 10% though. Ooh, that's a bit more useful. Wait. I gotta change these things a little. Anyways, let me move my telly back. Anyways, what we're doing? Oh, yeah, I was gonna go buy the tool. Let me go do that and see how Thistle feels. I might just do it just for a change of pace. Actually, there's two things I want to go check. Let me go back to the mines real quick. I want to see, how many bones do I have banked? I'll probably also dunk a few while I'm there. Not that many, though. Honestly, I kind of almost want to do enough for a level, but that would take forever. These aren't particularly high tier bone. They're the highest we have, but they're also still really low tier relative to what our bone rate level is. Oh, I made a shortcut for me that I didn't bother utilizing at all. Yeah, let me go check our bone stash. I really wish there's a spell that let you see all your storages at once. Because, gosh, to walk to one of these things is so annoying. Because I'm doing this just to check how many bones I have. I guess I'll do it, dunk a few since I'm already here. But I'm doing this just to check my bone storage. We have so far gotten 792. It's not bad. It's not over 1,000, though. It's not bad. But it could be bigger. I know, I kind of want to stick with the bones. Gotta get that 1,000+ stack. I don't know, we'll still try the Thistle, though. Just want to dunk a few of these since we're here. To give a reason for why we came here other than just to check the bones. I don't think I'm going to camp a whole level, though. Otherwise, we'd be here for a while. Let's see, what's the XP drop relative to how much I need? $564. How many would I have to dunk? That's 22. That's 44. Oh no, are we staying here for a bone rate level? I might. It's not that many dunks. There's a good handful of dunks, but we're already here. If I quick mapped correctly, we have to dunk about 43 more times. Not 43 more inventories, just 43 more dunks. Also get like a knowledge and a half across that many dunks as well. Oh, no, 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 don't do that. Oh, put the other button. Yeah, there's a problem with potent potions as well. The amount you can make per hour is really low compared to normal potions. It's one of the biggest downsides with them. And I'm curious how that will affect player trading. Because the amount you could produce for per hour on them is a lot lower. Even if you already have all the supplies banked and everything. Yeah, we'll do this until we get a bone right level. And when I get the knowledge point, I'll put it into smithing. Because we still need that 193. But I feel so tempted to put it into gatherer right now. But I want to wait till at least level 50, because we need to get to 53 for the next threshold. Or in the next bone. The problem with that bone, though, is I believe that bone, you have to actually bank and mine to Matubin. I believe ram horns were right over here. Right over here. And I'm pretty sure the closest bank is a storage rift right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, sure looks like it. He's definitely quicker than teleporting from Portal Stone. Which means you actually have to use Mine to Matubin to keep banking. Which, that must be really clunky for free-to-play. Because free-to-play doesn't have Mine to Matubin. So you'd have to actually use the storage rift. Like, the free-to-play method would be, you'd collect your ramp stuff. Then you would go, teleport here, store there, then walk through those rooms and go back. Whereas the member method is, you collect here, you bank there, you collect there, you bank there, and just keep repeating. You never need to go through an aggro room or anything. Yeah, pretty much anything in the game is at least 3 knowledge points an hour. I don't think there's like a single exception to that. As long as you're doing things at like normal speed. The methods that are considered good are the things that are like 4+ an hour. But most things equalize out of around like 3.1 to 5 per hour. But there are a few activities that go higher than that. And the main ones I'm aware of is pretty much all combat, particularly when potting them in with good gear. Obviously merchant, even more so today with the drop all method. And brambles into Suave is pretty good. Not as much as foraging, but it's still pretty solid for a gathering skill. Mostly because you're not really gathering. Especially now with the drop all. Yeah, the only problem with doing brambles is you get no carpentry XP banked. That isn't too big a deal at my level range because my carpentry level is higher than my woodcutting. So I was able to get away with the brambles pretty nicely. But, yeah, super long term, that's an issue. At my current level range, that's not an issue yet, but, it definitely would be eventually. Because you bank basically 0 carpentry XP when you're doing, bramble into Suave. Or literally 0 if you don't bother banking the Suave. Or even if you do, you get only 1 every 9. And that reminds me, let's do the math. Let's say hypothetically I had 90 bone right and 200 smithing right now. Which is likely where we'll be by the end of Sunday. Stonemason will probably still be the same level. I want to see, what would our 4-star craft be at that point? Where's my calculator? Oh yeah, I restarted the computer earlier for the Windows update. Normally I have it open. Plus 112, plus 90, divided by 3. I'd be able to make a 134. By the end of Sunday, we'll be able to make a 134 4-star. So if special attacks magically came out on like Monday or Tuesday, 134 is as high as we could go. Which means I could do it for every chapter but Chronopolis. Well, technically Chronopolis too, but you know, it'd be a way lower level. Yeah, something that's going to be really annoying with carpentry as well. Once we hit like tier 3, 4 for the carpentry supplies, I'm probably going to bank them all rather than selling them. Which is going to be so slow. Also, Greybeard, I didn't realize you were such a high forager. We saw you on leaderboard earlier. I didn't realize I had Greybeard added. Yeah, we added him the other week. I'm not sure if he's here right now. Maybe stopping by for a little bit. I didn't realize his foraging was like so ridiculously high. That was one of the other names we saw when we were looking at the leaderboard earlier. Do we only have 18 transmog slots for the hats? No. There are you have infinite. It auto scales to your how many you have. But yeah, there's no limit on it. Sometimes based on how you look at the page, it looks like a different number. But no, you'll be able to get all of them. It all scales to how many you have. But yeah, currently there's no known transmog limit. Every transmog in the game you'd be able to earn. Like even mine with this, like the setup looks like a different number. Like right now it looks like I can only get 2 more. But if they had another 5, I could easily, you know, get them. It just auto scales to the menu. If I do this, it'll look like a different number. Like look, I have how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 slots now. I magically have quadrupled my slots. But it just auto scales to your inventory. But you'll always be able to get all of them. Oh, I almost got 10 all trees. I did have to trade one of my blues earlier. So technically, if I get an orange, that would technically be 10 all. Oh yeah, we still got 3 gold from when we were doing merchant earlier. I still haven't decided if I want to invest in the sickle or not. Actually, does anyone know? What is the total number of things that sickle is used for? Did we ever establish that? Someone might have said the answer and I didn't see it. Does anyone know the total amount of different plants that you use sickle for? Because it seems low enough to not bother to justify upgrading. 3? Thistle, dockleaf, and sage. Alright, sage was the one that's like the 10% pot in the middle of nowhere. Dockleaf's the one, I believe, all the way in top right, hidden behind the quest. And then Thistle is obviously the main one that we'd be using it for. It seems like a lot of the end game ones you end up using that. Oh, so the 2... Oh, they're both used for 10%. Wow, those sound awful. That sounds awful to collect 10% pots. I wonder how bad it is in other chapters, because I never bothered checking to see what you need in other chapters. How are people reaching episodes so fast? But like the later episodes? Normally just focusing a little bit on each skill to 20 can get you total level really quickly for the requirements for that. These all levels below 20 is basically like the tutorial section. And all the levels you get are really quick pre-20. So getting base 20s, I think is enough to get to storyline, I believe. Or pretty close to it. As far as the total level you need. So if you just go chapter by chapter getting base 20s, you'll pretty much be good for every subsequent chapter. Oh, that's perfectly fine. Oh, you just started today? Nice. Good luck. Yeah, it's definitely not something you get done on day one. I streamed for 24 hours day one, and I don't even think I've reached chapter 4 during that time. Even with a whole day of nonstop streaming it. Actually, I barely even left free to play. I was actually staying in chapter 1 and 2 most of the time. I could have left earlier, but there was a lot I was still just messing around with. There's a lot of content that you can do in chapter 1 and 2, even without ever touching member areas. I would say realistically, it takes about a week, with like a realistic amount of time, to get to chapter 4. Possibly slightly higher, depending on how much you're playing per day. No, it released a bit over a week ago. Today's currently day, 38? Whatever the title of the stream says. But yeah, it's been, 5 weeks then? A little over 5 weeks. Yeah, released on November 5th. 6th. I forgot they delayed it a day. But yeah, November 6th was the release day. So basically 5 weeks. Which is why you see, like, level 1000 pluses and stuff. We're almost at that bone rate level. This wasn't originally my plan to go gain a bone rate level right now. But I didn't want to waste the time to go check the bones to just come here for that, so we're committed to level now. We're in too deep to back out now. It's not too many more. It's like, what, a dozen or so? No, a dozen more inventories, a dozen more dunks or so. At this point, 4 inventories or less should be enough. Probably even 3. But this should be all the dunks bones we need for these, so I won't really need a dunk anymore for a while. I just wanted to have some in case we ever need to build something with it for a certain level range, for a certain 4-star. We just have it ready to go so we don't have to do it later. We're not going to start dunking all bones in any category until our bone level, or until our gathering level gets closer to our bone rate level. Which means the first bone we probably would do is probably a tier 3 bone. It's like the first tier 2 bone. So we probably won't start dunking all in a category until tier 3. Because by that point it would have caught up with our bone rate level. The rest are just spears for whenever we need them for crafting stuff down the line. Oh, Kiv, did he say pass on a leaderboard recently? Yeah, there he is. He's 4 levels above us. Maybe easily we pass him. So actually, I'm curious, what's his distribution? Let's see. He hasn't done combat yet. Ooh. Yeah, he's in a similar category to us. He hasn't really touched combat too much. Interesting. He hasn't done a lot of the quicker stuff. What did he do for total level? Oh, he went really heavy into, I see. Yeah, honestly, that's what I should have done with mining. Yeah, look at that. He went all in on his production. But specifically for his own. He gathered all his bones. He gathered all his wood for his carpentry stuff. And then he went all in on bone rate. Yeah, that's how his level is so high. He like super from scratch all bone right stuff. Also apparently doing all quests. So he did all quests and then also handcrafted all his bone right equipment. Which you don't see too many, well, I shouldn't say too many. There are a decent handful of Guardians that have been doing that. Well, Guardians just require so many more levels, so they end up going really wide. Using Gatherer, Woodcutter, Carpenter, and of course Bone Right. Whereas you do the same with Blacksmith, you basically just do Miner into Blacksmith. Or same as Miner into Stonemason. Like, you do need some Carpentry, but you don't. It's not really required to train it. Like it is with Bone Right. So you can kind of skip the Woodcutting Carpentry grind. Which I feel like a lot of people do. Just so you don't need to train like 1.5 billion skills. I don't know, I've kind of been doubling back and starting to train them. Just to catch them up a little bit. No wonder our voice sounds familiar. You're watching one of your videos earlier this morning on your time, and it's like 2 a.m. now. Wow. The reason why you started and got off work. Nice. What video was it that you saw us from? I haven't covered too many in recent times. I really need to more often. Well, other than for Gems of War, which we've been covering for like 8 years straight. I mean, like other games, if you've seen it from one of those. Because I haven't covered too many other games in the last few years that much. Obviously, we've been going really heavy in Brighter Shores, but even Brighter Shores, I've technically only covered one video. Aside from streams every single day. As far as non-streams, I've done literally one video so far. It's like a first week's first impression. Yeah, we're almost there. So close yet so far. Oh, day 35? Oh, nice. I forget what we did on that day. Oh, yeah, it was the Christmas hat one, yeah. That one did quite a bit better because a lot of people stopped by to see how to farm, like, hats and everything. We also went really over drop rate. It took us 63 hats before we had one of each. We went really dry on the last 1 in 20. Like, 3 times over drop rate before we had it. Basically took, like, all stream before we had it. I think it took 11.5 hours. By the 9.5 hour mark, we had it, but that was because it was like AFK 2 hours before the stream. Alright, it should be the last inventory. And then we can go back to, I guess, for the first time, starting the Thistle. See how that works out. Otherwise, I might just go back to the Bone Zone. I'll do the Thistle for like 1 level, from like 48.5 to like 49. If we like it, we'll stay with it. If we don't, we won't. And if we really like it, maybe I'll upgrade my Sickle a little bit. I'm not sure if it's worth getting to 25, though. That sounds super not worth. But I prefer not to upgrade it partially. I kind of either want to upgrade it all the way or not at all. And I'm leaning towards the not at all. Which means we wouldn't really ever touch things like this if we did do it that way. I don't know, we'll see. I am leaning towards not upgrading it, though. Because it seems like it's only needed... Like, it's used for a couple really good things, though. It's needed for a plus 60 ice potion. Or plus 80 ice potion. And apparently for 10% for the area. But you can't make that for, like, absurdly long time. When's the 10% for Hope Forest? You can't make a 10% Hope Forest until level 200, 300... Yeah, 364 Alchemy. I can assure you, we are not getting 364 Alchemy anytime ever. At least no time soon. Obviously, eventually. But that is, like, potential years away. Like, that is no time. Yeah, I'm planning on skipping Sickle. I wanted to try the activity, though. But yeah, that's way too far. Even if I need that resource, I'd rather just get it with no XP bonus. Rather than waste like 19 gold to go get it. Alright, it should be our level. Nice! 90 bone right. I don't think we get anything for it, but... Oh, we do. A weapon I'll never make. Shouldn't say never. 94, we get our next AFK activity. Don't think this is going to be relevant, though. We donkey way more bones before then. But we need higher tier bones, so we'll ignore them for now. Anyways, next thing. What are we doing? I need to go do, sickle. Let me go get our sickle. I'm not going to upgrade it, though. But I do want to try this method just to see what it's like. Worst comes to worst, we'll have a few banked for when we finally hit the level. These do save us 1.3 silver each one we grab, so... it's not horrible. I'm slightly tempted just because of that. Because it is the same XP rate that we'd be getting on bones right now. The only problem is we're not banking any bones, but it's also lower tier bones, so we also don't really care too much if we're not banking bones. Because these bones we're not going to necessarily need. But saving 1.3 silver per this potion, we will. Because once we get 177, or sorry, 77 alchemy, we're going to need hundreds, if not thousands of this thing. So this might be the pivot. Not upgrade our sickle, but just buy the sickle and use it until we get to the level we need. Oh wait, you don't buy it here? Wait, where's the shop you buy this from? If it's not here, I have no clue. I know that one. Let me go check this one. This is at the place you buy logs. I highly doubt it. It should be in here. If it's not here, I have no clue where you'd buy this thing. Okay, good. It is in here. I was gonna say, if it wasn't there, I would have no clue at all. Just in case I ever want to AFK anything, I want to like max out some of these numbers. I got the money. This is like 0 cash. Alright, there we go. Don't have to worry about those for a while. And it barely even dented our stack. Anyways, let's go try this thistle now. Teleport. Central. Oh, yeah, thank you, Sanaka. Yeah, I ended up finding it. There's 2 shops that it could have been at. If it wasn't at one of those 2, then we would have had a problem. But yeah, it was in one of the 2, so it worked out. Let's see, what's the thistle route looking like? Someone that said earlier there were 6 of them in here. Alright, oh, there they are. Oh, this was the one that was in the trailer. This is the trailer room. I was gonna say, I don't think I ever recalled seeing this room. Ew, 199. That's the same thing we get for the other one. We already knew this, but still. I just moved up to a higher tier resource. Yeah, I'm still getting the same XP rate. I know, maybe it's a better loop. We seem a little closer together, I guess, technically. I gotta make sure I don't accidentally jump down, though. Because that's a lot of stall. Yeah, a lot of up-down. A lot of up-down. Also, they have interesting polar tree synergy. I'm pretty sure there's polar trees out there closer to a bank than these things. So these probably aren't worth it for that. Yeah, the only reason I would do this is potentially because of how useful they are. And for no other reason. These are plus 60 cryopots, which, we wouldn't use these for bossing over a plus 80 down the line. But our access to plus 80 is no time soon. Especially without trading. But even with trading, these would probably be our best potion for a while. These plus 70s and 80s are going to be pretty sparse. And literally only used for bossing. So these will be our main alternative. They're way cheaper, way easier to get. Way more accessible. So I think I am going to go do this till like 50, at least 50. I'll say 50 something. We could technically do it up to 53. I'm just not sure if I want to do them up to 53. But we could. This is when we get our next best bone. I hate how far this one is. It makes me want to not even grab it. It's like the middle of nowhere. If my woodcutting was higher, we could get better polar tree, like tier 2 polar tree. I'd probably be stacking polar trees than these things, and it'd be way better. The problem with that is I need such a higher woodcutting before I get a better polar tree. How should I say that? Is that my next category? Ideas. That's not awful. Time to go save for a... There's no way I'm going to go get a level 25 axe. Just so I can go do this. As well as 3 woodcutting levels. But hey, might be worth it. But you can cycle thistle and polar trees at the same time. I would need 3 more woodcutting levels though. Which is not a quick process. Oh, technically 2.5. I don't know, is that worth it? Get 2.5 woodcutting levels just so I could do a thistle polar combination? I don't know, what's the best place to bank polar? I feel like there's one that's so good that it wouldn't be worth even combining with thistle. Because I'm pretty sure there's a way better polar spot that isn't like a mile and a half away from a bank. The only reason I might think otherwise is there's people actually cutting them in that room. Which seems odd to me. Because they shouldn't be, I don't think. And this actually is the best polar spot. In which case, that's not ideal. What would I spend gold on when trading comes out? I don't think I would. I think I would only sell stuff for gold. So I could buy better tools and everything. I don't think there's anything I actually would want to buy with gold. I would just want to trade item for item. Or sell things for gold. So I can upgrade my tools. I can't think of a single thing I would want to spend gold on in this game. Other than enhancing the tools to be stronger. Though the only weird thing about the tools, though, is, what do you do after 500 with the tools? That's the only really weird thing with tools. Is they all kind of become dead at, 500 level. Because there's currently no post-500 leveling. No kind of, like, keeping track of XP after 500 kind of system. Yeah, I would mostly use trading in order to make money or to trade item to item. Like item for other items or item for similar item. Like a 3-star 199 for a 3-star 199. And stuff like that. That or just sell stuff for pure cash for tool upgrades. But yeah, that's one thing I didn't really think about too much though. Is one of the things I kind of hate about the XP system in this game. Is that it doesn't go beyond 500. Like, I know 500 takes forever, but once you hit 500, what's the point of an upgraded tool? Like, it's just dead after that. Because there's no system beyond 500. So really, you don't have any reason to ever get a tool beyond, like, 25, 30. Everything beyond that is pointless. Because once you have 500 in a skill, what need for you have to upgrade your level 30 tool to, like, 100 or 50 or any number? Why play the game if you're max? Well, honestly, that's the main thing that was really depressing me with how 500s work. Is once you get to 500, that's not when you start doing the skill. That's when you end doing the skill. It's something I really hope they fix with the game design. Either with like an excess XP or something. Because in the current state of the game, level 500 is when you stop doing a skill, not when you start doing a skill. Like the second you get 500, you're just done. You like basically never touch the skill again. Which I hope they fix that. Because it's kind of counterproductive. Like, the second you can start doing the skill properly is when you're supposed to stop doing it. Like, once you have everything unlocked and start making profit from it and everything else, it's like, nope, you're now done with it forever. Obviously, they'll probably change that down the line. But it's something that's really clunky. At least in the current state of the game. Is the exact moment when it would be best to do the skill is when you basically have to stop doing the skill. Well, yeah, you could do the 500s in the next skill, or, you know, in the next zone. But the whole thing is, if you want to keep doing a skill because you really enjoy it, there is very little incentive system in the current state of the game to do so. Like, if I really want to keep doing mining and smithing because I enjoy it, once I hit 500, there's very little need to do so. Other than if I'm making, like, a 4-star trade or something similar. Like, if I'm making, like, a 4-star 500 or, you know, something like that. But beyond that, we would never touch it again. Yeah, the other worker 500 would still be Moneymaker Printer. But then that makes it so, like, other things are pointless. Like, what do you do with 500 Detective? Because the answer is pretty much nothing. Because it doesn't print money quicker than another worker. Like, there's some skills that are just dead in the water after 500 in the current state of the game. Unless they do make changes to it down the line. Obviously, that's probably not too huge a priority. There are very few 500s. Even me, I probably won't have my first 500 until, like, months from now. I just wish there was more of a system there for when they do. Because in the current state of the game, you basically have to stop a skill at 500. Yep, another red Christmas hat. Nice. Good old red Santa hat. XP to this game goes to, what, 1.8 bill? I think it goes to 1.8 bill XP, somewhere around there. Which sounds like a lot, but you have to keep in mind, your XP rate in the 400s is in, like, literal millions. Like, several million. Like, you can AFK a night and get over, like, 10 million XP, probably. With, like, the 480 AFK or 490 AFK, whatever it was. Like, if we were to AFK, for example, the meticulous interrogations, I'm pretty sure that is, like, over 10 million XP an hour, if not even more than that. Probably even more than that. Even like 50 mil XP a night. So like 1.8 bill sounds like a lot, but it's not too high. Given your XP rate by that point is absurd. Well, I think the difference with 200 mil in RuneScape compared to 1.8 bill in this game, like, you know, level 500, is the disparity between when you get your final action and when you actually max. Because in some skills, most skills, you get an activity that you can do at 490. Whereas the last activity, at least in old school, I know it's a little bit different in RuneScape 3, but at least in old school, last activity you ever get is normally before 99. Like, not even at 99, at 13 million. And just still all the way to 200 million. Like, the last activity in some skills is at, like, 95. Or 92 or 90. And that's at, like, 6 million XP. Like, you get your last activity at, like, 6 or 10 million XP. And then are expected, or, you know, and then it caps at 200 mil. Which is, like, 20 times higher. The weird thing about Brighter Shores is you get your final activity at, like, 490. But then it caps in, like, 10 levels in the exact same day. Like, if you're playing, like, super actively, you're probably getting your last activity and getting it max within the exact same day. Whereas if you compare it to, like, old school RuneScape, the difference would be, like, months. It wouldn't be a day separation. It'd be literal month separation between when you get your final activity and when you actually max a skill. I think that's the main thing that kind of throws me off. Like, obviously getting 500 takes forever in this game. But there's such a small time frame between when you get your final activity and when you're basically quote-unquote done with the skill. Because that's such a small time frame. It's literally like a day difference compared to an old school where it's like literal months, if not longer. It's just the main thing that I find kind of weird about it. Like for now, it's fine, obviously, but I feel like at some point, you know, it should be like slightly different somewhere. So I'm not sure exactly where. But just to make it so, you know, actually doing a level 500 skill still kind of matters. Because, like, I keep mentioning Detective here as an example. But Detective 500 is basically pointless. You will never use it ever, ever, ever again. You'll get to 500 and then never look at it again. At the absolute most, maybe you do the bounty board daily. Which would be at 412. You can get the highest tier one. But beyond that, at 500, you would never touch it again for any reason. It's less money than other skills, and that's the only thing that the entire skill gives is money. So you would never need to ever do it. So 550 levels? No, not necessarily extra levels, but just like something that tracks it. It just feels weird that in a number go up game, they make number not go up. Like some kind of overflow thing, where like every like max level you start getting like, you know, a little number going up. Because I think it's like 1.8 bill. And let's say they have to do that because of some kind of numerical restriction. They can make it so like every 1.8 bill you get like a number that goes up by 1. Even just something as basic as that. Almost like a prestige system, but you know. Like you go at, not that your skill gets fully reset, but in the sense that your XP does, so it doesn't overflow. So, you know, when you get 1.8 bill the first time, it will then become a 1, and then a 2, and then a 3 for every 1.8 bill you do. And that number will never hit 1.8 bill. You're never going to hit 1.8 bill times, I can assure you. Like something like that. Because then eventually, if you keep post 500 training, you eventually have like, you know, like a 200 there. Like you've maxed 200 times, essentially. Which sounds like a lot, but you have to keep in mind XP rate after 500 is absurd. Like getting there is the hard part. Once you get there, you'll just keep hitting it multiple times if you keep doing post 500. Like something like that I would really want to say. So it's not like a completely pointless to do 500 skills. Because obviously some will be very useful. Like 500 smithing you'll always use for, you know, 3-star stuff, 4-star stuff. But there's some that won't be, like Detective. Where the second you get the 500, it's like, okay, well, never touch the skill again. I don't know, they'll find something else out to kind of fix it. They'll figure something out. I just don't really think they planned on people getting 500 so quickly. Obviously, we haven't either, nor will we for at least a couple months. But just something I'm kind of fearing in like the ultra end game of this game is, it feels like, at least if it was like this, like a year from now, the XP system feels really empty once you have like 500 all. But they'd probably have some fix for that by the time, you know, the average person gets there in like years from now. Because no person is really rushing 500 all for the most part. Like even the people who are trying to get absurdly high total, I'm not sure if they even plan on actually finishing 500 all. Because that's a multiple year, all day investment. I'm not sure if they're going that hard with it. I'm not sure if I'm going that far with it. Like 200 all, 100% for sure. And some 500s for sure. I'm not sure if we would ever be 500 all in this game though. Due to the amount of time that it takes. It's actually impossible in the current state of the game if they add at least 3 chapters a year. If they add only 2 chapters a year, it is technically possible. But at a rate of 3 chapters per year, I don't even think you can get 500 all. Just because of the rate at which new skills would be added relative to what you can gain XP for. I don't know, we'll see what they do with it. I just don't like the fact that you stop gaining XP. I think that's the main thing that bothers me. You can't make a number go up simulator and then make number not go up. It's too painful. It's why I've never gone to 200 mil in RuneScape. Because I need number to go up. Technically I have during leagues, but it doesn't count. XP rates are like 16 times and everything else is so quick. Actually, ironically, I say that as I'm getting 200 mil fishing so I can get the fishing pet in leagues right now. But I mean in the main game. I've never gotten to 200 mil because it's just pointless. on so many levels, but the main reason being his number no longer go up. I would start a new account before I would ever do 200 mil in that game, in like the main server. And luckily in Brighter Shores, we do have 3 profiles, so if we ever get like tired of number not going up as much, like when we get 200 all, we got 2 other profiles waiting to be made into 200 all. I don't think anyone's actually been rushing that at the moment. Like getting all 3 accounts to 50 all. Or getting all accounts to 200 all. Most people are just doing the 1, but I do plan to play the other 2 at some point. Especially if there's reasons to, with like raids, bosses, unique mechanics for every single class. I do plan to play more than just a Cryo Knight. Obviously we're just focusing on the main. But I do plan to play every class in the game. To a decent degree. Obviously our Cryo Knight will always be our best account. But it's not going to be our only. We will play all 3. It's just the other 2 have mostly just been AFKing to their goals, but once there's more substantial content that actually divides the 3 classes a little bit more, we'd play on all 3 a bit more. Like unique boss mechanics for each, or, you know, special attacks for each. Stuff like that starting to come into the game. Special attacks probably in the first one that would really separate them a bit. But I do plan to do all of that in all 3. When you're getting an alt to a 200 passive, that would be insane. I honestly should. I was originally doing it for combat, but it has a really annoying upkeep of having to maintain a weapon, which is really hard to do without combat. If I was to get them their first 200, honestly, I'm considering mining. I'm heavily considering mining. And when trading comes out, try to get them all 25 gold. Or 20 gold, whatever they need for like a 25 pickaxe. And then just have them like AFK all the way to mining. Yeah, definitely considering it. Trying to think of what other ones might be a little bit better than mining, though. Like a pure money one, so I don't have to worry about trading. I wouldn't want to do detective, though. I guess technically leatherworker, but there's a lot of gaps where you don't really get a good activity. Whereas mining pretty much always has a good one other than gold panning. But I'm still not really sure what I'm doing with the alts at the moment. Like, I know what I'm doing with them in the short term. Not sure what their ultra long-term plan is. Like, right now, I'm currently getting them to AFK Lost and Found. So if I ever need to make a 4-star Guardian weapon or a 4-star Hammer Mage weapon, I can. Because in the current state of the game, you can only make it for your class. Like, I can only make a Cryo Knight 4-star. I can't for the other 2. I could trade over the material for it, but I can't do it myself. So people who don't have Lost and Found done wouldn't be able to get it. But be able to make it for them could be kind of convenient. Excuse me, some people who are going to be really combat oriented that might not have Lost and Found completed. Even like a year from now. Kind of like how people don't have Bearer's Gloves in old school RuneScape or something. Because they just never bother doing questing, even though something you can do in like 1 week. Or some people just never bother doing it, despite how good it is. And I feel like Lost and Found is going to be that for Brighter Shores. Where a lot of people who do combat only will need, obviously, 4-star equipment. But they might not have Lost and Found completed. Which they need to be able to make their own 4-star equipment. So you wouldn't just be able to trade them 3 components. You would actually have to make it for them. But to that, you would need 3 accounts with Lost and Found done. You wouldn't need the production level on all of them. You would just need the quest done. You only need the production level on 1 to 3. Yeah, well, Lost and Found's a pretty low requirement. Because you only need 59 Mind Fighter. Actually, you could skip it with Alchemy too, and Trading. So you don't even need a Mind Fighter level, technically. Honestly, almost all of it might be able to be skipped with Trading. Oops, I meant to teleport back. I guess we're walking. As you don't know exactly what will be tradable in that regard. But there's a chance the requirement for Lost and Found is going to be almost nothing in the future. Because it really depends what's tradable or not tradable for that quest. Because if everything is tradable, what's the actual requirement for lost and found? Isn't it almost nothing? Because you wouldn't need the combat requirement. You wouldn't need the bone right requirement. You wouldn't need the smithing or stonemason requirement. You wouldn't even need the mining requirement because you can just get the level 0 flint. And even if you couldn't, you could just trade for it. I don't think there's any skill check for when you go get the dagger. Which is kind of funny. I wonder if Lost and Found when trading exists has no requirement at all. I didn't think about that. It might be a 5-star quest with no requirement. Which is actually kind of sad. Right now it's the highest requirement quest in the game. But, yeah, I believe it has literally 0 requirement if you could trade everything from the quest. Yeah, I guess you would need to get the requirement to get into Zone 4 trading, but that's pretty easy. But yeah, Lost and Found becomes the easiest 5-star quest in the game if you could trade everything. We just don't know if that stuff will be tradable or not. But if it is, it's basically a joke of a quest now that I think about it. It's going to be so free to get it done. Oh, even more of a reason to keep the accounts AFK mining, I guess. Because they might not even need all the other requirements. I still need to get them to the 35 smithing for the other quest, though. Because there's a hard requirement for it. Also, they get their mining venture rolling. So they actually have a venture going at all. Because currently they have none. You don't like how you move slower in water? Yeah, this is something that's kind of annoying. Not sure if they're ever going to change that down the line. Give you some, like, flippers or something, no. There was a solution in the other game. You could only run if you had flippers on. Like, it made sense, but also was really clunky. It was more so relevant for underwater, not, like, in water. But you move very slow on water in Brighter Shores. It's mostly annoying while fishing. Because when doing those little slug thingies that kind of count as water, you can move in a way where they don't get as caught up. As long as you catch them right at spawn. Selling flippers, 14 gold. I believe they were untradeable in his other game, oddly enough. Because they were almost like a pseudo quest item, even though they weren't a quest item. They were kind of in that category. It's not like Brighter Shores where all your quest items go to like a separate category. Which is one thing I really like about Brighter Shores. The biggest downside is the 24 inventory space rather than like 28 or 25 or literally any number bigger than 24. Well, one big upside is you don't actually waste any inventory on quest items. They all go in a special quest storage. So you never need to worry about like scrapping a bunch of quest items or anything like that. Or the inventory space to manage all of them. Because they're handled under a completely different system, which is kind of nice. It's basically like a key item tab. Except it's divided by quest, so you don't need to go dig through it. Because I feel like some games' key item tabs are so annoying to navigate. But in Brighter Shores, it just separates them by quest, so you never need to go like, oh no, where in this list of like 100 key items is the one I'm looking for? It just divides it by quest, so it's really simple. It doesn't get overly cluttered. Yeah, we still have the golden cog and the maid outfit and everything. We can actually see it if we go in our other storage. Not that one. We can see it in here, I think. Yeah, the golden cog. There's the golden cog. You can see the other one in your storage whenever you talk to that one person. It's not showing up here, though, oddly enough. Yeah, we still have our Leaf and Golden Cog here. Ready to go for the main storyline. It's in my inventory right now, but of course it doesn't take up any space because it's in the quest key item. And it shows any applicable ones for whatever quest you're doing. Like, obviously, we also did that in the Chapter 2 quest. Use that little leaf that we had. That means we're going to need the Dryad at some point in Chapter 5. That's kind of interesting. But so far, we've only seen her in Chapter 2, I'm pretty sure, and then she never showed up again. Actually, did she show up in Chapter 3? I think she might have briefly, actually. I think she showed up at all in Chapter 4, though. Mostly because there's no corruption there. We were doing a different objective at the time. Which I don't even remember what we did during the Chapter 4 storyline now that I think about it. But I don't think she ever showed up, though. I said I would do this in about until level 50. We still need technically more than that. We're going to probably need over 1,000 of these at some point. And I banked like not even 200 yet, I don't think. I was not sure if I want to do this all the way to 53. I'd rather just knowledge point it up. And since it's getting a little late, I might just run the money printer the rest of the night after we get level 50 on this. And there's knowledge to 53. He's got to rank 100 on leaderboard? Nice! About to hit the double-digit number. He went from rank 1,652 to 100 since leaderboard release. Wow, that's really nice. That's a lot of levels. Yeah, it's super, super high. I'd accidentally skip one. I think I did at one point. Whoops. Luckily, it doesn't matter since our last cycle. I guess that technically doesn't matter regardless, because it's not like we're banking somewhere, we're just telling away. It doesn't matter if I accidentally miss one. It's not like I'm cycling out the room. I'm just teleporting the second we have them. So if I accidentally miss one or two, it actually has very little effect on our banking cycle. Unlike some other resources, since we're just telling away the second we get there. Oh, no, we wanted. No, no, don't do that. No, not that either. No, no. How many misclicks do I want to do? I clicked like everything but immunity. Yeah, my brain's almost done for tonight. I'm going to get level 50 Gatherer. And then I think we're just heading to the money printer a little bit. While I figure out what we were going to use our money on as well. Because we're sitting on 3 right now. I'm not sure, or technically 2.8 because of the sickle and everything. But I'm still not sure what I want to put into. It's definitely not the sickle upgrade. I'm leaning towards either an axe upgrade or a spear upgrade. Given that I already have level 50 in woodcutter, I kind of want to go to spear. And start working on 200 fishing. Not all the way to 200, mostly it's 50. And just sell all the fish. Honestly, I'd probably do puffer and eel all the way there. Given that we're using the spear as well. And just puffer eel all the way to 50. Because I think we get the upgrades on them soon. I think the eel's at like 36. And the puffer's not too far after. Yeah, the eel's at 36. The puffer's at 42. And we probably do that all the way to 50. I think that's the game plan. For my next tool upgrade. We need like 18 gold for it. Probably even like 20 something because I'm going to need the spears upgrades as well. But I'm going to be making money during it, so... As long as I start with it, I should be able to make enough for the spear upgrades without needing extra money. Because we're going to be making pure cash while doing fishing. I'm not going to be banking any of it. It's too low level for me to even cook with. Even if it was a cooking ingredient. And I'm slowly working my way to base 50. Very slowly, but... it's one of only 2 combat skills we won't have done. Or non-combat, I mean. Because after we get 50 Forager today, or Gatherer, I mean, the only 2 left will be Forager and Fisher. And I want to say Forager for last. Mostly because the tool upgrading situation is... I'm not sure what I'm doing about it. I might just get them all to level 10 or something. But that hurts. We've been doing 25 for everything. It feels weird to leave it at 10. Still not sure what I want to do about it. I don't know, what have you guys done for anyone who's upgraded their foraging tools? Do you do them all evenly? Did you do 1 or 2 higher? Did you even bother upgrading them at all? This is one of those weird skills where you actually do use all 3 to some degree. But then there's also things you don't use any of the 3. It's a really weird skill compared to a lot of others. Like Gather, if we really want to, we could do everything with just Bone Rake. I don't have to do anything that isn't Bone Rake. I'm just doing these because a little change of scenery. And because they're the exact same XP rate as what I would have been getting. And I need them for my cryopots eventually. So we're saving 1.3 silver each. But beyond that, there isn't really any reason I should be doing these. Other than the billion reasons that we just mentioned. It's mostly the 1.3 silver each that I think is making me do this. That's a lot of savings. And it also means we don't have to keep buy-selling whenever we want to go make these when we do hit 77 alchemy. It'll save a lot of time when we do the 77 alchemy to whatever level we're going to get to from there. I think we almost have to do it all the way to 100. Like, I'm going to need, like, literal thousands of these, potentially. Because when do I get a next best potion? I don't think I get one better than this until maybe 95? Or 104? I think 104. I can't remember if the ingredients for that are cheap or not. But I think I have to go 77 to 104 doing only 77 pots. Unless I'm using knowledge to get it up. Which I probably would be at some point in that situation. But not counting knowledge, we'd have to go from 77 to 104, I'm pretty sure. And it's assuming 104s are even good, I don't remember. I believe they were. I know the really last good one is the mining one. Which not only can we get with Mine Fighter, but I believe it's also like super cheap, the 131 Mine Fighter one. You either get it from Mine Fighter or literally just get it for free from, well not free, but you know, for pretty cheap just by buying it from the shop. Oh, so I keep forgetting to do the second telly. I really should, but my habit is just to run. So I keep forgetting the second telly, even though it's slower to walk. Yeah, tools are kind of weird with how they work right now. Especially since they don't do anything once you reach level 500. At least in the current state of the game. But I don't really plan on getting any beyond 25 because of that. With the main exception being our pickaxe at 30, just because it's a little bit more useful. Which I'll be using that for the AFK activity tonight as well. Because we finally got all of our knowledge into mining, all 41 of it. Took a little while to catch it up. Took a lot of our knowledge today and partially yesterday. But I probably could have done it just with the knowledge off of this stream. Another reason it was partial yesterday is because it was a much shorter stream. We used the Game Awards and celebrating a birthday. But I'm pretty sure just the knowledge today could have gotten it if we didn't have any. Was this guy still AFK on this little stump thing? I haven't actually seen anyone use this. I feel like it's not worth it. I didn't even realize that though. Woodcutting actually has a couple different methods that you can do for AFK. Because he's probably making coins while doing that. Whereas you can also be doing the ones where you go and like share the trees. I just realized, I wonder if your axe bonus is giving you extra XP rate for that. Oh, that's interesting. I'm willing to make a bet however upgraded your hatchet is also upgrading that AFK activity. Like how it is for mining. Oh, maybe that's why he's doing that one as well. Any enchantments and everything are probably applying to that. As well as just upgraded axes in the future. That one currently isn't that he's using, but, you know, down the line. So this AFK activity is probably better than the other ones. Assuming you have any amount of enchant on your axe. Or hatchet, I should say. which I still haven't yet. Oh wait, I do have a level 2 axe actually though. So maybe he's getting some XP for it. I forget when you get a level 2 axe. You get it at level 33, so technically he could have it. He's at level 30 AFK right now. So it is possible he has the level 2 axe currently. It's hard to tell though, because they're pretty similar. Yeah, if it's out of range, he'll get half CP. I don't think he's doing that though. But I mean, at the range that you can do it is worth it. Because the axe bonus is probably applying to it. So that 5% on that level 33 axe is probably giving 5% on that AFK as well. Kind of like how our pickaxe right now is giving us 31% on our AFK activity. As well as our active. But it also applies to AFK mining. Which is absurdly strong. We tested it, what, today or yesterday? I don't remember. 1 to 2 days we ended up testing it. And 100% was working. Purple Santa. Someone with an absurdly high carpentry level right there. Yeah, high tier Guardian armor actually looks kind of cool. It's only the lowest tier stuff that's a little lame. But if it wasn't for Cryo Knight, I definitely would have picked Guardian. Like, if it was between Hammer Mage and Guardian, I definitely would have went Guardian. But Cryo Knight exists, so that was our choice. Alright, one more level. We're almost there. And after that, honestly, I almost want to keep working towards base 50s. Now that we started, I almost want to go finish it. We're just so close that it's like, oh, we're like there. We're like there. I should really just finish it. I don't know, we're so close yet so far. I feel like if they add another quest anytime soon, we'll just be able to get 1 billion combat XP for that chapter though. Like, let's say in like a week from now we get a new quest for chapter 1. That's like 5 free guard levels just for doing it. Which would save a lot of grind time. Like, that would almost guarantee get us from 31 to 36. Because they're going to put like a level 60 something boss in there that'll be able to be cheesed at like level 20. Yeah, the hammer fists on hammer mages look pretty cool. I'm not a big fan of the hammers, but the hammer fist looks cool. Or the fist weapon that they have. Almost like little, I almost said nunchucks, but you know what I mean. Like those little handcuff things. Or knuckle cuffs. Alright, is this our last inventory? I think it might be. And then we'll probably knowledge from 50 to 53. Overall, my verdict on these are, they're pretty chill. I like the scenery here. It's honestly probably one of my favorite rooms in the game. Scenery-wise. Like, why isn't all of Hope Forest like this room? Because the atmosphere in this room is really good. And I feel like it utilizes the little cubbyhole system that this game has really well. For how many activities they concentrate in one little area. If all of Hope Forest was like this room, it'd be so much better. The problem is it isn't. But it really needs to be. This room alone combines 3 activities. It combines an AFK with a tree cutting activity with a gather activity. And something about just like the layout, the extra little atmosphere. The extra NPC guy just woodcutting constantly to fill up the room a little bit further. That just kind of works. It's also a lot more vertical and longer than the average room. Like in its verticality. Like, it actually feels like it has some height and everything going to it because of the multi-level floor. It's probably the only room I've seen so far that's really utilized that floor correctly. Every other room, it feels like an inconvenience, but in this room, it actually feels really good for the overall atmosphere. It's still an inconvenience to keep going up, down. But it's less of an inconvenience compared to, like, every other room. Because it's working for what they're trying to do visually. Yeah, I like it. 10 out of 10 room. Honestly, it might be one of my top 5 rooms in the whole game, though. It's still my least favorite chapter. But it's probably my top 5 favorite room. This room right here. They did really good on it. Now, you just need to make the all of Hope Forest as good as this room. Alright, go bank these. Only thing that would make it better is if there's a store drift, so we wouldn't have to leave. So I'd have to keep telling 2 times every time I want to go away and back. Alright, technically already hit level 50, but honestly, oh no, I kind of want to stay here. It's a very relaxing room. I just wish all of Hope Forest felt like this room. And the problem is I don't have enough time to drink my water. I think the longest streak we have is like from here to here. Gotta get like a speed run water drinking. Mini water chug. Otherwise we lose time. Yeah, this is the only really naturey area in the game. Gatherer or smithing? I'm doing gatherer. I'm going down the gatherer route. If we're gonna stay here, and grind this, we're gonna speed up a little. If I'm gonna keep sticking with this, I'm gonna speed it up slightly. We'll be able to get our 193 smithing later. It's not going anywhere. Because you have to keep in mind, we get a really big upgrade at 53. AKA, we can go back to a bone and not have to do this plant. And unfortunately, that means we have to leave this room. But our XP rate will go and get way higher. Smithing is locked out, though. But the thing is, I want to get it done by the end of the weekend. You know how much time we have? It's not even Saturday yet. Or at least my time zone is not Saturday yet. But we have like 2 whole streams to get 12 smithing levels. Like, knowledge alone could do that. Plus, we have to anyways to 193. As long as we ideally have 193 smithing by the end of tomorrow's stream, we should be fine. Which is what? Assuming I'm not boosting any of them. It's roughly, I need 5 levels, so about 20 knowledge points. 20 knowledge points is really doable. We could do, like, literally anything for 7 hours. I mean, like, anything. Like, the most inefficient stuff in the entire game. And we will still have 193 smithing by, like, a little past the halfway point next stream. Like, we do, like, anything, and we'll hit it by, like, halfway. Or a little past halfway. So I'd rather boost the thing that we're currently doing right now. That's because we're close to the threshold. If this was, like, right at the beginning of it, I wouldn't. Which technically it is, because it's 48 unlock and we're doing it at 50. But the XP rate is still something that we were doing at, like, level 43. And then we get to go back to the bone zone. And what's kind of funny is we get to peek into Mine to Matubin every time. Because the closest bank, you actually have to bank in Mine to Matubin. Despite the fact that you're collecting something from, Chapter 2. The closest bank is in Chapter 3. Honestly, something like that will probably happen in Chapter 1. Where, going all the way top left, northwest, might actually be quicker than going, anywhere else. Just due to the fact that there's not a teleporter over there. Like, the quickest way to teleport to northwest in Chapter 1 might be to Chapter 5 teleport. Which is kind of the case, too, for Chapter 3. Where if you really want to get, like, super northeast, it's not bad to go and teleport to Chapter 2 and then enter the mines that way. But it's probably going to be pretty similar for Chapter 1. Where depending on where they put the teleporter in Chapter 5, getting northwest in Chapter 1 might actually be quicker just by teleporting to Chapter 5. It depends where they put the teleporter, though. Like how close it is to start the area. Because obviously it'll have likely 2 teleporters. But if the first one is nearby, then it's probably more viable than teleporting to Hopeport. The one thing that could fix that is if they ever added a second teleport to the place. Either via the monument somehow. Like partial monument completion, not the whole thing. Like imagine if the monument by like 100 something gives you a teleport there. Now that would be nice. Are they gonna do that? Who knows? But Hopeport really needs a second tele. So badly. It's kind of funny. We were talking about the whole 200 mil thing in old school the other day compared to like, or you know, earlier to stream, compared to the 1 8-bill restriction in this game. And it's kind of funny because during leagues, I've been trying to get the fishing pet for no reason other than why not, because I have the fishing relic. And if you see that number, we're at 197 out of 200 million. It's about to take over to 198. So it's actually about to max out. The reason I'm doing that is it has a mechanic where once you have 200 million, you get a 15 times higher pet rate. And while pet rates aren't higher in League, the higher fishing rate combined with the higher XP rate will make it absurdly quick. There's no reason I want to get it other than to have another bird pet, though. I'm literally doing it for no reason. There's not a League task for it. I already got a skilling pet. Normally it'd be like 200 points or something. I already got the 200 points from it. I just want it simply to have it. For no other reason, because it's one of the few things that carry over from League to League, is all the pets you have. And I highly doubt I'm going to Fishing Relic again, so I was like, yeah, I might as well. It's completely AFK anyways. One click every like 20 minutes. That'd be funny if you actually earn all the profession pieces. I feel like you would get it all at once in Brighter Shores if they added that though. I would prefer they add it as a gold sync rather than anything else. Because the more gold syncs, the better. I hope Brighter Shores just goes gold sync heavy. I'd rather have too many than not enough. Just to try to dampen inflation. Because the worse you make inflation, the worse you make it for newer players. And then the veteran players just keep getting way richer comparatively. But one way to kind of fix that is just to always have a billion gold sinks. Particularly ones that do almost nothing but endgame players would want. Like, you know, really cool cosmetics and such. Where high-end players will waste a lot of money on them because they look cool. Like, you know, level 500 capes, level 200 capes, stuff like that. Is like what currently Brighter Shores has in that regard. But they're things that only gold sync endgame players, not like early game players. Stuff like that is really good to have, just to make sure you don't overinflate early game. We really want there to be a profession all about making outfits. Someone was mentioning that earlier. And then I made a joke that he should make it so party hats require 490 in outfit making. Yeah, we're talking about that some one of the other streams. Like a tailor making skill, for example. Like a skill just called tailor, where all you do with the skill is make cosmetics. It could easily be a gold sync skill. And you just trade the cosmetics with other people. But if they do that, party hats have to require 490. That's how you get party hats in Brighter Shores. 490 tailoring. But you gotta buy magic paper that costs like 1 platinum each. And need 490, what's it called? Tailoring. Or whatever the skill would be called. But yeah, 1 platinum token and 490 tailoring. Also, 1 platinum token is 1,000 gold, by the way. I don't think anyone has actually reached it yet. But there is platinum tokens in Brighter Shores. But almost no one has, actually literally no one, I'm pretty sure, has 1,000 gold. I said, hello, Onda! Welcome, welcome. We were originally just trying to get gathering to 50, but honestly, I've been enjoying the atmosphere of this room so much that I haven't left. So I'm just staying here till 53, so I can get to the next bone, I guess. Then the 500 cape would have party hats at the bottom. Could you imagine? Instead of trim, it would have like party hats as the trim. Like kind of like how this one is spiked. Instead of it being spiked on the bottom, it would just be spikes, but it would all be different colored party hats. Is it platinum or diamonds? No, it's platinum, I'm pretty sure. I saw the icon for it a while back. It looks like a platinum token. It pretty much looks like a gold piece, but like all platinum-like. I would say silver-like, but it's more like a, you know, a glossier color. But yeah, it basically looks like a gold token, but glossier. In the color of platinum. But I don't think a single player has gotten it. People have like data mined it and other stuff like that. But I don't think a single person has legitimately gotten a platinum token yet in Brighter Shores. It requires 1,000 gold. Which is absurdly expensive. Oh, you tried adding me, but friends list is full? Yeah. I've had an issue with that recently. There's 11 people trying to add us. I really need to go add them all at some point. I feel like people think I might be ignoring them or something. But no, I'm not trying to ignore everyone. It's just my list is full. If there was more space on it, I would add everyone. I need to just spend a day and try to get rid of everyone inactive on it. There's probably like 30, 40 people I could probably kick. It would just take so long to go check them all, and I just haven't had the time to go bother with it yet. I need to at some point, though. Even once I do, though, that's only going to last for like a week. Until so many more people want to add us that it's all 200, 200 again. But I do plan to do it at some point, just not yet. Because that would take a good half an hour to an hour just to clear the list. Each person's going to take at least a minute. And I got to check like 200 of them. I think like 30 or 40 of them I can kick. Yeah, it's a lot of EXP waste. And the worst part is it will always stall you. Because whenever you do anything related to friends, it counts as a stall. Kind of like when you go and bank your EXP and everything. So it'll stall you in action even if you do it while doing an AFK activity. For one, you can't do it in combat, so you'd still have to leave combat if you're doing like AFK raid dens. So not only do you need to not be doing an action, but it will also stall whatever your action you're about to do. It's really weird. But if you do anything related to the friends list, it stalls your action. Like if you remove someone from your list, if you add someone to your list. Luckily, messaging doesn't stall your action. That'd be really annoying if it did. But it's really weird. Hopefully it'll change that in the future. Because almost everything related to the friends list will stall you. And you also can't do it while in combat. Yeah, we're almost at the ribs. Which is something I haven't had in a while. I should say that. I had it for Thanksgiving, so it's been a couple of weeks, actually. It hasn't been that long. Prior to Thanksgiving, it hasn't been a while, though. Yeah, how close are we? Oh, never mind. It's ram's horn. I thought it was something rib. I thought it was like a sheep rib or something. Oh, I think that's for the AFK activities, the sheep rib one. Yeah, there is sheep rib. That's the one I was confusing it with. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, that's a sheep rib you get when you do the AFK activity for the dice. I'm pretty sure this is used for the dice that you make for, the what's it called quest. The, Lost and Found. Obviously, almost no one gets it this way. But technically, if you didn't want to buy it from the shop, one way that you could do it is by this activity. I'm pretty sure that's the one that makes the dice for the quest. It's not worth doing it that way, but if you were to, I'm pretty sure that's the one you use for it. For the Lost and Found dice that you need to go turn in. And you only have to do the AFK activity for like 5 seconds. Because you only need a partial dice, you don't need like a whole thing. Even just a fragment of a dice will count for the quest. I wonder if anyone's bothered doing it that way. Back in the day, that would have saved you 2 levels, because you would have been able to boost. By now, the boost lets you just buy from the shop, so you wouldn't even need to do it that way anymore. If you wanted to save 2 levels. Now you could do it without even needing to do it. It would cost you a bit more because you have to go buy it from the shop, but, you know, it's not that much. Alright, 2 more levels to go. Technically 3, but this one's pretty much already done. Midway this trip will get it done. The guy's name is Salty Goldfish. I'm not sure why that one stand out compared to every other name. Something about it, though. Probably because goldfish never go in, like, salt water. So it's a situation that is funny because it's not something that would happen. Oh, there's Lily. Apparently also training foraging. That is one thing that's pretty satisfying in this game. Seeing other people take nodes around you, But also knowing that them taking nodes does not interfere with your nodes. Other than if they're doing combat, but that's different. When it comes to like gathering, their nodes don't affect your nodes. Yeah, in other MMOs that can be really annoying. Like if even one person is around you, it's like, hop, please, leave. Why are you here? They're ruining my XP rate. That's one thing that's really nice about Brighter Shores, aside from combat, in that it doesn't matter how many people are in your room; they will have no effect on your rate at all. So you can all kind of just gather together and do whatever in an area. So the more populated, the better. Whereas normally that is very detrimental. The only thing that's really detrimental for in Brighter Shores is combat. Because for whatever reason, the system that Brighter Shores has applies to everything but combat. Though I guess to some degree it kind of makes sense. Because could you imagine like 20 people fighting 20 things in one room? The game engine might not even be able to support that. But that'd be pure chaos even if it could. Like 10 to 20 people all fighting 10 to fight 20 different units. It'd be so hard to see what on earth is even going on at all. Which I assume is the reason the way it's set up the way it is. Because, you know, 10 people doing what we're doing right now wouldn't affect you personally. But if 10 people were all doing combat against 10 different units, that would be pure chaos on screen. Even if they didn't affect your rate, they would affect your screen space pretty heavily. Ah, 2 more levels. We're almost there. And I am putting my next 2 knowledge points on gathering. Which should hopefully bring us to 53 so we can do the ribs. I mean, do the horns, I mean. The ram horn. One thing that's going to feel weird once we do get 200 all. What are we going to use knowledge on? Other than AFK activities, beyond that. I guess we'd mostly use it on gathering skills. Where there's like a certain threshold. Maybe even production skills still, just to skip a threshold. Because that'd probably be the biggest one. Because I feel like Bone Wright, Blacksmith, Stonemason, and Alchemy, and eventually Armor Maker, would be our main targets for post 200 knowledge points. Just because even if you got their gathering skill to 500, you would still not have enough material to get them to 500. Due to all the gaps in between and everything else. So that'd probably be the biggest ones, are all the production skills. I guess technically carpentry is somewhat on that, but I'm pretty sure 500 woodcutting, as long as you don't go too crazy on bramble, does bank you 500 carpentry. Only if you go crazy on bramble do you need to go into carpentry. Which I likely would, so yeah, also that one. Because not having to do, because if I had to choose between doing more carpentry or doing not more carpentry, I think I'm choosing do less carpentry. Pretty sure. There's like a 100% chance that will occur. So post 200, the main things I would throw XP onto would be alchemy, carpentry, stonemason, smithing, bone and merchant. Leatherworkers are one of those weird in-betweens where you're not going to need to. Mostly because you want to run the money printer. But beyond that and maxing out all the AFK activities, there's really much else we would need. Oh, an armor maker if I didn't already say it for chapter 5. Maybe even builder, depending on how it works. I just got a hat and a level at the same time. Yeah, one more of those and we should be good. Maybe 2. Are these processing skills our priority for knowledge points? Well, you still want to be getting the gathering up. I've been using them just to offset whenever we don't have the material banked. The biggest issue with those 3 skills is they do eventually fall off a little. As far as the usefulness. Particularly around the 200 to 300 range. They start to pick up again by like 400 to 500 though. Whereas things like the 500 gatherings would be a lot more important compared to them. So they could feed them eventually back into the production skills again. Because I would definitely do 500 mining before we do 500 smithing. Otherwise you're spending so much knowledge doing 500 smithing. The one thing that would change up production skills quite a bit, that would probably make you need even less knowledge points in them, is once trading comes out, you can just trade for stuff. Like, you're probably just going to be able to trade for all the raw material bank to bank. Or not probably, they literally said it during the AMA. 100% confirmed it. Something we kind of already knew. They'd be able to trade bank to bank instead of banknotes. But they actually confirmed it during the AMA. It is 100% exactly what they're doing. So, yeah, you're just going to be able to buy, like, 10,000 ore, 10,000 bars, 100,000 ore, 100,000 bars, whatever number you want. Yeah, Gatherer is less knowledge per hour compared to Foraging. The reason why Foraging is so good is the route that you could do to bank with it has really, really good synergy with the bank. Whereas Gathering doesn't really have an equivalence of that. At least not at the kind of XP rate that you get from Foraging. Because you can't keep grabbing nodes as quickly in Gatherer. Most of the distance between them has a bunch of hills and other things that make your rate a lot worse. Not that Foraging doesn't have any. But it has far, far less downtime between each node. Compared to Gatherer. Or compared to like any skill. It's one of the reasons why it's so good. It's the other reason why Bramble Suave is so good. Is even though Bramble's knowledge rate is a little bit lower. Compared to a tree, I'm pretty sure. You're getting them so consistently with 8 Suave into, or 8 Bramble into a Suave, that it's still like one of the top few methods in the game for knowledge, not counting combat. I think it's the 3rd highest non-combat one, only behind Merchant at number 1 and Forager at number 2. Combat's just in a weird category because it depends on your gear, it depends on your pot that you're using, depends on so many factors. Combat is never quicker than Merchant, though, I don't believe. Maybe when special attacks come out, it can be. But Merchant is always best if you're just looking for highest rate. Especially with the new drop all buff. We were messing with that earlier to stream. I stopped at this point, but the new drop all buff is so good that they added today. It affects a lot of things. We messed around with a lot of them earlier. But Merchant was by far my favorite thing to use it on. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. Have you been using drop all for foraging runs? That's kind of cool. Oh, maybe we do try that. I didn't think about that. But yeah, you can drop all tech the forager run now. Oh, that's kind of cool. Because you don't have to cut back to the bank anymore. You can actually do a foraging run that goes near the bank, but not to the bank. And then like double back to the bank. Or even triple back, depending on how the route works. But yeah, you can start to do a lot of routes then, depending on what you need for foraging. Because drop all changes that by a lot. I didn't try that method, actually. I've tried foraging routes, but not since the drop all method. Because yeah, you wouldn't even need to go back to the bank every single time. Depending on your route, you might be able to triple drop before you need to. That might be a little sketchy. You could definitely double drop, though. Oh, yeah, actually, never mind. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to triple drop. You might be able to do a double drop, then a triple turn in. We won't be able to triple drop into a fourth turn in. For one, they would despawn because of the 100 limit. Oh, so we did find out something funny today. The 100 limit on the ground is per account. Every account may only have 100 items on the ground at once. We already knew this for one stack. Or for one room. But I didn't realize it's across your entire account. Yeah, one account can only have 100 items on the ground at one time. We figured this out while doing Merchant. We knew that 100 stack was the limit. And that 100 per room was the limit, but I didn't realize it was 100 across an entire account. Because I tried splitting across multiple rooms and it deleted the old ones. This isn't applicable for much, though. Merchant's the only thing that it really applies to, for the most part. Better if you're mass dropping stuff while doing ore or other things. So if you're doing like a foraging route that needs you to drop over 100, don't do that. Even if you can, they'll get deleted. Unless you're just scrapping them, but if you intend to bank them, do not drop over 100. You can only do a triple drop before you'd be forced to bank by the fourth one. But honestly, I am considering that for our next money pivot. Just because it requires so little. Get like level 10 of every tool in chapter 1 and mess with foraging till level 50. I'm tempted to. Just try to drop all method on it tomorrow. Because there's a lot of different new routes you can do. There's really like no limit to what you can do with it now. Because the other limit was, oh, you can only have 24 items before you'd have to go. But that's not the case anymore with drop all. So you can do some really weird, crazy routes with foraging now. The reason it doesn't work with gather is due to the map. The map is the biggest issue of why you can't. It's way too separated. Every node is a mile from each other. And you have a lot of down jumping. Not that chapter 1 doesn't, but there's a lot less comparatively. I think it's going to be my last inventory for now. And then I think we'll end on running the money printer for like an hour or two. Because we got a higher merchant level. We could do a higher hide now. And we have another higher one soonish. Because we get one more level, we get, we can currently do up to, let me double check. We can do up to in one level the hide of, strong buffalo hide. Which means I can currently train all the way up to something. Strong buffalo. I can currently go to 175 leather worker before we'd be walled off by merchant again. Assuming I get one more merchant level, which, you know, that won't take that long at all. It's basically a merchant run or two at that point. Alright, where are we banking these? I guess let's use the normal one. Where am I going after? Oh, yeah, leather worker. Yeah, I definitely have to bank now then. And we're not done with training gatherer. I'm just going to be dumping the XP we get from leather worker into gatherer. Still want that 53. That way when we go into tomorrow, we could focus on the ribs or the ram horn or whatever it is. Whatever the 53 bone is. Alright. Then I'll probably do a little bit of a foraging pivot. See if we get 50 forager tomorrow. Because I'm tempted to. Who's the relic that banks everything we drop? Oh, that'd be funny. Could you imagine how broken that would be? The auto bank upon drop relic. That'd be so broken. What am I doing? Oh yeah. We're about to go to the money printer. What are we currently printing? We are printing, brown cow leather. I'll just do this to wind down for the night. Also because I want at least level 10 of all those tools and I need like 6 gold by then. I need like 6 point something gold by tomorrow. Just so we can try the gathering thing until like level 50. Oh, oops, I don't have any leather. I go to them out of instincts like, oh yeah, I need to go sell you something. Then I realize, oh yeah, I can't. Whoops. Also, I already forgot which one I need to do. It was strong brown cow. Then some strong bison. Apparently up to all the strong animals now. Climbing pit. Pan-fried spam is here, as well as he. Of course he's here. Is he rank 1 yet? Let's see. Is he rank 1 leather worker yet? He is... Oh, almost. A 399 to a 389. He's close. Yep, wrong chat. Oops. There we go. You'd make really... Wait, what? I'm so confused. Hey, we're still top 20, I just realized. Yeah, refreshes normally now, so... Interesting. Casey's probably sleeping. Otherwise, he would have passed us by now. And Kif we actually saw earlier. I think they were doing bone right at the time. Yeah, they definitely were. With levels like those. That is definitely where we saw them earlier. Those levels would definitely imply they are still doing bone right now. That's where we last saw them. They're going for that 4 times 200. They're completely from scratching bone right, which is kind of insane, but props to them. I feel like that's something only Guardians do, though. I don't feel like non-Guardians have bothered doing that before they got their bone right up. Like, I feel like very few non-Guardians have got Gatherer, then woodcutting, then carpentry to 200, just to go train bone rate. Like, some of them may have, but I feel like that's only stuff the Guardians do. Like, all of them before you go back to bone rate. Like, I'm doing Gatherer before I go back to bone rate, but I'm not going to do woodcutting and carpentry as well. Just Gatherer. Like, we probably should, but we're not going to. Yeah, you don't need carpentry for bone rate. You just need bones, and just deep fry them over and over again. That's my plan. We're going to be a deep fry only bone rate. We're doing AFK activity and deep frying and knowledge points. I just didn't want to do knowledge point and AFK only, which is why I'm also throwing in deep fried bones. But yeah, I'm not gonna go make product out of it. Maybe armor down the line, assuming it can be used for that. Otherwise, yeah, I'm just gonna go deep fry the bones just for a little bit extra XP. And use them for, like, 4-star weapons down the line. Oh, Miles ES is here as well. Gosh, how many people do I have added in this room? I've seen, like, 5 people now. Let's see. 1, 2, 3? Okay, 3. Still a lot. Counting us, that's like 25%. Like 25% the total room. Your miner's level 22. You're finally going to try getting it leveled now. Good luck. Yeah, it's really slow to level. It's one of the other reasons I went for a level 30 pickaxe. Though minecart and blast mining is a little bit more viable if you don't have an upgraded pickaxe. Because biggest pickaxe doesn't work on them, so a non-upgraded pickaxe has, you know, no downside on them. But honestly, ever since the nicely upgraded pickaxe, it's been so easy. Fisher is another one of those that gets like an absurdly upgraded tool for some reason. By level 43, you have a 3-star. That's insane. How does it even go? Yeah, by 113, you have a 4-star. Why did they make Fisher so easy? By 173, you have a 5-star. Does it go higher than that? Yeah, by 310, you get a 6-star. Compare that to Rake that goes up to like 2-star ever. Like, you know, like 3-star for the 10% bonus. It's so weird how some skills are balanced completely differently. But yeah, fishing just gives you a billion XP. As far as your bonus to it. And I'm pretty sure mining is pretty similar, which is why I mentioned it. Like, by the end of it, you get a, I think it's a 5-star? No, a 6-star as well. Yeah, mine are set up pretty similarly. Actually, it's set up exactly the same now that I'm looking at it. He's look at that. Yeah, 193, you have the 5-star. It's weird. Those are the only 2 skills that are set up that way. But it gives you like a 1,000,000,000-star gathering tools. It's only miner and fisher. You don't get the same for woodcutter or a couple of other ones that are like that. Because woodcutter does not have an equivalence of that for hatchet. The best hatchet you get is okay, wait, actually, wait, maybe it does. Hold up. Oh, never mind, hatchet. Okay, it does actually have somewhat similar. Okay, so it's just those 3 then. So it's every other one that gets chipped. I don't think Forager has the same system. I know for sure Gatherer doesn't. Let's see, does Forager have the same system? Nope, Forager only goes to 3 stars. Yeah, Forager has the same issue that Gatherer does. Like, there's your max out Pond Net at 3. There's your max out Trowel at 3. There's your max out Secutors at 3. Yeah, why is the Gathering skill so weird? Compared to, like, Fisher, Woodcutter, or Miner. We're getting, like, double the default XP rate. Just from the tool itself. Not counting enchants. That technically means enchants are a lot stronger on those skills in a sense. Assuming they cover a lot. It's one of the reasons why the Rake enchant sets you pretty good. He's stuck at 3-star as far as his highs compared to, you know, Fisher, Woodcutter, or Miner, where it goes to 6. And each one of those stars is 5%, where every star beyond 1 is 5%. So 5-star tool is 25% extra XP. Not even counting any enchants, just the extra XP alone is 25%. And then when you start adding enchants on top of that, start to get a really high number. Like here's the 5 one, it's only 1 off. But combined with our enchant, it's already at 31%. And it will eventually be 36 at a higher Miner level. But I don't need to enchant it any further, just the tool itself. Yeah, it's weird. Forging and Gatherer is really low in that regard compared to the other ones. Even Manacles, I think, had a higher, didn't it? I'm pretty sure this also goes really high. Let's see, how high does Manacles go up to? Oh, does Manacles have the same issue? Yeah, Detective has the same issue. It only goes up to 3. Oh, no. Yeah, they all only go up to 3 as well. That's weird. Why is fishing, woodcutting, and miner so different? Why are these like the special skills? They all have a 6-star tool. Everything else only goes up to 3-star. That's so weird. I never noticed that till now. Like, I knew they went higher. I didn't realize it was like that, though. Yeah, Fisher, Woodcutter, and Miner are the only 3. Everything else gets stuck with a 3-star tool instead of a 6-star tool. Which comparatively, that means those 3 skills have a 25% free bonus. Well, not free, but it's pretty easy to get. Whereas the other ones have only a 10%. There's quite a bit of a difference. 10% and 25% are 2 very different numbers. So enchanting those other skills is almost more beneficial. Like the ones that have lower percent. Just because the total percent of how much you'll be able to get extra is better. Compared to the default amount you could already get for the other ones. Because you basically need it more for those other skills to keep them up. That being Forager, Gatherer, Detective. And I guess that's it. If you think about it, there's only 6 of them, isn't there? It's not that many. But yeah, half of them have like a super buff tool, but the other half don't. Really weird. And I already upgraded 2 of the 3 weaker ones. Detective, of course, we have the handcuffs, eventually binoculars. For the other weaker one, Gatherer, we have the rake, which we did today. And the only one I haven't done, which I think I'm going to invest some in tomorrow, is Forager. Forager's a bit weird because you kind of need all of them, though, so I'm probably going to go level 10 all. Because we're only going to go for level 50. Since we did Gatherer today, we might still do some Gatherer tomorrow, but going to work towards 50 Forager. I don't want to do Fisher until we get the really good rod, though. I still want that max rod. We can't go back to Woodcutter until then as well. The 25 hatchet. The 25 fishing rod. The spear, I mean, when I say fishing rod. The spear's gonna take a little while to afford, though. Like, the foraging one, 10 all, I can get by tomorrow. Because even after stream ends, I'll probably still be doing exactly this. Still want to do it a little bit longer, though. But we're almost at 3 gold. We need like 6.5 gold for tomorrow. And we're printing over a gold an hour, so that should be pretty free to go do. Do it for about another hour right now. Grab a bite to eat. Off stream. Still running a little bit more tonight. Boom, we should be there. So our goals for tomorrow will definitely be 53 Gather if I don't already get it now. 50 Forager. And we're going to try a bunch of different drop methods with it. See what we can end up ultimately doing. Not sure what I would actually want to do based on my path right now. Well, we'll try a bunch of drop all stuff with it. See what we can figure out. And beyond that, try to get our smithing to 193. Not sure if we'll get 183 smithing tomorrow, but we're definitely going to try to. Succeeding or not is within question. But we'll definitely try to. Succeeding is questionable. But we'll definitely put a good attempt forward. It should be pretty easy. I just need 20 knowledge points, roughly. It shouldn't take that long. It's like 6 or 7 hours with like any method. If we're doing foraging, that's like, what, 5 hours? Not even 4 hours? Not to say that we're going to do foraging for 4 hours. I'm not sure how long it will take to get level 50. Because the only bad thing about going really wide foraging route is our XP rate will suffer a little. Our knowledge rate will be good, but our XP rate, you're not always taking your highest nodes. You're taking a lot of low nodes sometimes, depending on your level range. Which is not ideal. Oh, wrong one. Wait, where's my good one? There it is. Oh yeah, we finally get to test our first ever 200 plus mining activity. I mean 200 plus AFK activity tonight. Something I should have had set up like 30 days ago, but we're finally gonna have tonight. Because going forward, we're never gonna do an AFK activity that isn't below 200. Or above 200, I mean. Because in the short term, we'll do mining, then we'll do detective so we can get to 221. And then from there, we'll figure something out to put it on. The only one exception to that is I will be doing the 195 stonemason one. Just because I'm going to be getting the material from doing the 200 mining one. So there's one exception to that. 195 to 200 stonemason. Might be done entirely with the AFK method. Depends how much I have banked. I'll definitely use everything I have banked. If I still keep going from there, or just use knowledge on it. Probably just use knowledge on it at that point. But I would definitely use whatever I have banked from the 200 mining thing that we'll be doing tonight in the next like several nights. Or however long until we do a different method. I'm not sure if that would be enough to bank 195 to 200 though, but we'll see. We'll find out. Worst comes to worst, it's easily knowledgeable. Actually, one thing we should technically do is maybe knowledge it to 200 and then do the AFK. Because when's your next best AFK after 200 for stonemason? Because I don't think it's at 202. It's a little deeper than that. Yeah, 206. That's not too much deeper though. That's deeper, but that's not too much deeper. We can still be running the 195 AFK there. Actually, maybe that's the play. Knowledge it to 200, then start doing the 195 AFK at 200. Because by then our knowledge doesn't do as much. But the AFK would still be doing the same thing it was already doing. I don't know, it still might be worth it to knowledge to get to that 206 though. Because knowledge is still worth doing after 200. Only if you're about to hit like a goal though. That would substantially increase your XP rate, aka hitting 206 on that. That's another factor too. We're getting leatherworker levels. I know that should be something obvious while we're doing leatherworker. But that wasn't actually a concern when I was running the money printer right now. Yeah, the numbers still go up. We need 2 more levels. Well, 2 and whatever that is. That level's about to hit any moment now. But we need 2 more levels to do our next money up. Actually, what's kind of funny is, at least based on the wiki, due to the lower time that the other one has, we actually make less money on our next hide. Bison leather actually makes less money than brown cow. You still want to upgrade because it's better XP per hour. But we're actually making like 100 less silver an hour if we were to sell it. So you gotta remember, I actually want to bank a little bit more once we get to strong bison. As our profit's already lower, so we might as well bank a little bit more and get even lower than the lower. Because it's more beneficial to keep it than to sell it. Well, slightly more. Still beneficial to sell it, but yeah, it is 100 less silver an hour. I think we're making like 1.3 right now, and we go down to 1.2 on our next hide. It's mostly because the process is slightly longer. And the buy price is higher. But the sell price doesn't really scale as well compared to it. There's a small handful of times where you actually make less money from upgrading your hide. Which sounds counterproductive, but it's still worth it because the extra XP rate is always worth upgrading to the next hide. But there are some situations where you make less per hour from it if you're just simply selling them outright. But the extra XP rate definitely justifies doing it still. I guess you probably hear the dog barking. Someone just got home and is so excited. I think it's like a panic attack anytime someone gets home. Oh, I found the Jester. That's not the same as the other Jester. Someone called the Jester instead of Jester. Jester's the guys who's going all in on mining. But the Jester, though, not sure what they're doing. First time I've seen them. I've seen the Jester called Jester a lot of times, though, but not the Jester. Alright, where's the hide we need? Right over there. Oh, sorry, gosh, the storm is so loud, too. The in-game storm, not in real life. I never listened to his ambience that much. That was really loud. There it goes again. The second I move, it's like, stop making noise, so I moved. It's like, oh, do it again. Is that a small dog or a fire alarm in the background? Oh, it's a small dog. It says Needy is a Chihuahua. It's one of those that look like a rug. I forget its name, though. But if you know any dog that looks like a rug, it's basically that. You could easily confuse it as one. Except it's way screechier. It's a good dog, though. It's so absurdly needy, though. If it's not getting attention literally every second. I was like really silent. Oh, just because it's really far away. Because my door is closed and the walls are thick and it's like a room or two over. Hello, Chipmunk. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're currently printing money for tomorrow. I want to go get level 10 all gathering tools to go try to drop method on Gatherer today or tomorrow. I mean on Forager. Today we were able to upgrade, or technically yesterday we were able to upgrade for our 25 rake. But I want to get 10 all for Forager just to get it to level 50. And try that tomorrow. Because I want to try to drop all method on it. Because I haven't had a chance to today because I wanted to wait till I had better tools, more than 0. But to do that we need to print money. But after we print money we can do that tomorrow. And so we're printing money now. Just to end out the stream with. And it's just really chill. But yeah, I need like 6.5 gold. We're basically halfway there. We're at 3.25. After we sell it we will be. But, yeah, we're almost there. We're halfway there. It'll only take, at our current gold rate, it'll only take 3 hours. Only one of which will pretty much be streamed, but I'll do the other 2 later before bed. I'm just doing things around the house. As well as grabbing dinner after this. But yeah, we're probably going to go for about another hour. Give or take a little bit. Regardless how long we go, I'll be doing this exact same thing off stream, so. It's mostly just to chat with you guys or anything you guys want to go over. Or anything. Because I'd be doing this regardless if we're streaming or not at this point. We'll keep going for probably the rest of the night until I go to bed. Just run the money printer until we're there. But yeah, biggest goals for tomorrow. Get level 10 all for Forager tools. Go get level 50 to move us one step closer to base 50. Test the drop all method that came out today on foraging tomorrow. And beyond that, probably do a little bit of gather. I'll have 53 gather by then. With 53 gather, we'll be doing ram horn, of course, so we can get those banked for bone right XP. Beyond that, I need to be putting a lot of my knowledge tomorrow into blacksmith. I need 193, which is about 20 knowledge points in order to have be able to process my iron. And then by the end of Sunday's stream, I want to make sure we get 200 blacksmith, where I'm going to be doing 193 with knowledge alone, 193 to 199 with iron bars alone, and then 199 I'll process the bars and see if I can get a perfect rapier, doing 199 to 200. Because I want to try to get an 89% cryo rapier. Because that at 199 should go for a pretty decent penny. I might even just keep it for myself. But make it a 4-star 199 rapier. Should be pretty solid. Or even just keeping as a crafting material. I don't know what we'll do with it. Might just keep it for ourselves, might trade it. Not sure. But it'll be the most convenient level range to do it at. Like, we could do it at any, obviously, but, you know, right at 199 would be the most convenient since you don't have to keep moving the number. At least until they have a make-all function. But in the short term, it'd be the most convenient level to go do it at. 200 and 201 wouldn't be too bad either. It's only when we're starting to get to like 204 or 205 will start getting really annoying. Until they make like a make-all function, so you don't have to input it every single time. And 199 is the cutoff range for the rarity. It's 200 and above that starts to get really annoying rarity-wise. I haven't seen how bad it actually is yet, though. But I heard it's bad. I keep saying it's about 4 times rare, but honestly, it might even be worse than that. For all I know, it could be like 10 times rare. There's a lot of things in this game seems to be based on like around 4 times, so I just assumed 4 times rare. But it could be even more so than that. Yeah, there we are, officially halfway there. But this is printing over a gold a minute. I mean, I wish, a gold an hour, I mean. It should be about 1.3 gold an hour. So I like how there's a hopscotch thing right there. Or whatever that's called. Isn't that hopscotch? I can't remember. Whatever the thing is called. I like how they have that right where you would normally run. Because that's the exact path you would normally take every single time when going to leather. That's a really funny place to put it. As you're going to cross that thing thousands to tens of thousands of times. It's just kind of funny that they didn't put it on like a side road or something, but put it exactly where you'd walk a billion times over. Because bare minimum, you're crossing that like a 5-digit number of times on your way to 500 leatherworker. Even a 6-digit number. Gosh, the music in this area is so good. Also, some of the ambiences that play in this area that still play in other, I'm not sure why. It just feels so much better in this area. Like, I feel like almost any song in this game almost fits in this area. Because it kind of has like that blank slate enough that it kind of fits. Kind of combines a little bit of everything, because it does have a nature area. The only thing it does, it almost has like a mining area and like the sewer area. It's like the whole town, to even more of a degree than Hopeport. Still has the shoreline for the brighter shore. Or the not so bright shore. It even has some extra shore that you can actually interact with. Having 500 merchant, 500 leather worker equals new guild NPC of Krino. Whenever, that's funny. Honestly, if you have that, you're just like infinite money. I kind of want to do it as a boy. Because we're eventually going to need it for 500 armor maker. I feel like I'd have a mental breakdown before I would do 500 merchant. As much as I enjoy merchant as my favorite skill in the entire game, I don't think I have the brain bandwidth to get 500 merchant, like rush 500 merchant. I would definitely get there eventually. But if I tried to rush merchant over like the next 2 months or even 1 month, my brain would not let me. It would revolt before we would get there. Someone has 500 already though. Feathers is also rank 3. Not sure if they're still going because I actually passed them on leaderboard. So I'm not sure if they stopped or what. But yeah, they're leveling a lot slower if not at all. But yeah, someone has ranked 1 the merchant. Banana pizza. Yeah, I gotta put the pizza into the banana and to go into the other route. Which I don't think I've ever put bananas on pizza. Pineapple pizza is good though. But I don't think I've ever tried that combination. I know why you're mentioning it, because they're both at the same stall. Where, you know, you turn in pizza and then get banana. I don't know, I feel like I should try that at some point just to say. It sounds like it would taste horrible though. I've definitely had some weird ingredients on pizza before, though. You know what I feel like would taste better if you do banana, though? I feel like you have to do a bit of a chocolate drizzle. And have, like, a pizza slice with banana and a chocolate drizzle on it. That sounds awful, but also, it would taste good. That sounds so bad, but the taste would actually work. Pizza soup bananas and watches on his side. Let's see. What am I putting this into? Oh yeah, we're doing Gatherer. Let's keep going into Gatherer. There's any one more Gatherer level to do the next bone thingy. I'm trying to think, what is the weirdest pizza topping I've ever had? I feel like I've had mostly standard ones. But a few exceptions. But, I don't know, I can't think of anything like too wild. Also, wow, hidden 2387. I've seen them around the other chapter too when they were doing minecarts. There's such a high level. That's completely hidden right now. What's kind of crazy is that would be 5th place right now. Unless I read their number wrong, in which case it'd be 4th. But they're either 5th or 4th place right now. Not counting the other people hidden on leaderboard. Yeah, I know. There's a guy in 2nd place who's hidden right now. So technically they'd be, you know, 5th or 6th. But of the people who aren't hidden, they would be 4th or 5th. I hope they do that update in the next week. I'm really curious what our real rank is. If I had to guess, we're around 30-ish. Like total level 30. Based on how many people I think are invisible, we're technically 25th. 24th or 25th out of like people I know for sure are there. Well, one thing that's kind of interesting is we might still be top 20 mines of Batubin, though. Even if everyone was populated. We definitely wouldn't be top 20 total, though. Which I think I still kind of want to maintain just for the fun of it. There's never really a goal until I saw how high we were, and then it's like, oh, I guess we'll do it then. But if everyone was unhidden, we actually wouldn't be top 20. We'd be high, but not top 20 high. Well, one easy way to fix that is just do combat. We're among one of the higher total levels that has almost no combat done. Not minus Chronopolis, but everyone has that done. Pretty much everyone has base 200 on top 20 leaderboard. Not everyone, but pretty much everyone. But I believe I have the highest total combat of anyone on top 20 right now. We're pretty close to it. Let's see. Have they done combat? Let's see. In total, they've done about as much as me. The guy in one rank above me. So we're both done basically no combat. They've just done it in a slightly different distribution. Let's see. This one has done combat. They have 2 200s. Let's see. This one has all 200s. So far, we only found one person who's basically leveled, I guess, Kiv. But they're also like the same total, so we're pretty much at the same spot right now. Let's see. Ashura. Do they have combat? Almost no. Almost no. Yep, 2 200s. Let's see. Also, I like how they stopped doing leatherwork or exactly at the level where they wouldn't be able to do the better hide. I find that funny. Like, it makes sense why they did that. But they actually stopped leatherworker at the exact level where you would stop getting the better hide money. Because they didn't want to train merchant higher. Let's see. This one has done some combat. Some combat. There's a weird distribution of combat, but yeah. They're going for like base 100s almost for it. But they have done combat. Not as much though. They still have more combat they can cash in on. Let's see. I know for sure I've seen Chino doing some combat. I think he got 200 Mind Fighter. Let's see, 200 Guard. Hasn't done Scout yet. Yeah, it was working on it. He's at 135. And then, of course, 200 Watch Person. But you can pretty much just assume 200 Watch Person Detective on everyone. I don't think there will be a single exception on anyone on this list for the most part. Let's see, Empathetic. Have they done combat yet? They haven't done Guard. They haven't done Scout. They did 200 Mind Fighter and 200 Watch Person. Which is the one I would definitely go for first, of course. 200 Mind Fighter. I don't think I'm touching the other two, though. But if I was to do a combat, it's definitely a Mind Fighter. It's not even in question. Let's see. Empathetic, we already checked. Fend. They haven't done Guard. They haven't done Scout. They haven't done Mind Fighter for the most part. Okay, we found a second person who hasn't. Interesting. What's their distribution, then? Wow, they haven't done Leatherworker either? What were they focusing on, then, for total level? They did 200 Forager, so they went for the high knowledge, right? Pretty much 200 Merchant, so also high knowledge. So that's AFK high knowledge. They went into mining, smithing. I assume they're Cryonite based on this distribution. This distribution screams they're a Cryonite. They basically ignore Chapter 2, though. As most do. Interesting. For how high their Forager and everything is, I'm surprised their Alchemy is only level 70. I guess they're just banking it for later. That's a weird distribution. Like, it's a distribution that makes sense. It's just uncommon for that high of a rank to have that distribution. I think they're the highest ranked person who has, like, no combat done. Whoever I just clicked on. Which was, Fend. I think Fend might be rank 1 for not doing, like, any combat, pretty much. Beyond, like, what's required. Because I'm pretty sure everyone beyond there is at least a double 200 combat. But I think Fend is in rank 1 for people who haven't like spammed combat like crazy. And they're at 2014 total right now. Like, I have all the people that only have 1-200 for combat. I think they are the highest, because if they keep going up, I'm almost willing to make a bet everyone 11th place and up is going to be a double 200. Oh, maybe this one won't be either. Let's see. Minefighter 140. It's high, but it's not all the way up. Interesting. What's their other one then? Because this one's actually kind of similar too. Mightiest. They did Forager, but they also finished out Alchemy, which the other person didn't. They did the mining thing as well, but not as heavily into Blacksmith. What class were they then? That's weird. They didn't 200 any of their processing skill. Normally you see people do at least one of them, because it's really good value. That's actually a little strange. I guess they wanted to do it through gathering for the most part. Yeah, you don't see that too often. Normally they do want to do 1-200 so they can focus on combat. Their focus was on like Forge or Alchemy as their side thing. Still got combat pretty high though, but they did it without making any tools or anything to fill in the gaps. That's an interesting distribution. Though of course, like all of them, they have 200 all Chronopolis. That's to be expected though. Yeah, they kind of went down the alchemy route with a little bit of forging alchemy then. And got some extra supplies for Minefighter. I assume they're a Guardian then, based on these distributions then. Yeah, that smithing just got up naturally from getting 60 for the quest and then just processing the 200 mining. Anyways, but yeah, that's probably the most uncombated person then in top 10. But they were at 11th though. Yeah, I think that would be the highest then. Because everything here 4th should probably be a double 200. Or really close to it if they're not all the way. Let's see. Oh, this one might prove me wrong too. Yep. Interesting. Not a double 200. Okay, this one is then. Gosh, how high do we get to go? Vince also doesn't have a double 200. So maybe they're the highest then. Of the non-double 200 crowd. Interesting. Weird angle. 200 fishing, but only 40 cooking. Doesn't have Branolf inheritance done, but went 200 fishing. Interesting way to spend time in Chapter 1. Obviously going heavy on Forager and almost 200 Alchemy. And as is standard for anyone on leaderboard, gotta have your standard 200 all Chronopolis coming in. And obviously they're a Hammer Mage. They went for the 200 Stonemason. I like how you can tell what class anyone is. Even though it doesn't say on leaderboard, you can tell literally just by their Chapter 3 levels. Like almost immediately what their exact class is. Probably with like 95% accuracy, if not higher. Alright, let's keep going. So yeah, so far Vint is the highest non-double 200 combat on leaderboard. But honestly, it seems like it keeps going because we're at Rock State right now. Let's see. They went heavy. Okay, we can see that they're a Guardian. That has been confirmed right there. Oh, this is one of the people doing the crafting thing. They're going kind of crazy on going max crafting for Chapter 3. And they're actually doing post 200 as well. Assumably as a Cryonite. That could just be coincidence based on how you get mining up. Interesting. They had bare minimum for Minefighter. Well, technically bare minimum is 59, but they might not have boosted. Oh, here's an interesting one. 40 Merchant, 10 Leatherworker. Is that even allowed on leaderboard? They didn't do 200. I think this is the highest ranked person in the game who doesn't have 200 Merchant. And hasn't even touched a Leatherworker. Is that even enough for the quest? Yeah, it is. You need 10 for the quest. That's exactly enough for the quest. I don't think I've ever seen this. 40 and 10. 40 Merchant, 10 Leatherworker. Literally bare minimum to complete the Chapter 4 quest for Leatherworker. And they just gave up on Merchant. Maybe they hate Merchant so much that they just didn't want to bother. And obviously you need Leatherworker to do Merchant properly. I mean, other way around. You need Merchant to do Leatherworker properly. At least as far as profit and everything. So maybe they just really hate Merchant. That or they just really want to go get a high tier Mines of Batubin. They just want to unlock trading and everything. And they simply just AFK the other thing because he's so AFK. That and to test out the weapons to have one high combat, I guess. Yeah, they're really all in on Chapter 3 crafting. They even got the woodcutting and carpentry to go with it. And the gathering. They did everything. Their whole focus was like, I'm just going to make like the best 4-star everything from scratch. But yeah, Rockstar seems to be one of the highest in that regard. Because they went for like everything you would need. Let's see. Yeah, his stats are actually insane. Because he basically went for like the handcrafted 4-star route. He might even be one of the highest in the game in that regard, as far as full process. Like, he can gather the bones, he can woodcut the wood, he can carpentry the logs, he can write the bones, he can smith the bars, he can stone the masons, and then make it all into 4-star equipment. Yeah, that's some really, really high stuff. And very minimal combat too, so he can gain like 1 billion total levels. So he's actually in a really high position. Of course, we have Miles ES, who was just chatting with us. 200 foraging's nice. Didn't invest in alchemy yet, though. A little bit of combat everywhere. I know they were doing some combat while training foraging to 200, which is where that combat came in from. I know 200 mining. We kind of did it together at the same time, pretty much. They finished first, though. But we were kind of doing it around the same time. 200 stonemason, because obviously they're a hammer mage. We can see it right there. They're literally right there. Though I think we could tell just from the leaderboard what they are. But just as confirmation, they are indeed a hammer mage. We can see right there. Let's see. And of course 200 all for this area while they're still doing leather maker. The most interesting thing for sure is definitely the high merchant level. 294. This is actually one of the highest levels I've seen on someone yet. As far as like top 10, but post 200. Merchant is the quickest leveling thing though, for the most part. But it's still really insane to have that high. And still be top 10. And of course they're investing into leatherworker so they can use leatherworker and print even more money. Also, Miles, are you saving most of your money for when trading comes out, or are you actually just investing into tools and such? Because I know you said earlier you got a 25 rake. But are you still sitting on like 100 gold or something, or are you actually like investing it into stuff? Like to speed up combat and everything? Let me go catch this thief real quick. Grab the rest of our leather. Oh, we got a hat from that. Nice, we got another hat from a thief. Steal it right off their head. For justice. Oh, we're almost at 4 gold as well. About 2 more gold and we'll be ready for tomorrow. Whatever I don't grind right now, hopefully I'll be able to get done off stream. Worst comes to worst, it won't be that big a deal if we have to spend like an hour grinding tomorrow for a little bit of gold. Or even just do something that will just naturally give gold. Oh, I think they just replied. Oh, let's see. Pretty broke. You got all your tools you plan on getting to 25 except for fishing. Nice. Yeah, it's one of the ones I'll be doing soon. I have to get all my 10 tools for foraging to 50. But I don't plan to get it much beyond 50. Unless it seems really broken, in which case maybe. It just seems awful trying to get all 3 foraging tools to 25. It's definitely a requirement I have before I do Monument. I'm not doing Monument anytime soon. Alright, anyways, let's go to Zan. What does Zan do? Alright, Zan is a really heavy combat one. So this is one of the other ones that's inflated. Definitely a Cryonite because the armor making does not have the mining to go with it. So they're going to fall off whenever other people start doing other things. At least they still got to get their mining up to go support it and some other things. Really surprisingly high bone rate as well. I'm not sure why. Maybe they were crafting some weapons. I feel like your stonemason would have been higher if that was your goal though. I guess because they did no mining it wasn't worth it. But I feel like if you were doing this, your bone rate and stonemason would be a lot more even with each other. Like instead of 126.63, you'd have like 80.80 or something. A little bit weird the way that they're distributing it. As well as that 32 mining, that's going to hurt down the line. Because obviously can't support 200 smithing. Unless you're just buying it all from the shops. Which of course he did for all his combats. I feel like stuff like that falls off later down the line though is a problem. Like it's really good for now, but it falls off later down the line. We're going to gather Chapter 2 alchemy resources, but you'll probably burn the cash on them instead. What, did you burn out of doing that so quickly? Because I still haven't burned out on doing Gatherer yet in that area. Is it just that foraging in Zone 1 is so much better? Because I know you did the 200 foraging grind already. Does it just feel that much better that you just can't be bothered with Gatherer? Maybe after I do it tomorrow. Maybe I shouldn't do the Gatherer grind tomorrow. Maybe after I get a taste of how much better foraging is compared to Gatherer, I'll never want to do Gatherer again. The bank is so bad, yeah. A lot of banking in Chapter 2 is really bad. I did find one of my favorite rooms there, though. The room where we're doing the, whatever it was called. The, Thistle. The Thistle room, I think, is my favorite, one of my favorite rooms in the game. Probably not my favorite, but definitely top 5 favorite rooms. And I only discovered it today. I've been in the room before, but I didn't really like take it in because I was never there to like train or anything. But yeah, the room with the thistle is one of my top 5 rooms in the whole game. It's really cool. Let's see what Rat Splat is at. Combat. Really heavy chapter 1. Absurdly heavy chapter 1. Like surprisingly heavy chapter 1. And beyond that, he did 200 combat everywhere. Surprising thing, 170 merchant, but only 80 leatherworker. He actually hasn't cashed out yet on his merchant level. Probably because he's so busy getting base 200 in zone 1. Surprisingly low alchemy though, for 204 foraging. But I guess he's missing a lot of the other supplies. Because I don't think he did Mind Fighter. Oh no, he did do Mind Fighter. Yeah, they're surprisingly low. He should have a lot banked from Forager plus Mind Fighter. Oh, it could be that he did... Oh, he might have done Mind Fighter for XP and not picked up all the drops. I think that's what happened. Otherwise, his alchemy would be way higher. I think that's what happened. I just always assume when someone goes for 200 Mind Fighter, they're going to pick up every alchemy drop. But I think he left most if not all of it on the ground. I think that's what happened there. Because otherwise that alchemy should be higher. Unless he has a ton banked and just hasn't used it yet. Which could also be the case, of course. I have a lot of stonemason banked. Like, technically my stonemason is almost like 170 right now, but it's 112 because I just haven't used it yet. Mostly because I'm missing some levels to use it properly. So maybe that could be his case with alchemy as well. Because he's not even at 131 yet, and I believe that's when you get the good potion that's from that area. Yeah, 131. He's not even able to cash it out yet. He's at 130. So that might be his problem. I already just didn't bank it. But if he did bank it, it's because he's one alchemy level away from being able to use it. So that makes a lot of sense. And we can look at that again. Wasn't he at 130? Because that's probably almost exactly what happened then. He needs one more alchemy level before he can cash it out. And probably has like 1 billion of it banked. Like thousands of them. But he's one level short of being able to use it. Okay, I think that's his problem then. He needs to go and knowledge one more point and then he'll be good to go. He just hasn't done it yet because he doesn't want to do the alchemy grind yet, I guess. Alright, Rat Splat. We got Vorpal here. Vorpal. A little bit of a weird mix. This is the weirdest mix I've seen on one. Definitely a Guardian. Yeah, it's really interesting. The standard 200s. 190 because that's when the leatherworker falls off. If you don't go post 200 merchant. Mining surprisingly low. It looks like they're just knowledging it all up. This could be an issue down the line. They also didn't do the woodcutting, gather, or carpentry at all. I feel like a lot of people have been doing this. I feel like this was a bad decision early on when I did it. And did the complete 180 pivoted into mining. And more recently into gathering. But, I feel like this is really short-term good, but really long-term bad. When your gatherer, woodcutter, carpenter, and mining level are all like under 50. But you get like 200 bone right, 200 blacksmith, 200 stonemason. It's really good for rushing 200 all combats. But it's going to be so bad down the line. When you actually need those skills. And have to go back to them. And you get a bunch of resources that you're never going to need. I guess you could sell them in player-to-player trading. I guess that's kind of their plan. But I feel like it helps so much more when you're not knowledging it the whole time. And using it to offset whatever you have. Like when we go dunk our bones, when we go smith our bar, stuff like that. That's all extra XP we'll be able to get from the knowledge. That you wouldn't be able to get if you did it the other way around. But, yeah, some people just do it because they want to go rush combat. There's still a good way to go about it, though. Like, get, like, 4-star weapon crafting and then go do everything. I feel like later down the line, this could be annoying because you will eventually have to do the gathering skills. Even if you want to trade for everything, you still have to get them up at some point. Let's see. Let's check some of the other ones. Urk, we have 200 Fisher, Pretty High Combat, Alchemy, Scout. Surprisingly low Forager for 201 Alchemy. That they might have done Mind Fighter and everything else. Yeah, they did do Mind Fighter, so they got some from that. Literally base level Gatherer. I think this is the first person I've seen this high up with only level 20 in a skill. They only level 20 Gatherer. Surprised they didn't go higher. Leatherworker pretty much at the highest point. Exactly 200s from Chronopolis stuff. Bare minimum for some other things. Oh, this is an interesting one. Oh, no, they're... never mind. I thought their highest was Bone Right for a second. Never mind. They're Hammer Mage. Oh, so a lot of Hammer Mages on leaderboard, surprisingly. But did every tryhard go Hammer Mage? Wait, who in top 5 isn't a Hammer Mage? Let me go look back. Wait, what was the other one? Is everyone in top 5 a Hammer Mage? Or at least visible top 5. Vorpal is a Guardian. Could be a Cryo Knight, but that's almost guaranteed a Guardian right there. Let's see. Let me go check everything else. So, okay, there's a non-Hammer Mage. There's a Guardian. So, is there no Cryo Knight in top 5 then? Unless they're hidden. Oh, yeah, I think that one hidden guy that we saw earlier, I think he was top 5, wasn't he? We were just talking about that earlier. He's a Cryo Knight. So, once everyone's in, maybe we'll be able to see it to some degree. But they'll still be hidden, though. This one is a Hammer Mage. Let's see. Moonbee is a... I'm pretty sure Guardian, as I recall. Yep, definitely with those levels, you're a Guardian. Also, I don't think we checked Moonbee yet when we were going over all these. Let me go back. Compare overall rank. Yeah, let me go back to Irksome. Did we go over this one? Yeah, we did. 200, 200. Yeah, the 183. Yeah, we went over this one. Yeah, another one that wanted to go all in on a weapon. And then kind of go crazy from there to go do all 200 combats. The thing that throws me off here is the 137 bone rate. That's the only skill in all of these that I'm questioning why. I used 200 Fisher to some degree. Maybe I just really like fishing. But the 137 bone rate's the one that throws me off the most. Like, what are they trying to do with that? Because if you're just trying to make a better 4-star, wouldn't you do Blacksmith and Bone Rate at the same time? Unless you want to go all in on one first, I guess. Oh, something about that distribution just looks kind of funny to me. Not in like a bad way or anything. I just mean it's just an interesting way of going about it. Let's see. Unbi. I think they did 200 already. They're about to get 200 fishing literally in the next minute because there's no way they're not playing right now. So they're going to be getting 200 fishing soon. We could probably even snipe them and go see them if we go to the fishing spot. See them go get their 200 fishing cape. They're probably not going to bother with the cape though. But they'd be at the 200 fishing spot. Probably doing like eel pufferfish right now as we speak. Let's see. They skipped over Forager and did alchemy. I feel like a lot of people have been doing this. Is that even worth it? I know there's some potions that make profit. But isn't the last potion that does any profit at like 131? How on earth do you go from 131 to 200? Without foraging, gather, mind... Well, I guess I have mind fighter. But, I don't know. Where are you getting the rest of the XP from, if not knowledge? Like, I don't feel like you're making potions to 200 if you skip forager, gather. Well, mostly those two. But he might have left a lot of his mind fighter stuff on the ground. You never know if they actually bank it or not when you see their level. A lot of people power leveling are probably just skipping most of the banking on it. Bone Right 200 because they're probably a Guardian. Almost guaranteed that they are. Especially with that distribution. 200 all in Chronopolis, which is pretty standard. So what's the highest that didn't do combat? I think it was like rank 9. And then let me go check the other one. Yips and then Petitio. Let's see. Yips. Oh, this one's not particularly combat heavy. Oh, is Yips the highest one that hasn't done combat? Because Guard is basically just at the quest requirement. Just without cheesing it. They're at the non-cheese quest requirement level. Scout's a little bit up there, but, you know, it could just been for fun. Mind Fighter is literally at bare minimum requirement. And obviously they have 200 watch person. What's new? Like, these is to be expected. 200, 200, 190, 200. It's pretty much every single person for Chronopolis. We're actually a bit behind in that. That's why we're doing Leatherworker now. I gotta get that money printer rolling. So where's all their levels coming from then? Or is it just kind of evenly distributed everywhere? I guess they technically got base 59. Or 56 because of guard level. I wonder if they're working on guard to go get that up because of that. That'd be a weird base level to go for. I feel like you would go for like a solid number though. But they're almost at base 59. Yeah, they kind of went pretty evenly distributed. They're pretty high for how little combat they did. I guess this is the highest non-combat player then. Because I wouldn't consider 56 as doing combat in Zone 1. 97 somewhat is for Scout, but it's not like high. So yeah, this would pretty much be the highest non-combat. They literally haven't touched it in Chapter 3. They just did it for the quest. And obviously everyone AFKs to 200 for Watch Person. So yeah, I think that's Yips. Yips is the highest quote-unquote non-combat on leaderboard right now. Who could still get like 1 billion levels from combat. Where's all their levels coming from though? They're kind of just even everywhere. They kind of just did anything. Pretty much what we did. Except to a much higher degree. But it didn't really focus on anything. They just kind of just did whatever. And that's where they're currently at. That's interesting. Yeah, it's the highest, like, pretty much quote-unquote non-combat I've seen then. There's just another one hidden. Wait, what class are they even? Oh, yeah, they're Cryo Knight. Oh, that's interesting. They're also Cryo Knight. Unless they really like smithing. They got it a lot higher than they did their mining level. I think they made the same mistake we did. Where they went, like, all in probably for, like, 200 smithing. And then at that point, they were like, oh, yeah, I should probably get my mining up then. And then all their post was just from, you know, doing the mining grind. I want to make a bet, like, 2-3 weeks ago, they had, like, level 40 mining. And then kind of realized where they're, like, 200 something smithing, or even just 200 smithing that, you know what, I should probably go do mining now to catch it up. It seems like they got in the same situation we did. And their bone rate is slightly higher than their stonemason. Pretty much the same position we were in, but they are way more progressed. They eventually realized they have to go do gatherer, which we're literally doing today. They went a lot heavier into woodcutting carpenter though, which I'm not sure if I'm going to bother doing. But they went way heavier into it. Probably because they're prepping for 200 bone rate right now. And then we'll eventually do stonemason. Yeah, it seems like what they're angling towards right now. 200 bone rate. To go catch it up and then do stonemason separately. They probably don't want to do stonemason because of the gas related to it. They can't be bothered to keep filling the gas. Based on that level distribution, they're just waiting until their mining goes higher. Or maybe they're trying to do a lot more of their mining for blacksmith rather than stonemason. So they're getting a lot less stonemason supplies. I've been kind of doing it based on high XP, but you could do it just all in on one. Where you only do ore or you only do stone. I've just kind of been doing whatever best XP rate is, which is generally whatever next activity is. With a few exceptions. And we're kind of stuck at iron right now. Yeah, interesting. And what's rank 1 at right now? Rank 1 is kind of just like get 200 in literally everything. I don't think there's going to be any pattern to really see here. Other than just like carpet bomb 200s. They did Fisher before Chef, which is good. They did not do 200 Forager before Alchemy, oddly enough. Obviously, they should be 200 all combat with that high of a level. Gather woodcutting carpentry, they kind of be keeping even. They got 200 bone rate without it, oddly enough, which means they definitely acknowledged it. That also means, actually, are they a guardian? Does anyone know? Is Petitio a guardian or a stonemason? Because that's actually hard to tell because they haven't trained mining or the other thing. I would assume guardian based on the fact that they trained gather, woodcutting, and carpenter before they trained mining at all. Like, they haven't even touched mining. Actually, they haven't even done the 29 quest yet. Because I don't think that's boostable. They haven't even done the quest for the venture, so this is definitely a guardian. There's no way it's not. Wait, it's Hammer Mage? No way. Why is their mining level 24 then? Wait. Why are they a Hammer Mage with 27 mining? They don't even have access to blast mining for the Hammer Mage ore. Or for, obviously they buy from the store, but still. Nor do they have the venture for it. Nor do they have, you know, any way to get it other than just spending pure cash. Which I guess is just the way they're doing it. Wow, really? Hammer Mage? Is that what LZS is saying here too? Yeah, Hammer Mage, wow. That's interesting. I think the thing that throws me off is if you're a Hammer Mage, why on earth are you doing Gather, Woodcutting, Carpenter before you go do mining? Is mining just that inefficient in the current state of the game? Because honestly, I really enjoy mining in this game. But the XP rate is definitely slow. But I guess for someone who cares about rank 1, mining is just so slow right now that they don't even want to train it at all. That's interesting. Is mining really that bad? It doesn't feel that bad. Like, it's definitely worse than the average skill, but it doesn't feel that bad. Yeah, he's going really heavy on KP in all productions. I don't know if he's going to bite him later or not. Yeah. Honestly, I don't feel like that's worth it. Short term, it's worth it. Long term, it's not. Like, Petitio might temporarily be rank 1. It's not going to be overtaken by me. But it's going to be overtaken by, like, Yips or something. Like, Yips is way better posed for that. Because what was Yips' distribution? I think Yips out of anyone in, like, this top end is, like, my favorite. Well, other than, like, Miles, yes, and such, you know. The really high merchant's really nice, but I mean like of like the top as far as current, like currently top 3 that show up on the thingy. Technically, it's not actually top 3. I know someone's hidden, but you know, visible top 3. I feel like Yips is the best poised, not counting invisible people, because they focus decently on all the gathering first. They barely touch any combats at all. They don't even have a second 200. Obviously, the first 200 is watch person, as everyone has. Or not everyone, but you know. Like, if you're going for top, you have, like, a free 200 watch person detective waiting for you. They got a decent alchemy to help support it. They do alchemy a little bit early. I think that's the only thing that's, like, slightly off. But beyond that, they have all, like, the production they need for everything. Haven't done, like, all in on the combats. Assuming they're a Cryo Knight, they have really good production for their stuff if they do want to do post 200 for some combat. And it's interesting distribution. But yeah, I do feel, actually, now that I'm looking back at it, I do think, out of anyone in top 10, Miles ES has the highest level of any of them. Like, a highest level in a single skill. And that's, of course, Merchant, which is the money printer into another money printer. They're literally doing leather worker right now as well. But, it's interesting. Yeah, pretty sure Miles ES has the highest skill of anyone in top 10. Like, the highest level in a skill. While still maintaining top 10. And here we are, barely holding on at 20. Just randomly doing whatever. I guess tomorrow I think we're pivoting our pivot from our pivot to go spend our gold to get some level 10 tools for Forager. And go mess with the new drop all mechanic that came out today for Forager. That was something I couldn't really predict since that patch happened today. But that will be my game plan with it. How many hats are we up to now? I have no clue. 100 something? We can do a head count real quick. I did finally trade some earlier today, but that shouldn't affect my total at all. It just simply one-to-one my items a little bit. We did trade 4 of them earlier for the first time. But our totals were still unchanged. Let's see. 31. Gosh, we're going to have to do a lot of math here. These numbers are starting to get to double digit. 31. 43. 52. 61. 69. Nice. I lost count because the number, funny number. 80, well, at least I know what it was, 69. 81. My math can't do math right now. I mean, my brain. 86. 95. 107. 121. 131. 142. 158, 172, 186, 200, 209, 218, and then 232. So if I didn't miscount, that should be 232 hats. Our lowest number is 5 yellow pudding. And our highest number is 3 Christmas trees at 14. Oh, no. Actually, our highest number is, oddly enough, green elf hat and green Santa hat. So they finally got overtaken. We no longer have our trees as our highest. It's been overtaken by green Santa and green elf. Green elf definitely be my favorite one, the elf. Nice. Also, Santa hat's been doing pretty good recently. It's the only category where we have double-digit of all of them. He's not even, elf hats have that. Interesting. But yeah, there's some stats on our hats. Number keep going up. Just another number go up to look at. Am I gonna try to make complete sets? No. I did trade with someone earlier. But they just need like a few just to exchange. And I finally gave in and helped someone. But, so our numbers aren't completely pure, but, you know, the total is still pure. Like, the total can't change regardless how much trading you do. But I'm not trying to get, like, a high total. Otherwise, we'd be doing, like, merchant, like, non-stop until the event is done. I'd be going on my 500 merchant grind. But, I'm not sure what my plan is for it. I just kind of let number go up. And I've kind of stopped caring about them after the first day. Like, whatever happens with the hats. Like, it was fun for the first day, and then it's like, oh yeah, what do we do with them now? It's not like we could trade them or anything. Just kind of sit there and stockpile forever. Well, not forever, but for the next few weeks. He didn't give an official date when the event ends. He just said sometime early January. Well, you don't have an exact date as to when that is. But no, I'm not going to try to make them all even or anything. Whatever they're at is whatever they're at. It's a fun number to see go up, I guess, over time. During the holiday season. I think we'll go until we get one more leather worker level. It sounds like a good place to go. I think that's our next hide upgrade too, so I gotta remember off stream to go do that hide, the bison leather. It makes slightly less money per hour, but it's better XP rate. But we'll definitely take it because we need the XP rate. So what is our main goal for tomorrow then? We're going to be doing 50 gatherer with our 10-10-10 tools that we're going to get. Currently they're all 0, but we'll get 10-10-10. We want to go into 50 though. Otherwise it would 25-25-25 of them if it's going for 200. But we're just going for 20 levels, so we'll just go for the 10-10-10. We'll do a bunch of foraging circles, try like drop all methods with it, see what works. And go from there. Beyond that, I'm probably going to be doing more gatherer, so we can keep getting our bone rake supplies. A lot of my knowledge tomorrow is probably going to be going into smithing. I want to ideally get 193 smithing and maybe even potentially start our 200 smithing grind. But I think if we just do it mostly on Sunday, we should be fine. So I might not even start the smithing grind tomorrow. I'll still boost it to 193 so we can for tomorrow. And so we can do some of it off stream. Just so we're not doing it only on stream. But we're probably going to do like the 195 to 200 tomorrow, on Sunday, I mean, on stream. Which honestly, that shouldn't take as long as I think it will. Like, it should take like, what, 2-3 hours? I'm not sure why I keep thinking this will take like forever. And in the back of my brain, it's like, oh, getting 12 levels in blacksmith, or even just, you know, like the 5 or 7 that we need. Like, that's going to take an all day thing. No, that's going to take like 2 hours. That will not take that long. We'll get to 193 tomorrow and then 200 on Sunday. Or whatever the rest is by that point. But, yeah, tomorrow's 50 foraging, more gatherer. So a really heavy gathering stream. It's probably just going to be called the gathering stream. Because I think those are going to be the 2 main skills we do. Obviously, our knowledge will go over the place. But the 2 main skills we're going to be focusing on tomorrow is 100% foraging and gathering. Gathering for bones and foraging for just see what the new tech is with dropping. Because I haven't seen any videos or anything on it, so I'm just going to do whatever feels right. And then maybe later down the line, we'll go see kind of what like the meta is. I'm pretty sure we can figure out the meta just by messing around with it for like a good hour. Also, the meta probably changes based on what your level is. I don't think the meta would be consistent. Like, you can't just show one method and just do it always. Because the pathing that you would take now that you could do drop all would likely change depending on, like, every level. Well, not every level, but, you know, every unlock on that route would change what you would want to prioritize. So, yeah, we'll just kind of mess around with it and see. And adjust as we keep getting levels and just keep going from there. Because now you could drop all, so you could drop off, like, one, or you could drop off, like, twice, probably, before they would despawn. I feel like you have enough time to do a triple loop where you drop twice and then turn in triple. I would have to time it just to make sure, though. I'm pretty sure a single run doesn't take longer than 3 minutes, though. But no, I'd have to check. I'm pretty sure... Does anyone know? Does a full foraging circle take more than 3 minutes? I don't know, because I've done it a couple times, but I didn't, like, do it. I was just kind of messing around with it, just kind of see. And it seemed worth it, but not more worth it than merchant, so I just didn't bother. I was like wondering while I was doing it, like, why might I just be doing merchant? Why am I doing this when merchant exists? But I don't know, I want to give it a fair shot. I only tried it for half a level. That's where my 30 to 30 and a half came from. But we're going to try it to level 50 tomorrow now that we have drop all and see if it's any better. But if I'm still not a fan of it, I'm just going back to merchant. I will eventually have to do it for like 490, but that's a different issue. That's an issue for a different month. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be a gatherer forager stream. 50 forager and some amount higher gatherer. No real goal for gatherer. Other than to upgrade, I guess, at least 1 bone. And we'd have the 53 bones, so what would be our upgrade then? Flat snake I don't think counts. So 66. So I'd have to gain like 14 foraging levels between now and tomorrow. End of tomorrow. Which means I'm probably going to get 14 gatherer levels. 20 foraging levels. 5 smithing levels. And everything beyond that's just extra credit. That's my goal then. But yeah, we need to get 14 more Gatherer, 20 more Forger, 5 more Smithing, entirely from Knowledge. And whatever beyond that is just extra. But those will be our main goals. And honestly, I'm kind of eyeing those combats. I kind of want to go for that 50-50. Because then the only thing we'll have to do is do Merchant and Money Printer until we can afford a max fishing rod. I keep saying fishing rod, I mean fishing spear. I'm so used to using rods when fishing. That feels weird that the primary fishing method in this game is spear. It doesn't feel natural. But, yeah, the main component of fishing in this game is spear, not rod. But, yeah, and that's the only thing keeping me from doing 50 fishing. Not because we need it for 50 fishing, but because I want it down the line for 50 fishing. Or, you know, for 200 fishing, not for 50. You know, but if I'm going to be doing it anyways, I might as well. I guess to some degree I'm going to be doing it anyways for Forager as well, but... I know, it's not going to be a while. I don't plan to do 490, foraging, like, anytime soon. We're going to have to really deplete every grind in this game before I feel like 1 month being like, let's go get 490 foraging. That is not a thought that will be crossing my head anytime soon. I don't even want to even attempt starting to get 25 on these. Because the closer I am to having all 3 of those tools at 25, the thought will come into my brain like, is this the month we go for it? Because by about February or March, if there's not like a super big mega content update by then, the thought will definitely cross my brain like, yep, this will be the month we go do 490 foraging finally. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be like early February, not even early February, it's gonna be like late January. We'll have the money at that point where we're like 25, 25, 25. And the thought will cross my brain, it's like, is it the month we go do it, isn't it? The only problem with that month is February only has 28 days. I feel like I'd have to do it in March where there's more days. Though I guess it doesn't have to be exactly a month. If it takes us longer, it's not that big a deal. Because there's no way I'm doing 50 to 490 foraging in 28 days. I assure you that. Not with that, how much we play. We'd have to like double time how much we're playing to do that in a month. Because the people that did 490 foraging in a month, I'm pretty sure they went like 16, 20-hour days. Which we are definitely not doing. They also didn't have 25 tools as early as like the start. They probably got it at some point during their grind. Actually, that's something that I'm curious about. Does anyone know? What did the 500 foragers have all their tools at by the time they finished their grind? Does anyone know at all? Because I'm actually not sure of any distribution on any person who finished the forager grind. Like, how upgraded were all 3 of their foraging tools by the time they were done? Like Coffee or Tupi or MOBA. I've seen Tupi around. I didn't think to ask him that, though. I haven't seen Coffee or MOBA, though. We're about to move up to our next hide. I guess we'll do it once just for the one-time bonus. We're already here. Might as well one-time it on stream and end on the upgrade hide. That'll be the one we'll roll while off-stream. Yep, strong bison leather. Alright, let's do one inventory strong bison leather. Bank it and go from there. Yeah, this one sells for more, but it also costs more. And it takes longer to produce, so this next hide actually makes less money per hour. Even though it's more XP per hour. It's not by much, and it's definitely worth upgrading to it. But our profits per hour are slightly slower. By like 10% for this next hide. It's one of several locations in Leathermaker where due to the time of production for the hide, it's actually worse rather than better. At least from a profit perspective if you're selling them and not using them. Alright, let's go buy our new, whatever we just said. I don't remember the word. We're doing strong bison leather. The worst comes to worst is look for the highest price one and that'll be the one. Strong bison. Oh, it's this one. Perfect. All the way at the top. Oh, that's really easy for AFK and off stream. Hey, look, we got 4,420. The other funny number. You think it was Tusi who said that he didn't 3 and 3 had banking portals? Only did stones for the monument? Wait. What do you mean by 3 and 3? Not sure what you mean by that. He didn't do spider quests? Wait, what? He legit... Wait, did he just drop it all on the ground? Without the drop all button? No upgrades, no deposit. Oh, gosh. No wonder why I didn't finish first. Oh, wow. That's actually insane. No upgrades at all? He had to have dropped everything then. It could be that he literally couldn't afford it because he dropped literally everything he touched. No spider crest, kind of crazy though. Because without drop all, it is actually more time to drop than it is to bank. It's not anymore because the drop all feature that came today, but obviously he didn't have that at all for his grind. But it's literally quicker to bank than to drop all. At least one at a time. Obviously that's been fixed now. So now it actually is quicker to drop all than to bank. But you could do a combination of both where you half drop and then bank it all. Which is what we're going to be doing tomorrow and mess around with it. Not sure what the meta is for, but we'll figure something out. But yeah, now you can like double drop all. And then bank. So you can still stay on your XP route, but then do the double bank. It should be quicker. We'll mess with a bunch of things to just kind of test around. Because I haven't seen anyone actually doing it yet, though I know some people have definitely been messing with it today. Not sure if I'll bother locking anything up or just try just figuring out what we could do. I'm probably not going to lock up anything tonight. And just see what we can come up with ourselves. Though if anyone in chat sees that we're doing something inefficient compared to what is out there, we'll definitely look into it. But we'll try it like completely blind for like an hour or two and see what we can figure out. Because there's definitely some tech you could definitely do with drop all portal. Like double, triple drop all into then bank. You just should be slightly quicker than just doing circles and banking. But I don't know, we'll find out. It might still just be worth doing circle banking, to be honest. Just out the, it's just gonna be less needy. Like, it's gonna be less complex to have to worry about. It's gonna be like potion juggling all over again. Especially if it's a tight timer for cycle. So I might just do normal circles, to be honest. I just keep adjusting it based on what we need. Wait, did he do monument only? Wait. You mean he literally only did monument pieces? I guess monument pieces don't get boosted by any tool, do they? Isn't there like a billion level ranges where that wouldn't be worth it, though? Oh yeah, foraging is definitely easier to get than 200 mining. 200 foraging should actually be the quickest skill that isn't merchant or combat. Actually, it might even be quicker than combat, depending on what your method is. But yeah, it should be the third quickest skill in the game, assuming it's slower than combat and you count all combat as one. But it might even be the second if it's quicker than combat. It depends on the level range or what you're doing or how you're going about it. But yeah, it should be the second quickest skill in the game, only behind merchant. I'm pretty sure. Especially if you had upgraded tools at like 25, 25, 25, or even higher. But, yeah, it should be pretty comparable to combat, if not even quicker than combat. I'm pretty sure the only skill that's quicker is merchant for XP rate. The only weird thing with forager is your XP route is quite a bit different. Like, it constantly keeps changing depending on what you need. Like, you can't just do one route over and over and over again. You always got to readjust to whatever your extra XP drop is. Like, you know, you have to be, like, hitting your, like, 2-3 biggest XP drop items. While also still picking up, like, a billion other things along the way. Like, your route, like, every 10 levels would pretty much change. Like, your pathing might be somewhat similar, but, you know, like, the exact items you have to pick up per circle would change, like, every 10 levels. But, I don't know, we'll mess around with it and see. Like, I know how to do forager, I just never really bothered. Mostly because I was waiting for upgraded tools, or for us to really seriously take on the 490 grind. Neither of which are happening anytime soon, so we're just going to try it tomorrow and just kind of see. We're just going to test drive forager. It'll be our first time really giving the skill a shot. Because everything before 30 was basically tutorial. Technically everything before 20 is, but honestly at least 30s, everything before 30 still feels like tutorial. Honestly, everything before 50 almost feels like tutorial. But the actual true tutorial is pre-20. But you don't really get a good feel for a skill from 20 to 30. Yeah, a little bit deeper than that. Like, just like at Gatherer, we saw like a really cool spot that we never saw before at 48. There's actually probably one of my favorite spots in the game now. But we didn't discover it until like 48. Even though we stepped foot in it, I never really gotten the chance to like experience it. But I really like the Thistle Room. Definitely my top 10 favorite room in the game. I wish all of Hope Forest felt like that room. Hope Forest would be like one of the best chapters in the game if the entire chapter was that room. Yeah, when it comes to foraging, your overall like rooms that you go into are pretty similar, but what you grab changes is a better way of describing it. Like the route that you move through is almost always the same for Forager. But what you grab as your like 24 items, or 23 if you're doing XP pot, which I probably would, because they're so cheap for Chapter 1. But the 23 items that you grab every single time is drastically different. Or even 24. I guess we'll just keep dropping it or something. Just not sure if I want to keep juggling a potion or not. It just seems so annoying. But it's definitely worth it in Chapter 1 just because of how dirt cheap they are compared to any other chapter. They're like almost half the price compared to Chapter 4 potion. For the exact same 5%. But anyways, guys, any other questions? Any other anythings? Otherwise, I might be calling it here for now. Though we will be continuing this off stream. But I'm going to go grab dinner. But we will be back tomorrow around the same time we always are, around noon Eastern Standard Time. The plan for tomorrow, assuming there isn't another patch that changes our direction again, is to go try the drop all method with Forager. Otherwise, I might just be doing foraging circles. Go and finish our printer tonight and go get all the tools to level 10 so we can actually get a little bit better XP. That will get us to 50. So we're going to go for 50 Forager for 20 levels. 63 Gatherer or 64, whatever it was, for like 12 levels. And get smithing to 193 so that Sunday we can finally go finish the smithing grind. And those are our 3 main goals. 50 Forager for 20 levels, Gatherer 64 for 12, which gets us to our next bone tier. And Blacksmith to 193 so we can actually go get the 200 completed, which will be our main goal on tomorrow. I mean on Sunday, I mean. But obviously other things, because that won't take that long, but still something we'll do. Beyond that, I don't know, I might throw a little bit more merchant in there. I might try to go in for 200 merchant this weekend too, we'll see. If we have a lot of extra time on Sunday, it might be a double 200 day, where we go for both 200 Blacksmith and 200 merchant. It should be pretty doable. Merchant's pretty quick. By then I'll probably have like 1 or 2 more levels, so we're only going to need like 13 merchant levels. I'm pretty sure we could do 5 blacksmith levels and 13 merchant levels very quickly. Like, it feels like it would take some time, but honestly that's like, what, 7 hours? Not even? Probably less. Like, that's basically half a stream to go finish blacksmithing and merchant by then. That's assuming I'm up to actually doing that many merchant levels, though. But assuming I am, that shouldn't be that hard at all. In theory. We'll find out. PvP, I know, plot twist. PvP gets implemented tomorrow and we have to do something else. Yeah, knowing him, honestly, there probably will be, like, the biggest patch of the entire year so far. Like, the biggest one before the new year will probably be tomorrow. And be like, oh, well, there goes my plans. That already happened today. We already changed so many things that we're going to do today because of the drop all thing. Most notably merchant. I did way more merchant today than I ever expected to. And will probably be the same, like, throughout the weekend. Like, I plan to do, like, no merchant tomorrow. I say before we go do, like, a 5-hour merchant grind at some point tomorrow's stream. Because what's going to probably happen is I'm going to have, like, the 50 Forager, the gathering skill we want, you know, the blacksmithing. And I'm going to be like, what do I do now? And then you know exactly what it's going to be. It's going to be, like, merchant into leatherworker. At some point, we'll gain, like, 5+ merchant levels tomorrow. Go get, like, a few more leather done. Probably up to our next hide or whatever it would be. But, oh no, we'll figure something out. But anyways, guys, have a wonderful night. Thanks for stopping by, as always. Greatly appreciated. Hope you guys have been having a wonderful, wonderful start of your weekend. And, yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Stay safe out there, and I'll see you guys soon. Enjoy the holidays if you celebrate anything, and stay warm out there, because it's actually been getting cold. Catch you guys later. Bye, everyone, and thanks for watching.